I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the March 4th, 2021 special call meeting of the City County Planning Commission. And I will ask Ms. Martin to please call the roll.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Gay? Commissioner Graham? Commissioner Ritchie?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Frisco?
Ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Volkert? Commissioner Warren? Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. Everyone's had a chance to review the minutes of the February 4th meeting. Are there any corrections to those minutes? No corrections. I'd ask for a motion.
Motion we approve, Chair Runner.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
A second. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Unfeld?
Ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have Mr. Moore?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd request that you order that the record tonight include all statutory and regulatory provisions, the Commission's entire file for each application on tonight's docket, and the qualifications for each staff witness. Finally, I'd request that you administer the oath to each of those staff witnesses.
So ordered. Do each of you swear to tell the truth before this commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Subdivision and site development plans that were in the packet. Any questions on those? No questions? There were no letters of credit and performance bonds. I'm not aware of any old business or new business. So that will bring us down to the public hearing. And we have on the screen the guidelines for the meeting. Since we have a lengthy agenda, we wanted everyone to see the procedure. Also, during this time that I will announce that we have some items that have been postponed from the public hearing. Each of these items will be re-advertised and should be on the April 1st agenda, but they will be re-advertised. So tonight, that would be docket number 2021-05 DP, Carter Crossing. Then item number 3, that is 2020-06 DP, Woodland Station Development. Item number 6, 2021-07 Flume for Magnolia Hills. And that also brings in item 7, 2021-16 Z County, Magnolia Hills. So those 4 items have been postponed. They will not be heard tonight. They should be re-advertised and they should be on the April 1st agenda. So anyone concerned with those items, just to let you know that. The procedure tonight, that when I call the docket number, we'll first hear the staff report. After the staff report is given, we will hear from the applicant and they will have 15 minutes to give their presentation. After that presentation, we'll have questions from the commissioner, as well as any opposition or anyone in the audience wanting to ask a question concerning their testimony, their presentation. After that, we will hear from the opposition if they are represented by one individual for their community, or if they have an attorney. They will get 15 minutes for their presentation, and those two, the individuals in the audience and the commissioners will have a chance to ask questions. After that, we will have individual public comment that is limited to 3 minutes for anyone to ask questions or concerns. We would hope that you wouldn't be redundant in what you ask or say, because once that gets on record that that question has been asked or that topic has been mentioned, that is in the record. So I said this will be a lengthy meeting and we want everyone to have the opportunity to speak. So we want that, but we will just ask for that reminder. Then the last 3 minutes will be the closing arguments that the applicant and the spokesperson or the attorney for the opposition will each get 3 minutes for that before the commissioners either discuss, ask questions, and I call for a motion on that item. Also, I would ask that if you are a member of the public that would like to speak, you don't want to miss anyone, we'll ask that you identify yourself by giving your name and address and allowing me the time to second to get you sworn in, and then you can make your statement or ask your question. Thank you all for that little bit of time to go over that. So we are ready for our first hearing. That is docket number 2021-04DP. Arshit Patel, Shub and Log Property. I know I probably mispronounced that and I apologize. And Golden Hammer LLC have filed an application to amend the general development plan, the development plan conditions on tracts of land containing approximately 5.1089 acres located at the corner of Red Rock Road and Plano Road and 1361 Red Rock Road. The properties are zoned general business with a general development. And we will have the staff report from Ms. Massey. Ms. Ramsey, I'm sorry, I said, I apologize, Ms.
That's okay. I knew what you meant. I've been called worse, Chair Runner. We had a pre-application conference for this property you see outlined in yellow on January 13th. As Chair Runner's already stated, that property is zoned general business. Might be one or two of you that maybe this looks familiar to. I think most of you were not on the Planning Commission when this was rezoned, but it was back in 2016. Current use of the property, kind of the Red Rock Road portion, the back end there is multifamily residential. The front part is still vacant. As you can see, the surrounding area is agricultural, single family residential, multifamily across the parkway there. And then there's also a commercial and public institutional use in the area, and industrial, excuse me. In the future land use map here, mixed use residential. Okay. All right, so the applicants this evening, they want to amend the general development plan for this acreage in order to allow the sale of alcohol and to allow LED signs for gas prices for a proposed convenience store and fuel station. That's all I'll point out on the first page of your staff report. I'll go ahead and go on to the second page. Right down to the site characteristics review, the layout, lot sizes, and setbacks. The layout of the existing and proposed portions of the development are shown here. Setbacks for the proposed convenience store, they're directly at the corner of Plano Road, Red Rock Road. And fuel center will adhere to the standards set forth in the zoning ordinance for the general business zone. I'll just note that the development is comprised of a soil type that is classified as prime farmland. Down to the site design and compatibility review, the surrounding density. Residential uses in the vicinity are mostly low density, and the density of the multifamily use within the development is 16.09 dwelling units per acre. I'm looking now at page 3 of your staff report, the surrounding architectural features. The majority of the structures in the area are 1 story. The multifamily use within the development and adjacent industrial use contain taller structures up to 2 stories. Building materials, the current binding elements require 50% brick, stone masonry, or cementitious material, structural steel, decorative metal, glass, or modern masonry material, excluding plain face block. Building orientation, any new structure on the property should be oriented to face Plano Road. The existing multifamily structures adjacent to Red Rock Road have rear facades oriented toward Red Rock Road. Landscaping and screening, those would adhere to the requirements of the general business zone, including between incompatible land uses and landscaping for vehicle use areas. Proposed open space, the general business zone allows 80% lot coverage, meaning 20% would remain open space. Below that, you'll see that this property does fall within the boundary of the Plano focal point plan. There are 11 items that staff evaluated from the plan, and 2 of those policies did not comply. 1 should be left up to the determination of the Planning Commission. Those are, if you're following along on your staff report, page 4, PL 8, which states that future development should incorporate high quality design materials. Plain face block should be prohibited for all facades, and split face block should be permitted only for building foundations for single family residential uses. Development plan condition number 7 requires that all structures shall be constructed of at least 50%. I won't read that again. I just read that a second ago. That the use of plain face block shall be prohibited on any new structure. Split face block shall be allowed only on new single family structures. The Planning Commission should determine if the 50% material requirement complies with this policy. PL 10 states that freestanding signage in section 1, which this would fall in the Plano focal point plan, section 1 of that boundary, shall be monument style, limited to a maximum of 8 feet in height with a maximum sign face area of 75 square feet. The applicants committed in development plan condition number 2 that freestanding signage shall not exceed 25 feet in height with a total sign face area of 100 square feet per side per lot. Any wall signage shall meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance. Then they're asking to amend that the language about the LED sign is not being permitted. No part of any freestanding sign may be utilized for the advertisement of alcoholic beverages. So this proposal with regard to the size does not comply with this policy. Then PL 13, parking areas for non-residential and multifamily residential development should not be located within the building setback along Plano Road and should be located to the side and rear of the building or buildings when possible. The concept plan does not show parking within the building setback along Plano Road, but there is some parking proposed in front of the building. Furthermore, there are no limitations on the location of parking included in the development plan conditions. So this proposal does not comply with the policy. I'll go on to page 5 now, where we have the development plan conditions as they are proposed to be amended. Some of these are just kind of housekeeping items, but I'll go through what the proposed changes are. Number 1 has been stricken because it's required. Number 2 also been stricken because it's required. The new number 2, I just read that about the signage, and then I'll read the last sentence. LED signs shall not be permitted on any building lot. New language, except for signs related to gas prices. No part of any freestanding sign may be utilized for the advertisement of alcoholic beverages. Number 3, no portion of the property shall be used for commercial parking, college, off-street, off-premise advertising signs, adult entertainment, bingo parlor, tattoo parlor, bar, lounge, or any sale of alcoholic beverages. New language, other than the sale of beer through a retail beer license. No packaged liquor store or other establishment engaged primarily in the sale of alcoholic beverages shall be allowed on the property. No business may have a separate entrance dedicated to the sale of alcoholic beverages. Number 7, again, with the building material requirement, I'll go to where the new language begins, that the use of plain face block shall be prohibited. New language, on any new structure. Split face block shall be allowed only on new single family structures. Any structure built upon the frontage along Plano Road shall be designed with a front facing facade or appearance of front facing facade along both Plano Road and Red Rock Road. Number 8 has been stricken. Number 9, cross out rear. New language, the building setback. New language, along the southern property lines shall be a minimum of 40 feet. The last language, or shall meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance, whichever is greater, has been stricken. And number 12 just states that the binding elements, the previous binding elements, will be deleted in their entirety and to be replaced with these. Below that, we have the zoning ordinance requirements for amending the general development plan. The applicants submitted the following narrative to address those items. They said, with the enactment of pertinent Warren County ordinances in January 2019, alcohol sales became allowed throughout Warren County, Kentucky. As a result, convenience stores throughout the county are now allowed to offer retail beer sales, and such has become commonplace, as have signs featuring gas prices by LED. To compete and be economically viable, convenience stores must offer these same services. The Focus 2030 category review, there were 10 items staff evaluated, 3 of which comply, 7 of which are left up to your determination. Those are LU 113 to determine if the amendment is compatible with the area. LU 2, if the proposed amendment will result in high quality development that will protect the character of the area. LU 252, if the proposed infill development is compatible with the surrounding area. LU 28, the proposal complies with the majority of the policies evaluated from the Plano Focal Point Plan, with exceptions noted regarding freestanding signage and location of parking. HN1 and HN13, if the proposal is a suitable infill project that will maintain or improve the existing character and pattern of development within the area, and if it will strengthen nearby neighborhoods. And ED1, if the proposal will help to diversify the local economy. I'm going to go back to page 1 of the staff report and go over our points to consider. Number 1, the proposed amendment remains consistent with the flume and the mixed-use residential category. Number 2, the proposed development complies with the majority of the site characteristics review criteria and a majority of the review criteria for site design, with exceptions noted regarding a couple policies from the Plano Focal Point Plan, and meets the minimum requirements of the zoning ordinance. And number 3, this body should determine if the proposed development plan amendment is compatible with the surrounding area. So that is all I have for the staff report, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe the applicants are here.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Questions, commissioners?
Monica, let me ask you on number 8, on the general development plan on number 8, are we striking number 8 and adding the new number 8 of the 80 units?
Commissioner Volker, I believe that was just the way that it was numbered. That's how the new number.
Okay. Okay. So the not 80, the 80 units has always been there.
Correct. That was there in the original, and that's proposed to remain.
All right. And my other question would be on general development number 7. If we're changing part of number 7, can we address the 50% brick stone materials?
That might be a question for Hamp. Hamp, what can we do there?
This has been advertised as an amendment to the development plan, and the proposed amendment did not propose any change in the exterior treatment, i.e. 50% brick. And so it'd be my recommendation to you that we could not act upon that particular provision, since it was and is not a part of this application. And again, my reason is there could be some neighbor who would be interested in that issue that's not on tonight's meeting, and so it would not be fair for us to take it up without having given notice.
So even if the applicant was agreeable to go higher than 50, you're saying we could not address it?
We cannot put it on tonight's agenda. Now, if the applicant's agreeable to increasing it to 50, we can put it on a future agenda to make an amendment to reflect that agreement.
Okay. All right.
So feel free to ask the applicant about that.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions?
Okay. Yes, please. Why are we taking out number 8?
Commissioner Clark, that's in reference to one of our old zoning ordinance requirements. We no longer do detailed development plans. We've replaced that process with the site development plan application and the comprehensive development review committee process. So that's just a housekeeping item because it's referencing an outdated zoning ordinance standard.
So we don't need to update it to say a site plan instead
No,
of a
because-
detailed development plan?
No, because it's required by our ordinance regardless, so.
Do we have any other questions before we hear from the applicant?
Monica?
Yes,
I
sir.
have a question. Under item 10, where it says the developer agrees to construct a 6-foot fence along the rear property, have they indicated, and this may be a question for the developer, have they indicated what type of fence that would be?
As far as
Chain-
the
chain
fencing
link,
material,
wood, or material wise?
Read the last sentence of that number 10. I think that'll address your question.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. I'm sorry. I see it. Thank you.
Commissioner Starks, I believe that fence, or at least a portion of that fence, has already been constructed.
Okay. Thank you.
Have they turned the building a different way? Is that why these things are being changed? Instead of saying the rear setback, and is the building sitting differently than what was proposed at the beginning?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark. Well, sorry, Rachel, go ahead. Maybe if you got,
I was just gonna say, I can answer that if you want me to.
yeah, go ahead. I'm not sure I understand the question, so you go ahead if you.
So originally, I think the way the binding element or now development plan condition was worded, it was assumed that the rear would be, as we're looking at the screen right now, the bottom or southern property line. But with the proposed building that's kind of shaded in the greenish goldish color, if you are looking at that, the rear setback for that building would then be 40 feet between the apartments and the proposed commercial building. So they changed that just to ensure that that 40-foot setback would remain along the southern property line, but that it wouldn't necessarily be applicable to the new proposed commercial building.
Okay,
So it's essentially, the requirement is staying the same as far as the setback along the southern property line, but by making the change in wording, it would not now require a 40-foot setback for the proposed commercial building adjacent to the apartments.
okay, that makes sense. I just could not figure out, I thought maybe they were changing more than what we're seeing here.
Any other questions? And we'll hear from the applicant, please.
Thank you, Chair Runner. Members of the commission, this is Chris Davenport. I have seated to my right, Mr. Patel and also Mr. Jace Caldwell, who's the engineer on this project. Let me, Commissioner Clark, if I may, the first thing I want to make sure is that, and Commissioner Starks as well, this gets a little bit maybe confusing because you see that we're here about a convenience store. And so you see on your screen that convenience store is located to the left of this concept plan. And when you start reading DPCs that talk about to the rear or to the side, you may think that that's in reference to this commercial left-hand kind of square portion of this property. But what I want to remind the commission is in 2016, when Mr. Heimer rezoned this parcel, and Rachel, if you have the stylist or someone, if you can point out the entirety of the project that was rezoned, I think that would help. It includes the multifamily buildings that you see. So these development plan conditions, at that time they were called binding elements, they applied to the entirety of this property, not just that portion that my client wishes to build a convenience store upon. It also applied to these multifamily units that have since been purchased. That land's been purchased for Mr. Heimer by Golden Hammer, Mr. Barrett Hammer's company, and Mr. Hammer has built those multifamily buildings on them. So when we go back to revise these development plan conditions, we're required to revise them to the whole parent tract. And that's why whenever we submit them, the staff requests that we sometimes tweak the language about rear and change that to the, that's why those changes were made, Ms. Clark, if that makes sense. So in 2016, Mr. Heimer rezoned this property. He rezoned it general business. I assume he did that because at that time, it was unclear to Mr. Heimer exactly how he would market this property. But general business allows for both commercial uses as well as multifamily uses. And you see that's exactly what has happened. Since Mr. Heimer had the property rezoned, he platted it such and sold off the rear, the vast majority of the property was transferred to Golden Hammer with the multifamily units constructed thereon. That left the remaining frontage undeveloped. That's the property my client has under contract and is wishing to build a convenience store on. So the reason we're here today is currently he could build exactly what you see on this concept. The only thing he cannot do because of the existing binding elements from 16 would be sell beer in the convenience store. And he would not be able to have that LED component to his light, to his sign. Because those two things have now become standard really in Warren County for convenience stores, since I think it was in 2019, alcohol sales was allowed in the county. Those are the two things he's asking to change in the what we used to call binding elements, we now call development plan conditions. So the other thing that's happened since 2016 that I want to speak to a little bit is the Plano focal points that have been enacted that you heard Ms. Ramsey speak about. And so those apply two ways here. If he was rezoning this property today to GB and he wanted either the LED component or the sign that was allowed pursuant to the current conditions, he would need to seek variances on those. The height of the sign, he doesn't have to seek variances to as we sit here because he's already approved for that size sign from the current conditions. The other issue, well, it's a focal point, so I guess Rachel's probably going to correct me. I guess technically he wouldn't have to get a variance, but the staff would point out he's out of compliance with the focal point. So I saw Rachel getting ready to unmute, so I try to head her off a little bit there. The other thing is the parking. And so the Plano focal point, which came about since this property was zoned, discourages front parking. It discourages parking in the building setback, which we don't have. But it also discourages parking in front of the building on Plano Road, which we do have. But the reason, and Jace could speak to this if necessary, because Mr. Heimer agreed to this 40-foot setback, and because of the size of the property he left when this property was segregated, that he left on the frontage, engineering-wise, it's, Jace tells me, pretty much impossible to get a convenience store on this lot without that a bit of parking that you see in the front along Plano Road. I guess the saving grace, in my opinion, is that parking is over 125 feet from Plano Road. So it's a huge setback there as far as where it would be. It won't be in close proximity at all. And I think when you're balancing out the fact that this property was divided before those focal points went into place, that it's currently zoned and approved for commercial use, including a convenience store without that restriction, I think it's basically speaks to equity that it's reasonable that we don't agree with that focal point at this point. That being said, he has agreed to have two front-facing facades, which was suggested by the focal point that's been passed since the property zoning, but is not included in his current building restrictions. But it's something he's agreed to do anyways because it works with his plan. It doesn't take any more square footage, costs a little bit more money, but he can meet that request. So if we go to page 5 of the staff report, Rachel or Jessica, if y'all can put that up there for me. I guess I'll close here by reference.
Staff report?
Page 5 of the staff report, yes. It should be the DPCs as amended.
Give me just a second, I'll get to it.
Sure. There we go. So what I would want to point out here, guys, is that, commissioners, is that the request that we're making here tonight, the only two things that Mr. Patel is asking that he be allowed to do, that he's not currently allowed to do, would be to advertise his gas prices in LED, only the gas prices. None of these signs that have, you know, a big video screen on them and do all that. Just the gas prices in LED. And secondly, as allowed to sell beer license in the convenience store only. Currently, that prohibits all alcohol because in 2016, you couldn't sell any alcohol in the county anyways. All the other changes that are being made to the DPCs are either, as Monica said, to clean up something that's now required in the ordinance that maybe wasn't in 16, or is a further step on his part, like the double facade, something that's more restrictive than what he currently has. Commissioner Volkert, I'll tell you to speak to the issue you brought up. Mr. Moore has forgotten more about planning stuff than I will ever know. Sometimes I disagree a little bit with Mr. Moore, and I usually do feel like if an applicant is agreeing to something that's more restrictive or is a less intense use, I've always felt like that's okay to be done on the floor, but he is your attorney and he'll give you much better advice over the years than I ever would. So, but to that point, if I were able to, my client and I would discuss the 50%. That being said, 50% is what's allowed. But that's something he would be open to if necessary.
Okay. I mean, I guess the question, and Hamp, I don't know, you know, I mean, I would like to see at least it be 75%, but I guess what you're telling me, they can say, okay, you can put it on the next agenda, but if they don't show up, it doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah, and quite frankly, I spoke earlier not realizing that the applicant had an attorney, and I now know that. And if Mr. Davenport wants to amend his development plan conditions on the floor tonight, I wouldn't get in the way of that. Unless
Chris, would Mr. Patel be willing to go 75%?
Yes, Commissioner Volkert, we'll agree to 75% minimum on that DPC.
That would be wonderful.
And again, that would be another concession he's making here to help the product be as nice as at all possible.
I agree.
I have one quick question. Do we know if the existing apartments meet that requirement?
Oh, that's a good point. Thank you, Rachel. I guess I would amend that to say that any new structure. Well, let me say this, because I don't know if Mr. Hammer's completely built out. Any new structure on a lot facing Plano Road will be constructed of at least 75% brick. And I think that protects Mr. Hammer in the back.
I agree.
Hamp, would that satisfy as far as the clarity of that?
it does for me. Jessica, do you get all of that?
I did, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Davenport, may I ask a question too?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there going to be a drive-through window type situation for the liquor, or is that only going to be walk in and purchase it and walk out?
Well, the first thing I would mention is there will be no liquor. The only thing that's being allowed here is retail beer out of the convenience store.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I mean.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
kind of, the beer liquor, yes.
Yeah. And as far as a drive-through window, I don't think that would be in the model.
Good.
It is general business. So if he ever did put any type of window in, he's got to deal with the setback with the residential properties too. So I don't even
Okay.
know if that would be possible without a variance of some kind.
Have any other questions for Mr. Davenport?
Also, one more question, I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Yes, ma'am.
He's agreed no advertising of the beer on the LED.
On any freestanding sign. So not only is the beer not allowed on the LED can't show anything but the gas price. And
Okay, good.
And he's also agreed that sign out front won't have any beer advertisements on it either, LED or
That's-
otherwise.
All right, that's my question, because a lot of these out here by me, they take that sign and they put all this beer stuff down the big sign. So, okay, that's my question.
And I'll just tell you, Commissioner Clark, I don't mean to speak for Mr. Hammer, but Mr. Hammer had certain things he wanted to see in this. And some of those things you've touched on are exactly what Mr. Hammer discussed with me. And that's why those things are not allowed as being presented.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Davenport. You've done an excellent job.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Don't tell them that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. You did not.
Do we have any opposition to this request? No opposition. Do we have any questions from anyone in the audience? No questions, no opposition, then I will call for a motion, please.
I make the motion to approve the proposed general development plan amendment, docket number 2021-04 DP. Based upon the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing, the proposed general development plan amendment is consistent with the adopted Focus 2030 comprehensive plan as demonstrated by its compliance with the objectives and action items presented in the staff report. Further, I also find that there have been major changes of economic, physical, or social nature within the area of the property in question, and I request that the findings of fact and recommendation include a summary of the evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. We need a second.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Unseld,
Ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Volkert,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance, Commissioner Balance,
I'm muted. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. The motion carried without opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I announced earlier, items 2 and 3 have been postponed. We'll drop down to item 4, that is 2021-14 ZBG. Java Properties LLC has filed an application to rezone a tract of land containing approximately 6.2686 acres located at the end of Marlin Drive from agriculture to RS1D, single-family residential with the general development plan. And we'll have the staff report from Ms. Herb.
Thank you, Chair Runner. We had a pre-application conference on January the 27th for the property you just described, located at the end of Marlin Drive. The property is just over 6 acres, and the proposal involves the construction of 27 single-family residential homes that would include a mix of both single-family detached and attached homes. The current zoning of the property is agriculture, and the current use is also agriculture. The future land use designation for the property is high-density residential. The property is, the proposed RS1D zone is potentially compatible in the high-density residential future land use category. Jumping on to page 2 here. And then one thing I'll note on the future land use map for the high density residential category, you'll see on page 2 that high density single family may be acceptable at 5.5 dwelling units per acre. The proposed density for this development is 4.31 dwelling units per acre. And so the Planning Commission should determine if a lower density is appropriate in this location, since the proposed density is less than what's outlined in the future land use category. Under layout, lot sizes, and setbacks, this is the proposed layout. You'll see the extension of Marlin here with a cul-de-sac and then the lots surrounding the roadway there. The skinnier lots shown on the screen would be the proposed twin homes, or that attached single family component. Moving down to the natural features, if I jump back to the aerial view that we looked at initially, you'll see that the property does contain several mature trees, with the exception of the area where the TVA easement's running. Under site design and compatibility review, looking at the surrounding density, the surrounding area is mainly comprised of low density single family uses, with some moderate density multifamily also located nearby. Densities of surrounding neighborhoods include 2.23 dwelling units per acre, that's Park Hills, 3.38 dwelling units per acre, Moss Meadows, 2.92 dwelling units per acre, Deer Park, and 2.55 dwelling units per acre, which is Autumn View, which would be the development just to the right-hand side of the screen, or north, just north of the property here. And again, the density of the proposed development is 4.31 dwelling units per acre. Under surrounding architectural features, we have noted that the development plan conditions for the adjacent Autumn View subdivision require a minimum of 1,200 square feet, a maximum building height of 2 stories, and a minimum 2-car garage. The applicants have included similar development plan conditions, with the exception of the garage requirement, which is proposed at a 1-car minimum. Under building materials review, the development plan conditions for the adjacent Autumn View subdivision require that structures will consist of vinyl, brick, stone, drivit, cement-based siding, man-made stone, or other modern masonry material, and that all accessory or detached structures will be of the same or complementary material as the primary structure. Plain face block will be prohibited, and the applicants have also incorporated similar design elements for this particular proposal. Jumping on to page 3, we'll look at the development plan conditions. There are 12. The first, number 1, sets a maximum number of lots at 27. 2 sets a minimum home size of 1,200 square feet. 3 requires a 1-car garage. 4, maximum building height of 2 stories. 5 looks at building materials, which I just read through on the previous page. 6, utility placement. 7, uniform streetlights. 8, community mailbox. 9, tree preservation. 10, addresses sinkholes. 11, open space. And then 12 sets out basically an eventual conversion of certain development plan conditions to become plat restrictions if this application is approved. Next, looking at the Focus 2030 category review, the staff evaluated 18 items and found that 7 of those items were in compliance. There are 11 items that the Planning Commission should evaluate for compliance. Those include LU 1.1.1 and 1.1.2, which address the future land use map and compliance with the future land use map. And then LU 1.1.3, which looks at compatibility. Next, LU 2 and 2.1, which address design standards and character preservation. Next, LU 2.1.1, which looks at adequacy and usability of open space. Moving down to LU 252, which looks at infill development and compatibility of such infill development. Next, jumping down to HN1 and HN1.3, which look at character and pattern of development and whether or not the proposed development will strengthen existing neighborhoods. And then last, HN 2.1 and HN 4, which look at housing options and suitability of the proposed housing options. And so with that, I'm going to jump back to page 1 and wrap up with our points to consider. The first is that the proposed RS1D zone is consistent with the future land use map and the high density residential category. However, the proposal is less dense than what is outlined in the high-density future land use category, and so the Planning Commission should determine if less density is appropriate in this location and if it is compatible with the surrounding area. Next, the proposal complies with the majority of the site characteristics review and a majority of the review criteria for site design. And again, compatibility of the proposed development should be determined by the Planning Commission. That is all I have for the staff report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions, commissioners?
Rachel, on the plot plan, how wide are the twin home lots?
I think they're 25 feet. Let me double check here.
So 50 feet, 25 aside?
Yeah, I think Jace is on here. He may be able to answer that. I don't know if they're labeled, and if they are, it's probably too small for any of us to see.
That's correct, Rachel. All the lots on the north side, Plan North, are 25 foot each, 50 total.
Thank you.
So it's showing, if I understand this correctly, 9 of the single family attached homes and then 9 single family. Is that correct?
I think it's the reverse of that. There would be 9 single family detached, and then the remainder, those skinnier lots up at the top portion of the concept, would be the attached single family.
Thank you very much, Rachel.
You're welcome.
Remind me, and Rachel, I'm sure it's in here. Remind me again on the twin homes, what are the setbacks on the sides?
5 feet, except where they
Okay.
share the common wall, and then it's 0.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions, commissioners?
So these twin homes are going to be 15 feet wide, most of them. Does that sound correct?
I think they could be up to 20.
Well, but they got to be,
'Cause
okay,
you
yeah,
have-
you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. 20, okay.
So there's only going to be 10 feet between the lots?
Yeah, you'd have 5 feet on each lot. So yes, Sandy, you have 10 feet in between each homes
Wow.
on the twin
that's awfully-
homes.
And that would be the same for the single family attached or detached homes as well. The side yard setback for those is also 5 feet. So those could be as close as 10 feet between the two single family detached structures as well.
Wow. Awfully close.
Rachel, are these homes similar to the ones located by Audi on Nashville Road? You know where I'm talking about? Close to the hospice center. Are those twin homes?
Commissioner,
No, those are 8 plexes.
Plexus, okay.
If I may, Rachel, this is Lucas. These homes are similar to the ones built in Brownstone subdivision
Okay,
out by Stuck Bridge.
right.
Excuse me, Lucas, we'll get you sworn in, okay?
Yeah, I apologize.
That's okay,
it-
state your
Luke-
name and address.
Lucas Slavy, 1015 Shive Lane, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, sir. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
I'll just point out one additional item here. I went back to the zoning map to just show the surrounding residential subdivisions. They're also zoned RS1D. And so the proposed zone here is also RS1D with that 5 foot side yard setback. That would be similar for what's already approved for the surrounding subdivisions.
Clarifying that, Lucas.
Do we have any idea what kind of facades they plan to use? Are they
Commissioner,
thinking,
the building materials are outlined on page 3, number 5. And
Right,
that
but
would include either vinyl, brick, stone, drive-it, cement-based siding, man-made stone, or other modern masonry materials. And
Right,
plain
I
face block
understand
is
that.
prohibited.
I understand that, but I'm asking, have they given you any indication what they might be wanting to use?
I'm not
Is it
sure.
gonna, a majority of one over the other, or just anything goes?
That would
Sandy,
be a
I got,
question for
Sandy,
the
I got
applicant.
Sandy, I gotta guess it's vinyl.
That's correct. This is Lucas
Yeah.
again. The majority is vinyl. Everything out there is vinyl right now. If we can incorporate some stone in there, we will. But the majority of what's been constructed out there in the adjoining neighborhoods is all vinyl.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Is there anything the applicant would like to add? Nothing else? Do we have any opposition to this request? Do we have anyone online that would like to ask a question concerning this application? No questions, no opposition. I will ask for a motion, please.
I make the motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment together with a condition upon the general development plan, docket number 2021-14-Z-BG, based upon the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing. The proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with the adopted Focus 2030 comprehensive plan, as demonstrated by its compliance with the objectives and action items presented in the staff report. Therefore, the proposed zoning map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. Further, I request that the motion include the summary of evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Second, thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks,
Yes.
Commissioner Unseld,
Ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Vogert,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. The motion carried. Our recommendation will be for approval. Thank you all. Next
Thank you
item.
all.
Thank you, sir. The next item, 2021-15 County. Carter Crossings LLC has filed an application to rezone tracts of land containing approximately 0.922 acres located at the corner of Cumberland, Pointe Lane, and Denver Lane from RM3, which is Townhouse Multifamily Residential, RS1A, Single Family Residential, and RS1C, which is also Single Family Residential, all with a general development plan, to RS1C, Single Family Residential, with a general development plan. And again, Ms. Hurt will give us the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Runner. We had a pre-application conference on January the 27th for the lots you just described here, located at the corner of Cumberland Point Lane and Denver Lane. And if you all recall, this may look familiar because this property was rezoned back in 2018. And at the time of the original zone change, it was unknown exactly how the development would be laid out. And so here we are a few years later, and I think there's a more concrete plan now. And so that has resulted in these two lots being split zoned. And so under the current split zoning, they would only be permitted to subdivide the properties as they currently exist into a maximum of 2 lots. And so the purpose of this application, while it may look kind of long if you're reading through the staff report, if we jump to the proposed layout here, you'll see that there are 4 proposed lots instead of the 2 that currently exist. And I will note that this proposal would not result in an increased number of lots compared with what was originally approved. Even though it would seem that they're trying to increase the number of lots, it would still match the originally approved maximum number. It's just that the split zoning would not allow the subdivision of those lots to adhere to that original proposal. And so that's the easiest way of explaining this. I will touch on a few things in the staff report here. The proposal does remain consistent with the future land use map. And then under the site characteristics, I kind of already went over that. I'll show the proposed lot layout again here, the 4 proposed lots. And then under the development plan conditions, I will note, let's see, there are 9 of those. They are generally the same as what was approved originally for the overall portion of the development that's zoned RS1C. However, there were a few things that didn't really seem to make sense from the original set of development plan conditions or binding elements just because of the location of these 2 properties. So these are kind of a condensed version of what's already been approved with one minor difference that I'll point out here in just a second. So development plan condition 1 looks at the minimum home size. They're proposing a minimum home size for these 4 proposed lots of 1,400 square feet. And then development plan condition 2 looks at building materials. Again, these are the same as what is already in place for the rest of the subdivision. And that requires that all structures be constructed with at least 80% stone, brick, or other modern masonry material or EIFS. Limited vinyl siding will be allowed only for areas such as soffits and dormers. No exposed plain face block shall be allowed. 3 requires the developer to establish a homeowners association and that all lot owners be required to participate in at least one owners association for the Carter Crossing subdivision. 4 addresses responsibility and maintenance of open space within the overall Carter Crossings development. 5 includes provisions for architectural control and review of building plans by the developer until 75% of the lots are sold. Number 6 requires that utilities be placed underground. 7 requires uniform street lights and addresses placement of mailboxes within the development. Number 8, placement of propane gas tanks. These shall be located underground. And then number 9, again, the similar application we just had would allow for the eventual conversion of those particular development plan conditions to be converted to plat restrictions at some point in the future. Moving on to the Focus 2030 category review. We evaluated 8 items and found that 5 of those items were in compliance and that the Planning Commission should evaluate 3 of those particular items. Those being LU 1.1.3, the Planning Commission should determine if the proposal is compatible with the surrounding area. And then last, HN 2.1 and HN 4, the Planning Commission should determine if the location of the planned development or lots is suitable for the proposed housing types and if the proposed residences are believed to enhance the array of housing options available in the area. Jumping down to the staff review summary, again, this is truly an application to try and clean up the split zoning that currently exists on the properties. The development plan conditions remain generally the same as what is already approved, except for the minimum home size that they're proposing with this application at 1,400 square feet. The current requirement is 1,800. There was a similar application that was on the docket this evening. That was docket number 2021-05 DP, item 2 on the agenda. That particular application involved a proposed amendment for the minimum home size to be reduced to 1,400 square feet as well. Of course, we now know that that's going to be heard at the April 1st meeting. And so this particular proposal, again, is to clean up the split zoning, but does involve that slight modification in that particular development plan condition that would allow the homes on these 4 lots to be as small as 1,400 square feet. With that, I'll wrap up to the points to consider on page 1. Again, the purpose of this application is to clean up the split zoning that currently exists on the properties. And the proposal, again, will not result in a greater number of lots than what was originally approved for the Carter Crossings subdivision. Second, the proposal is consistent with the future land use map and moderate density residential category. And last, the proposed development complies with the majority of the site characteristics review criteria, the review criteria for site design and compatibility, and meets the minimum requirements in the zoning ordinance. That is all I have for the staff report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hurd. Questions, commissioners? No questions. Anything the applicant would like to add?
Mr. Davenport, are you on?
I'm sorry. I committed the mortal sin of being muted, Jessica. I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay.
On behalf of Carter's Crossings, just would point out a few things, I guess. Rachel's already pretty much said the whole chapter and verse of this application. The current owner, Carter Crossings, was not the original entity that rezoned this. When this came up to you a few years ago, this was probably at that time the largest tract of land that I had been involved in, and it involved 4 different zoning classifications. This had the school in it, it had RM3 in it, it had RS1C in it, and it had RS1A in it. And the general rezoning plan was the school obviously in the front, the RM3 immediately behind the school. Then you transition to RS1A RS1C rather, and then the RS1A it encapsulated the RS1C so that the properties bordering the development were bordering RS1A properties. And then inside that was the RS1C and then the multifamily and the school. So it was kind of that transition that you're looking for whenever you rezone these large tracts. And we often talk about, when you're redoing it, when you're zoning a tract this big, a lot of times we talk about the fact that all the engineering work isn't done yet. And so when they came in and started engineering this development, it resulted in these 2 tracts that have 3 zoning classifications on each one of these tracts. So those tracts are split zoned. So we're trying to clean that up. And because it's on the interior of the property that is basically the RS1C properties, that's why we're asking for the RS1C classification. And you can eat. To Rachel's point, it does not raise any density. They are not asking for any additional lots that they're not already allowed to build upon. The DPCs have a maximum number of RS1A lots and a maximum number of RS1C lots within a development, and those have not been changed. So we're just trying to clean up these 2 lots from an engineering standpoint so that it fits with what's intended out there.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Do we have any opposition for this request? Any questions from anyone in the public?
Miss Jane, I believe you're muted.
Yes, I'm part of the docket that was canceled till April 1st on the Carter Crossing, and I just want to confirm that the reduction from 1,800 square feet to 1,400 does not impact that docket that will be discussed on April 1st.
That's a different, I'm sorry, I'll let staff speak to that.
Ms. Perkins, that is a separate application. The request that the Planning Commission is considering under this particular docket number, the proposal would involve a minimum home size of 1,400 square feet, but that would only be applicable if I jump back. So the area outlined in red and that's central to the development, the 4 proposed lots here at the corner of Cumberland, Pointe Lane and Denver Lane, that would only be applicable to those 4 lots. The rest of the subdivision would be considered under that separate application that's been postponed to April 1st.
Okay, so there is no pre-existing that it's already been approved, so we're not in trouble for that then.
Right,
So-
there will be no action taken on that until April 1st.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
The only thing I would add to that, Rachel, is and I didn't correct you earlier, the 1,800 was the minimum in the RS1A. The RS1C actually had a minimum of 1,600. I don't think, it's not really relevant for tonight's purposes. At least that was my recollection. But that's really an issue for a later date.
Any other questions? Any opposition? No questions, no opposition. I'll ask for a motion, please.
I make the motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment together with and conditioned upon the general development plan, docket number 2021-15Z County. Based upon the testimony documents presented in this public hearing, the proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with the adopted Focus 2030 comprehensive plan as demonstrated with its compliance with the objectives and action items presented in the staff report. Therefore, the proposed zoning map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. And further, I request that this motion include a summary of the evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Need a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Unseld,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Vogert,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. The motion carried, so our recommendation will be for approval.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next items, 6 and 7, as noted earlier, Magnolia Hills has been postponed. Will be re-advertised for the April 1st meeting. That jumps us down to docket number 2021-08 Flume. Tom Holmes and Jeffrey Harrison have filed an application for a future land use map amendment on tracts of land containing approximately 0.22 acres located at 228 Riverwood Avenue from moderate density residential to commercial. Those same applicants on docket 2021-17 ZBG have filed to rezone that same land from RM3, which is townhouse multifamily residential, to general business with a general development plan. And the third action on that same land, 2021 V04, they have filed for variances and waivers on that property. And we will have the staff report from Ms. Ramsey.
Thank you, Chair Runner. We had a pre-application conference on July 23rd for the properties you see outlined here in yellow. Chair Runner's already stated that that is currently zoned R3 with a request to rezone to general business. Current use of the property is single-family residential. The applicants are proposing to change that use to commercial, which is that purple color. And you can see in this area, of course, you got medical center right over there, and you got Kroger, some agricultural land, the cemetery nearby, and then a mixture of multifamily and single family in the area as well. And of course, future land use map, currently moderate density residential, which Chair Runner's already said, the request is to change that to commercial. Again, the purple color that you see there. Okay, so the applicants, I'll go ahead and also note that what those variances are. They want to rezone in order to redesign the drive-through and add additional parking to the adjacent commercial use at 404 US 31W bypass, which is the property that abuts it and fronts the bypass. They're requesting a variance of 6.42 feet from the required buffer of 10 feet between incompatible land uses, referring to the adjacent residential use there, and a variance of 96.42 feet to allow a drive-through with a speaker to be located 3.58 feet from a residential district structure or use. I'll note in the compatibility with surrounding development that there are a few mature trees located within the development. And the existing residence located at 228 Riverwood Avenue was constructed in 1948. I'll go on to page 2 of your staff report. I'll go ahead and read what the flume designations are. Moderate density residential, the current flume designation, encourages areas developed for higher density, single family detached and attached, as well as semi-detached multifamily developments such as duplexes and townhouses, apartment buildings, condominiums, and mobile home parks. Densities in this land use should range between 3.5 and 13 dwelling units per acre. The commercial land use designation, which is the request to be changed to tonight, consists of a broad array of commercial development, including individual commercial businesses that may exist along a highway corridor or a business district, as well as larger planned shopping centers and office parks. Limited high-density multifamily uses are allowed to be mixed into commercial areas. These uses should be limited to upper stories or blended in or scattered among commercial uses. No more than 25% of any contiguous area designated commercial should contain multifamily uses. Compatibility will be addressed by applying the policies in LU 113 in conjunction with the general development plan. So you have there from LU 114, which talks about amending the future land use map. The applicants have submitted the following narrative to address that. There is significant commercial development in the area. To the west of the property is the Funky Bean Restaurant, which faces US 31W bypass at the corner of the bypass in Riverwood. To the north of the property is the Kroger Shopping Center development. To the east of the property is a vacant lot and property zone light industrial for many warehouses. The proposed project will significantly aid safety and traffic flow to and from the Funky Bean site and will provide significantly improved interior travelways for the coffee shop. The development plan conditions tendered by the applicant in connection with the proposed zoning map amendment significantly potential uses of the property and contain design standards to foster compatibility with the surrounding properties. So the Planning Commission, this is what staff has noted, should determine if the argument provided by the applicants addresses the criteria required for a future land use map amendment. And the Planning Commission should further consider if the impact of the extension of commercial uses into the established neighborhood on Riverwood Avenue and if the proposed introduction of a commercial use in the area is compatible with the existing residential properties. Going on to the site characteristics review, again, just noting that home was constructed in 1948. However, it's not a locally designated historic property, nor is it listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Under site design and compatibility review, surrounding density, single-family homes along Riverwood Avenue are low to moderate density. Surrounding architectural features, homes along Riverwood Avenue are mainly 1 story in height. Building materials review, the majority of homes along Riverwood Avenue are constructed of vinyl. Building orientation, homes on Riverwood Avenue face Riverwood Avenue. Signage, the proposed general business zone allows freestanding signage up to 30 feet in height with a maximum sign face area of 150 square feet. The applicants committed in their development plan conditions that no freestanding signage shall be allowed on the lot on the eastern side of the lot. Any freestanding signage shall be limited to monument signage no taller than 4 feet in height and no larger than 20 square feet per sign face. No LED sign shall be allowed. Signs shall only be lit from the outside. Landscaping and screening, those will adhere to the standards set forth in the zoning ordinance for vehicle use areas and between incompatible land uses, with the exception of the variance requested along the southern property line. This proposed variance would reduce the required incompatible land use buffer from 10 feet to 3.58 feet. The applicants are also proposing to install a 6-foot privacy fence along a portion of the southern property line. Proposed open space, maximum allowable lot coverage in the general business zone is 80%, meaning 20% would remain as open space. Pedestrian, bicycle, or transit facilities, there are no sidewalks on Riverwood Avenue. Sidewalks are present nearby on the bypass, along with the Go BG transit stop located between Brockley Way and Riverwood Avenue. Going on to the development plan conditions, there are 9 of them. I'll go ahead and read those. Number 1 deals with the prohibited uses: nursing home, healthcare facility with overnight care, bar or lounge with less than 50% from food sales, craft beverage production, commercial parking, commercial greenhouse or nursery, and telecommunications facility, hotel, motel, inn, extended stay facility, active outdoor recreation, animal hospital, commercial kennel or veterinarian, vehicle sales, vehicle repair, and vehicle service. Hours of operation for any business on the property shall be limited between 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. Sorry, that was number 2. Number 3, vehicle use area shall be shielded from the adjacent residential zone and Riverwood Avenue by the installation of landscaping in compliance with the zoning ordinance and with a 6-foot privacy fence along the southern property line extending to the front building line on Riverwood Avenue, and with additional evergreen shrubbery extending beyond the building line in an easterly direction. Number 4, any structure constructed on the property shall have facades consisting of at least 60% brick, stone, ephes, or cementitious siding. No plain face block shall be allowed. Split face block shall not exceed 40% of any facade. No building shall be larger than 1,500 square feet, and no building shall be taller than 1 story. Number 5, that's about signage. I already read that. Number 6, no outdoor utility facilities or boxes may be placed along the eastern property line. Number 7, if the existing residence on the property is raised, the owner shall coordinate with Habitat for Humanity Restore to donate salvageable materials. Number 8, access to the property for any use other than residential use shall be from that portion of Riverwood Avenue along the northern property line. The location of access points shall be coordinated with the City of Bowling Green Public Works Department. And number 9, in the event of any building improvements on the property which are oriented toward the east-west segment of Riverwood Avenue, the eastern boundary line shall be landscaped according to the provisions of the zoning ordinance relating to landscaping for non-compatible uses between commercial and residential use. The Focus 2030 category review, there were 16 items that staff evaluated, 3 of which comply, 9 of which are left up to your determination, and 4 of which either don't comply or generally do not comply. Those are LU 111 and 112, that the GB zone may comply with the flume, and those items if deemed compatible with the surrounding area and the flume amendment to commercial is approved. LU 113, if the proposal is compatible and complies with that. LU2, if the Planning Commission deems the proposal to be a high quality development that includes design standards tailored to preserve the character of the area. Proposal does not comply with LU 214 or NCR 116. The applicants have indicated to staff that there are not any trees worthy of saving. The majority, if not all, of the existing mature trees located on the property will have to be removed to accommodate the proposed parking lot and drive-through lane. LU 25, Planning Commission should determine if the proposed extension of a commercial use into the residential setting along Riverwood will stabilize and protect the established neighborhood. LU 252, if the proposed drive-through lane and parking lot will result in infill development that will be compatible with the surrounding area and residential properties along Riverwood Avenue. NCR 25 and NCR 253, it generally does not comply with those, as the applicants will tear down the existing historic home to accommodate the proposed parking lot and drive-through lane. However, there is mention there of DPC number 7 in reference to the Habitat for Humanity Restore. HN1 and HN13, if the proposed extension of the existing commercial use will result in compatible infill development, and further consider the impact of the proposed development on the existing residential character and pattern of development along Riverwood Avenue. And ED1, if the proposed expansion will help to strengthen and retain the existing businesses, and if it will help to diversify the local economy. Now we're into the variance portion of the staff report. The variances that are requested come from Articles 4 and 5. From Article 4, buffers between incompatible land uses. All buffers located between incompatible land uses must be a minimum of 10 feet in width. And from Article 5, drive-through and drive-in eating establishments must be located at least 100 feet from any residential district, structure, or use. Such distance shall be measured from the speakers and would not apply if no outdoor speaker system is used. On page 6, you'll see there the variance findings from KRS 100 that just list the findings necessary for granting a variance, there for your reference. The applicant submitted the following narrative to address those findings. This proposal is to allow for safer vehicular traffic in and out of the Funky Bean Coffee Shop by providing an improved drive-through lane and more parking. It includes, in connection with the companion request, significant restrictions on the use of the property through detailed development plan conditions. There are no development plan conditions or binding elements on the main Funky Bean lot. Traffic will enter on the Kroger Shopping Center side of the lot. Under the staff review summary, I'll just note that if approved, this proposal will be an extension of that adjacent commercial use, the Funky Bean, fronting the bypass. The Board of Adjustments granted multiple variances on that property in 2019, including variances relating to the outdoor dining area, incompatible land use buffers, drive-through speaker, building setback, and landscaping along Riverwood Avenue. Those variances will still be applicable regardless of the outcome of this proposal. With that, I will go back to page 1 where we have some points to consider. Number 1, this body should consider if the argument provided by the applicants to amend the flume meets the criteria outlined in LU 114 of the comprehensive plan. If the flume amendment is approved, the proposal would be consistent with the flume and commercial category. Number 2, the proposed development complies with the majority of the site characteristics review criteria, the review criteria for site design, and meets the minimum requirements of the zoning ordinance, with the exception of the buffer between incompatible land uses and the buffer and the distance between a drive-through with a speaker and a residential district structure or use for which the applicants have requested variances. This body should determine if the evidence provided by the applicants justifies the granting of the proposed variances and the impact of the extension of a commercial use into the established neighborhood on Riverwood Avenue. And this body should further consider if the proposed introduction of a commercial use in this area is compatible with the existing residential properties and the surrounding area. So that is all I have for the staff report. I know we've got several things to consider there, 3 different applications, but I see the applicants are with us, and I'm happy to answer any questions, as I'm sure they would be too.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Monica,
Yes, ma'am.
how close would this be to the house, to the person's door next door? If we allow all this, how close are they going to be? Right on top of them, and them hearing all your orders and all that from the speaker? It sounds like it's going to be right on top of it.
Commissioner Clark, I'm not sure of the exact distance to the adjacent residential uses door, but the requests for the speaker would be to allow it from 3.5 feet. That's measuring from the speaker to the property line.
Right.
I just did an estimate on the aerial. I don't know where the front door is, but the side of the nearest residence is around 11 feet from the property line.
Okay.
So it'd be that plus the 3.4 something, 3.58, whatever that distance is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if that resident has their windows open in the summer and somebody's pulling up and they're 15 feet away, they're going to hear all your business.
Commissioners, may I
Basically.
be sworn in, please? Commissioners, may I be sworn in, please?
Yes, this is the applicant?
Yes, this is Tom Holmes.
Yes, sir. If you'd name and address for us, please, sir.
Tom Holmes, it's 1124 Magnolia Street.
And you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go, sir. Go ahead.
Commissioners, to address that, the owner of the property next door, what we have now is the speaker will face away from the house. We'll have a 6-foot privacy fence. We will have a detached garage that has 1 car, and then the 5 foot from the garage to the house. That would be the barriers that will stop the sound. Sound would go directly the opposite direction toward the northern side where Kroger says. And I have the approval from the owner of the property of next door, which is Alice Nightmare.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Hey, so let me ask you this.
Yes.
Your fence, does your fence run parallel with 31W?
Perpendicular.
Okay, perpendicular. Okay.
So you'll have, Christian, you'll have the sign facing toward Kroger. You'll have a 6-foot privacy fence, then you
Okay.
have a car and a half garage, and then you have a space, and then you have the house.
Okay. Thank you.
And we have no plans for any structures. It's purely to make sure that we have a drive-through, because basically with coronavirus coming through, the business plan has changed dramatically for people coming inside.
Understand.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Brooks? Yeah, Mr. Brooks, did you have anything you needed to add, do a presentation, or?
I guess I would just say this. I mean, I think the staff report, of course, was thorough. There's a lot of moving parts here. Could I ask Jessica to pull up the existing land use map?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's a little small there, but I just wanted to make the point. I think it's pretty obvious what we're trying to do here. And even though we have development plan conditions that talk about building, what kind of building we could have, we included those only because with the zoning we are requesting, you could have a building. And we felt like we ought to address, if that ever happened, what kind of building it would be. It certainly won't happen with this business because they don't want a building there. And if you look at the existing land use map, I just think it's instructive. To the south, I think to the south is the residential lot that we've been talking about and how close we are to it. And you just heard from Mr. Holmes that the owner of that lot supports, I think he strongly supports this application. To the west is the Funky Bean and the bypass. We all know how busy that is. To the north is the Kroger Shopping Center. And across the street, zoning and future land use map would indicate residential, but that lot is vacant. And if you look across the street looking east, you're looking at an industrial use. It's many warehouses which sit behind that lot. So we sort of think the surrounding area makes this really a very compatible use. So that's all I have to say, unless you all have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for the audience. Do we have any opposition to this request? Do we have anyone in the audience with any questions concerning this application? No questions, no opposition? And I'll ask for a motion. And we have three that we need to address. First will be the Flume Amendment. I'll call for that motion, please.
I make the motion to approve the proposed future land use map amendment, docket number 2021-08 Flume, based upon the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing. The proposed Flume amendment has met the directive to amend the Flume as outlined in LU 1.1.4 in the comprehensive plan. Further, I request that this motion include the summary of evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. We have a second.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks, Commissioner Starks,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Unseld,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Volkert,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. The motion carried. Now, since that motion was successful, we can go ahead and address the zone change request. I'll call for that motion.
I make the motion to approve the proposed zoning map amendment together with a condition upon the general development plan docket number 2021-18-Z-BG. Based upon the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing, the proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with the adopted Focus 2030 comprehensive plan as demonstrated by its compliance with the objectives and action items presented in the staff report. Therefore, the proposed zoning map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan. Further, I request that the motion include the summary of evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, sir, and we have a second. Thank you.
Commissioner Starks,
Yes.
Commissioner Unseld, Commissioner Unseld,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Volkert,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. The motion carried. Our recommendation will be for approval. And our last action on this request is the variance. I'll call for that motion, please.
I make the motion to approve the request for variance at 228 Riverwood Avenue, docket number 2021 V04, a variance of 6.42 feet from the required buffer of 10 feet between incomparable land uses, and a variance of 96.52 feet to allow a drive-through with a speaker to be located 3.58 feet from a residential district structure or use. The testimony presented in this public hearing has shown that the granting of these variances will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare, will not alter the essential character of the general vicinity. It will not cause a hazard or nuisance to the public, and will not allow unreasonable requirements of the zoning regulations.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Commissioner Volkert,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Unseld,
Ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. The motion carried. Thank you all.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Okay, next item. Docket number 2021-09 Flume. Linda Ellis Johnson and Bill and Susan Scott have filed an application for a future land use map amendment on a tract of land containing approximately 0.15 acre located at 902 Elm Street from moderate density residential to mixed use residential. Also, those same applicants, docket number 2021-18 ZBG, have filed to rezone that land, that same acreage, from RM4 multifamily residential to general business with a general development plan. And again, docket number 2021 V05, they have applied for variances and waivers on that same property at that same location, zoned RM4 multifamily residential. And we will have the staff report from Ms. Ramsey.
Thank you, Chair Runner. We had a pre-application conference on December 21st for the property you see outlined here in yellow, which is practically within sight from where a few of us are sitting right now. The Chair Runner's already stated the future land use map amendment request and the rezoning request. The rezoning request is in order to allow a mixture of uses on the property, which could include single-family residential, traditional bed and breakfast, short-term rental, and limited events, including an afternoon tea room, cooking, entertainment sessions, bridal showers, and luncheons. The applicants are also requesting variances for the required building setback adjacent to a single-family use, and a variance for the required landscape buffer. And we'll talk more about that in just a second. Just note, under the compatibility with the surrounding development, that this property, a little different than some that we see, but it is located in the Upper East Main Local Historic District. Go on to page 2, future land use map categories, which are moderate density residential currently, which encourages areas developed for higher density, single family, detached and attached, as well as semi-detached multifamily development, such as duplexes, townhouses, apartment buildings, condominiums, and mobile home parks, and density should range between 3.5 and 13 dwelling units per acre. The mixed use residential category, which what the request is to go to tonight, applies to mixed use areas where, taken as a whole, the primary land use is residential in a variety of housing types and densities, balanced by complementary retail, office, institutional, and civic uses. The distribution of land among these various activities shall be implemented through specific zoning, with standards addressing the form and character of development to ensure compatibility. This designation applies to the historic core of downtown Bowling Green or urbanized areas being redeveloped with the primary use as residential, where complementary commercial and services are provided in a contiguous area. Here, development standards should be tailored to emphasize an urban character and a mix of intensity of development appropriate to this unique center of activity. When proposed as part of a mixed-use development, commercial uses should comprise of only 25% of such development. Standalone commercial developments should not exceed 10% of any contiguous area designated mixed-use residential. No commercial footprint should exceed 10,000 square feet, and compatibility will be addressed by applying policies in LU 113 in conjunction with the general development plan. So you have there again LU 114, which you've already seen tonight. The applicant submitted this narrative to address LU 114. The subject neighborhood is a mixture of multifamily residential, single-family residential, office, and business uses. The proposed use is, both by its nature and based upon the tendered development plan condition, a light business presence in the neighborhood. The structure will maintain its residential appearance. Directly across Elm Street from this property is the same future land use map designation, mixed use residential, which is requested by the applicant. The proposed development will in fact tend to help perpetuate the historic residential character of the neighborhood. The proposed use will add no additional burden to existing infrastructure. So I forgot to click through my maps here like normal, but yeah, there's the existing use. Of course, this is all a mixture, downtown area, commercial, single family, multifamily, public institutional. And that brown color, mixed use residential across the street from this property is mixed use residential, which the applicant also referenced in the narrative I just read. Okay, so there we have our variances pulled up, which we will get to in a second. Site characteristics review, layout, lot sizes, and setbacks. The existing conditions are shown on the preliminary development plan. The applicants are planning to repurpose the existing structure or site for multiple uses as outlined in this report. The external appearance of this property should generally remain the same if the application is approved. Setbacks will adhere to the general business standards set forth in the zoning ordinance, with the exception of the building setback required adjacent to a single-family residential use for which the applicants have applied for variances. Natural features, forgot to mention there are a few mature trees present on the property. Cultural or historical features, this is, some of you might find this pretty interesting, that the existing residence was built in 1920. The property is located in the Upper East Main Historic District, and also in the Upper East Main National Register District. Dubbed the Hines home, several members of the Hines family lived in the structure. Former Bowling Green Mayor Arthur Scott Hines lived and died in the house. He resided on the property with his wife Ann Hines and their children. Their son, Duncan Ludlow Hines, purchased the house in 1956 after his parents' deaths. Annie was the sister of the famous Duncan Hines, making their son Duncan his nephew. Site design and compatibility review. Surrounding density. Area contains a mix of moderate and higher density single and multifamily residential uses. Surrounding architectural features, there are several historic structures in the vicinity that range from 1 to 2 stories in height. Building materials review. The existing structure has a masonite exterior with a brick stone foundation. Building orientation. The current structure faces Elm Street. Landscaping and screening. The applicants have requested variances from the required landscaping buffers adjacent to a single family residential use. Proposed open space, the maximum allowable lot coverage in the GB zone is 80%, meaning a minimum of 20% of the property will remain as open space. And pedestrian, bicycle, or transit facilities, there are sidewalks located on both sides of Chestnut Street and, sorry, that's, must be from a different application. But anyway, there are sidewalks located here, as you can see. Development plan conditions, we'll go over those. There are 6 that have been proposed. Number 1, uses for the property shall be limited to single-family residence, short-term rental, traditional bed and breakfast, and small meeting place for activities such as afternoon tea room, cooking or entertainment sessions, bridal showers, and luncheon space. Number 2, hours of operation for any residential use on the property other than overnight accommodation uses shall be limited from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Number 3, in the event the existing structure on the property should have an addition, be replaced, or be substantially remodeled, at least 80% of all exterior facades shall consist of the current facade materials of brick, stone, ephes, or cementitious siding extending to ground level, and building height shall be limited to 2 stories. Number 4, existing trees on the property shall be preserved to the greatest extent possible. The property lines adjacent to residential uses shall, to the extent practicable, comply with the landscaping requirements of the zoning ordinance for buffers between incompatible land uses. Number 5, freestanding signage shall be limited to a single monument-style sign no taller than 30 inches in height and no more than 12 square feet per sign face. Freestanding signage may only be lit from the exterior and must be of masonry materials, excluding plain face or split face block. And number 6, in the event of any modifications to vehicular access to the property, such modifications will be coordinated with and approved by the City of Bowling Green Public Works Department. The Focus 2030 category review, there were 15 items that staff evaluated, 2 of which comply, and the remaining 13 may or generally comply. Those are LU 111 and 112, if deemed compatible with the surrounding area and the flume amendment is approved, and LU 113, the proposal is compatible with the area. LU2, if the proposal will result in high quality development that will protect the character of the area. The proposal generally complies with LU 214 and NCR 116 based on the DPC addressing trees on the property. LU 25 and 252, if the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding area, if it will stabilize and protect the existing neighborhood. Apologize on your staff report. We left off LU 253, which is left up to your determination that the proposal is an opportunity for revitalization and redevelopment. NCR 22 and NCR 25, the applicants are proposing to preserve and repurpose the existing historic structure. So you all should consider if the adaptive reuse of a historical structure as both residential and limited commercial activity will help preserve the historical integrity of the structure and enhance the character of the historic district. HN1, HN13, if the proposal is a compatible infill development that will maintain or improve existing character and pattern of development within the area, and if it will strengthen nearby neighborhoods. Moving on to the section about the variances. They come from Article 4, additional setback adjacent to single-family residential district or uses. Development of the general business district adjacent to the boundary of a single-family residential zoning district or single-family residential use shall require a minimum of 40-foot side and rear yard setback. The applicants are requesting a variance of 38.93 feet from the required 40-foot rear setback and a 28.15-foot variance from the required 40-foot side yard setback for commercial zoning adjacent to a single-family district or use. So those are pointed out here on this exhibit. The other one, buffers between incompatible land uses. All buffers located between incompatible land uses must be a minimum of 10 feet in width. The applicants are requesting a variance of 10 feet from the required 10-foot landscape buffer along the side property line and an 8.93-foot variance from the required 10-foot landscape buffer along the rear property line. So we have there again the findings necessary for granting a variance, and the applicants submitted the following narrative to address that. The applicant's proposal, variance and zone change taken together, will serve to preserve the historic character of the neighborhood by allowing a very limited business use and thus will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare. The development plan conditions associated with the companion rezoning request strictly limit uses and add aesthetic design protections. The limited business use facilitated by these variances are consistent with other uses in the immediate area. Under the staff review summary, I will just note that the applicants, again, are preserving to preserve and repurpose the existing historic structure, and that any future exterior modifications would require application for and approval of a certificate of appropriateness through the Historic Preservation Board. Going back to page 1, we've got some points to consider. Number 1, this body should consider if the argument provided by the applicants to amend the flume meets the criteria outlined in LU 114 of the comp plan. If approved, the proposed zone change would be consistent with the flume and the mixed-use residential category. Number 2, the proposed development complies with the majority of the site characteristics review criteria, with the exception of the building setback for a commercial use located adjacent to a single-family residential use and the required landscape buffer width for which the applicants have requested variances. This body should consider if the requested variances arise from special circumstances which do not generally apply to land in the general vicinity, and if the strict application of the provisions of the regulations would deprive the property owner of the reasonable use of the land. This body should further consider if the argument provided by the applicants addresses the findings required to grant a variance. Number 4, the proposed general development plan complies with the majority of the review criteria for site design and meets the minimum requirements of the zoning ordinance. And number 5, compatibility of the proposed development should be determined by the Planning Commission. So that is all I have. I believe the applicants are with us. You should have also received a letter from the resident at 615 East Main Avenue. And I believe we may have other opposition present with us tonight. Just wanted to note those things, but other than that, that's all I have for the staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Commissioners, you have questions?
Miss Ramsey,
Yes, ma'am.
the concern that I have when I went down there is there's no parking. They're wanting to have a facility for like a tea or a reception or something, but I couldn't see that there would be any parking area for something like that. Maybe 1 or 2 people on the street, but nothing for any kind of gathering.
Yes, Commissioner Clark, that is correct, that there is no on-site parking. This property is located in an area where we do not require on-site parking for commercial uses. And so that's why there is no on-street parking provided, nor are they required to.
Any other questions before we hear from the applicant? No other questions. Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant, please.
Yes, this is Kevin Brooks. I represent the applicants, and I may let you hear from them in just a moment. I'll just make a couple of comments. First of all, when you heard Ms. Ramsey read what the current flume allows, and you compare that to the limited uses we would put in our development plan conditions, we submit that this is going to be a much more compatible place than it might be if it were used, for example, for apartments and that sort of thing, because we've eliminated all those uses. Parking that Ms. Clark asked about, let me just address that briefly, and we can do more if we need to. I think Ms. Ramsey, she told us what the law is in terms of what the requirements are, but also that's just a realization, I think, of an urban setting. That's really fairly typical. To be precise, I think there may be a single parking space on this lot, but that's not to quibble too much, because Dr. Johnson, who will develop this, obviously knows that if she's going to have 3 cars, they got to park somewhere. And what we would say to that is that within a block of this location, there is all kinds of unused parking, which can be used. Again, typical in an urban setting. And it is our intention, in fact, this has kind of already been agreed upon tentatively with another neighbor. It is our intention to arrange substantial off-site parking so that we just don't have to worry about that, because she cannot really operate this facility in the way she wants without telling the people who will come there where to park. And we fully intend to make those arrangements. So having said that, one of the applicants, I think all the applicants are here. I would like to call Dr. Linda Johnson. I saw her earlier and I trust she's still on.
I am.
Okay, so Dr. Johnson, this is your brainchild and your dream of what you want to do with this.
Kevin, you need to get her sworn in.
I'm sorry. Yep.
I apologize. If you state your name and address for us, please, Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Linda Ellis Johnson. I live at 921 Elm Street in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
And you swear to tell the truth before this commission?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Runner, and to the commissioners for their time this evening. I do believe passionately in the future of Bowling Green and reinvesting in our community. 902 Elm Street has been on the market for 4 years and it has not sold. And it is, as Ms. Ramsey mentioned, an important historic property where Duncan Hines, America's first food critic, lived for a short period of time with his sister Annie Hines. And I really believe that history should be preserved. Currently, I live across the street in a rental house at 921 Elm. And I know quite a few of my neighbors, as do the Scotts who currently own the home. And we have talked to several of the property owners in the area, and they've been supportive of this plan. I appreciate the historic nature of the neighborhood, and I have enjoyed living there, and I would like to preserve it. This house, 902 Elm, would be my primary residence. I would also plan to host small gatherings, including teas. I contacted a local builder regarding some modifications that I wanted to make to the interior of the kitchen. And he told me that he had actually looked at 902 Elm with the thought of carving it up into 4 apartments for college students. And as you all know, that is allowed within the current zoning guidelines. It kind of broke my heart to hear that we would lose the historic value of this property. So I would look forward to working with you to preserve this important historic district for the people of Bowling Green. And I would appreciate your positive consideration.
So, Chair Runner, the current owners, Dr. Scott and Susan Scott, are with us. Brian Shirley from Arnold Consulting, who's helped us with the site plan, is here. We are available for your questions, but I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any questions for any of the applicants?
Can we ask the applicant about how she sees the parking in the future going to be? I mean, is she making arrangements across the street, a block away? What exactly is she doing about parking?
So I'll see if I can answer that, and then I will let Dr. Johnson correct me. Actually, she has specific arrangements for the use of a good sized parking lot within a block or even a half a block of this location.
Good. I just know safety is an issue in that area, and I just want to make sure that anyone coming, especially at night, would be safe to go a block or two for trying to park. So that's my concern, is the safety issue.
Any other commissioners have questions? Do we have anyone in opposition to this request?
Yes, Commissioners, this is Scott Schutte on behalf of Wida and Albert Meyer.
Yes, sir. If you have a presentation, yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, we just have a couple of points. The Meyers are property owners of 912 Elm Street, which, if you look at the property map, is directly across the roadway which runs from Elm over to Park Street. And some of their concerns are a lot of line with what Ms. Clark has said as far as parking. There is no available parking there. They've said they've secured a parking lot a block and a half away. Granted, that's not in the application process or mentioned in their application. Considering that they are proceeding to operate a business, we would like to have some type of confirmation with regard to possible parking or agreements in that sense. The other issue is with regard to the request for variance. The idea of the business setback requirements next to residential properties is that they are provided some type of buffer between businesses. And this request for variance essentially eliminates that buffer and would have a business operating essentially right on top of residential properties. We also don't believe that this is compatible with the general makeup of this area. If you look at the property maps with the zoning ordinance or with the zoning regulations currently, the business district is all to the east of this already. That is all already zoned business, plenty of opportunities to run this type of business over there. And this is somewhat kind of the last buffer, the last area of these residential homes that are in this downtown or very close to downtown. And this could essentially open up the doors for future businesses and more development along this residential area, in which they would prefer to keep it residential as it is and preserve a little bit of this neighborhood that has been there for quite some time. The other issue is with operating a business in that location is that side street is the only point of access to the rear of 912 Elm Street. And obviously, if there's a business run there, I don't doubt it that at some point in time there will be trucks or cars or employees that will have to park on that roadway. And if you look at the pictures included in Ms. Meyer's presentation, it very clearly shows that this 9-foot wide pathway is not capable of allowing for any type of parking or any type of cars parked there, and it'll completely eliminate the ability to utilize that side street that goes from Elm to Park. And Dr. Meyer is on the call as well, and I'll let her take the remainder of my time and make any additional comments she may have.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I'll swear myself in. Dr. Wida Meyer, 912 Elm Street, Bowling Green, Kentucky, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you please move the back to the title slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so anyone can access this presentation if you like. We want to look at it again. HTTP bit.ly/902 Elm Street with the word street spelled out. Okay, next, please. So the variance requests are highly problematic in this application, and the requests must be denied if the testimony provided by the applicant in this public hearing fails to show that public health and safety, the general character, hazard and nuisances, those will not be adversely affected, and it won't create a hazard or nuisance. It won't allow an unreasonable circumvention of the requirements of the zoning regulations. Now, the one generic statement that was provided by the applicants which is a simple assertion that it won't affect it because it's historic and they plan to not change the outside of the place. That's not adequate for demonstrating these points. The property that's in question is essentially a big house on a tiny lot. And so rezoning it as general business doesn't allow for any of the proper setbacks or landscape buffers. And as has already been pointed out, the parking is a big issue, including and especially the use of this public way in between 912 and 902 Elm Street, which they use on the side for parking, but honestly in the past have parked on themselves for extended periods of time, which I learned last week is actually illegal, as it's a public way and is supposed to be kept open. So the applicant is unable to meet the setback, distancing, and buffer requirements that protect residential homeowners from business intrusion. And I have to tell you, this thing would be right on top of our house next door, with zero landscape buffer to protect from sound or any of the activities, people coming and going. It's going to operate from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I expect there'll be alcohol served. I don't know of anyone who has bachelorette parties without alcohol being served. Afternoon teas, often there's a sherry option. This would be the only place in the whole historic district that sells alcohol. So they haven't addressed the needs of really their business requirements. And the rezoning and land use provisions would break through what is currently a strong residential only line at Elm Street and protects the residential nature of the area. Next, please. I'll zip through on these next ones. That's sort of the main part of this. If you look at, let's take a look at this from a neighborhood view instead of the north orientation. The street that you see running up and down is Main Street, and the one that you see at the bottom going horizontally is Elm Street. And what you see at the very top of this is Reservoir Hill, also known as Hospital Hill, and the Bowling Green Tower, which is the iconic location on Bowling, the iconic symbol of that Bowling Green chooses to use. So there's a core of gorgeous historic houses all along East Main and along Elm. I'll show you an overhead map in just a second with the outline of the historical district. And the property in question that's applied for rezoning is there with a star. But Bowling Green has always had this not north-south, but uptown, downtown orientation. And really, the upper end of East Main, and upper literally because it's on a hill, going down to downtown where the commercial districts are, has always been the separation. And in fact, prior owners of houses on East Main often had their businesses further down East Main in the central business district. And some of that zoning has crept up, and some of it's been pretty aggressive, which I'll show in just a second. Next, please. Here is, I'll orient you briefly because the next couple of image slides will show that. You see the reservoir at the top, and just to the left of it, the Bowling Green Tower. That's the outline of the historic district. And you see a white star where, again, the 902 property is located facing Elm Street. But it's at the corner of East Main and Elm, and it's a critical location there. If that turns to business zoning and uses, then that's a strong sort of buffer that's going to make all the rest of that residential nature of the area vulnerable. Down once more, next. Here's the historic area, Upper East Main National District. So we'll focus on that area next. And then here's a close-up of the zoning at this point. I mentioned that it's aggressive. If you look down below the star, right, the applicants referred to what's across the street. You've got central business located there, and then actually, I think the parking lot that they refer to is there in purple, if I'm not mistaken. But all of the area in the upper end of East Main is currently zoned as residential. So, next. And this is where the zoning has been aggressive. If you look down down on the lower side of down on the lower side of Elm Street, you see that actually it's also residential, and that little blue dot that they're referring to as the property across the street, that's actually was briefly a Montessori school for a very small number of children, and has reverted to land use, to actual use in place as residential. So actually the current use on the other side of Elm Street is all residential. Next, please. And very and strongly residential on the first side. So this is where you see that that as well. While commercial uses are allowed on the lower end of Elm Street, they're not allowed currently on the other end. And you see where, you know, that one vulnerable spot there would like produce a domino effect potentially. Next. Okay, there, yeah. So right here, you see a whole set of actually pop up once more, one up. Thank you. So here I've removed the outline of the historic district, and that's because some of the alleys in the historic district are really what define the boundaries of it. So I've removed that so you can take a look. You see all the open spaces, just as the roads are open to see sort of the underlying GIS imagery layer. All of the things that are sort of smaller than the major streets, including the things named alleys and the things with no names, that's part of the historic alley network. And this walking area and bicycling area, and, you know, people walking their dogs, people even using small vehicles to get from place to place through these alleys, that is part of the historic nature and charm of the whole region. So down once more. So I've highlighted those in yellow here so you can get a better feeling for that. And notice that just to the right of the white star is one of these public ways. Down once more. So that's where it is. You can see where it is and how much green space is there, and then, you know, it kind of falls away pretty quickly to concrete in the bottom part of that. And so this green residential area is what needs to be protected. Down once more. So this is a close-up of this. Note that the passageway between 902 Elm Street on your left and 912 Elm Street on your right, which is my house, it's a public way. It is not a driveway. The properties to the right of this have driveways. This is not a driveway. And what was done by the past, actually, I guess the current owner, not the prospective owner yet, but what was done in the past is that was tried to be treated as a driveway. And honestly, the trash bins were stuck in the public way to try to block folks coming through. There was no hesitation about parking cars for extended periods there. And finally, the owner instead paved the grass on the right side of the house, as you see between the building and the yellow line to your right, and turned that into concrete pavers. And that is the one space available for about one personal car. Now I will note, next please, that even now, you take a picture on the right, even now when vehicles come to do business at the house or to make use of things, they're not allowed by the owner to park on the concrete pavers. They take up the public way. And here are two cars that were parked just a few days ago on February 24th. And they were there for, I'm not sure, I think it was a couple of hours, but you know, but they were just there. There was no one going in and out. They weren't even unloading and loading stuff. They were just parked there, presumably doing work at the house. The other thing I need you to know is that if the future, if this are the, you know, if the future owners have dreams of trying to claim this public way as part of a property, that will be highly problematic. It's the only wheelchair access. And last week, my husband, Albert, was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And so if he needs a wheelchair in the near future, the front slopes are too high to put in a ramp, and the only reasonable way into the ground floor is through the public way, which is maintained by the city and was repaved just a couple of years ago, into the back entrance of the house, which allows one to get to the ground floor. We also have a friend who currently uses it with access for his special bicycle because of a military service injury and head injuries. He's not able to drive a car, so he has to get around in another special vehicle, and that gets parked in our backyard. But you know, I don't want any of those folks having to call up and say, I'd like to get out of my house now. Do you mind finding out who parked there and try to move it? That's not reasonable. Yes.
Ma'am, I hate to interrupt, but you got 2 minutes left. I just want to let you know that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I will summarize. I really wanted folks to see the photos and get some orientation. Thank you so much. 2 minutes. Got it. Next. The setbacks that are required between general business are, you know, is 40 feet between general business and my property. They have 1 foot in the rear. They have less than 12 feet on the side, and we're expected to, you know, to just, you know, suffer that intrusion. Next. Similarly, there should be a landscape buffer to protect from sound from the cars that will be moving in and out. And in fact, if that's the place for a business, that becomes also a vehicle use area, which is not compensated for, not mentioned, you know, no buffer. Next. So there are a number of most of the things that should be addressed to resolve incompatible land use are not addressed. And in fact, they do not mention any other kinds of sort of ways of making up the impact of their lack of the buffer and the variances. So, and the shortcomings of this property for business use cannot be made up by appropriating public goods. And that's the final point. You can scroll through the rest. I believe that they've failed to show in their application. And next. Okay. Yep. Next. Yep, and next. So you can read all these for yourselves, and you can stop there. The last slide is just references and links if people want it. Again, the link is bit.ly/902 Elm Street. So I very much hope that that the Planning and Zoning Commission denies this applicant's request for unreasonable variances. And I think with the impact of having a commercial development, specially zoned general business, and no telling what will happen after this owner to a general business zoned area with no buffer in place, it's deeply concerning. Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone else in opposition?
May I ask Ms. Meyer a question?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is your house and the house we're discussing, are they on the National Historic Register? Or the, go ahead.
My house was built in 1880, as far as I can tell, and actually we're in the process of getting the house registered in the National Historic Registry as an individual house. But we've worked so far to collect what we can about prior owners in preparation for that, and we've talked about that for a number of years. So it's actually in the process of going in, and certainly we have, as owners in a national historic district and a local historic district, have worked hard to comply with any and all requirements of, that's appropriate to a house like that. These houses outlive us. We're temporary people who pass through, and we have to respect and protect the houses and the neighborhood. The house is a fourth person in our family.
Any other questions?
Commissioner, 902 Elm Street is a Landmark Association home and an award-winning home for the remodel that was done to the exterior by Bill and Susan Scott.
Does it lose its oh, sorry.
We had a question. Sandy, go ahead, and if you had a question. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. If this house is on the National Historic Register and it's received awards and everything, if it becomes a general business type situation, does it lose all those designations because it's no longer going to be a local historic registry residence?
Commissioner Clark, I can answer that. One thing I also do here is, as I've told you all in the past, is the historic. I'm the staff liaison for the historic district, and the zoning of the property, as with its uses and everything, that does not change the fact that the property remains on both the in both the local Upper East Main Historic District and on the National Register of that. The National Register Upper East Main Historic District. So that will not change its status on either of those databases.
If it becomes a business, that doesn't affect it?
No, ma'am. No, it will still stay in the district because it's based on where that boundary was drawn. And so it will stay in the local and the National Register of the Upper East Main District.
Have we heard from the Historic Preservation Board about this request?
I have not personally received any correspondence from any of the 5 board members regarding this application.
Ms. Clark, the only thing that will trigger the review of this project by the Historic Preservation Board will be an application to modify the exterior of the building. And if that application is filed, it will require review and approval by the Historic Preservation Board. But there's nothing before us tonight that involves a modification of the exterior of the structure that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember. I know I staffed that board many years ago, and we're the ones that had them put in the concrete pavers, but I couldn't remember about the business part.
Commissioners, do you have any questions of anyone on the opposition? Any other questions? I think I asked earlier, do we have anyone else in opposition? Anyone else?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, if you'd state your name and address for us, please.
My name is Jeff Stevens. I live at 628 East Main Avenue, also known as the Carl Herdman House. And I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I purchased the house in 1987 with my wife, Barb, who sadly died in the house in 1992. My wife, Susan, and I have lived here the past 25 years. We take great pride in our neighborhood and our house, and we have made our house restored back to as original as possible. And we feel that it has enhanced the quality of our neighborhood. As you all may agree, Bowling Green is a unique and beautiful city, one of the best in the nation. And the historic districts play an integral part in that, especially the East Upper Main Historic District. We have the history of the Reservoir Hill, Civil War Fort, the Patriotic Water Tower, Park, just to name a few. The different architectural designs of the houses on the street are unique. Our location to the downtown area, and we give tourists and visitors to the town a true look at a historic neighborhood. We have wonderful neighbors, and one of our goals, at least ours, mine for the past 33 years that I've lived here, is to have as many single-family owners as possible and as little rental property as possible. Now, of course, we don't want to interfere with Bill and Susan Scott selling their house, which, as mentioned, has been on the market for 4 years. But our view is that any house from Elm Street up to Park Street should remain residential and not be rezoned for business or any other purpose. If the rezoning of this property to general business passes, will that open the door for other homes to do the same? And then where does that stop? Also, if Dr. Johnson were to eventually sell this property, who knows what the next owner or owners would turn it into if it's general business. Thus, we feel that the Planning Commission should strongly look at and consider if indeed this proposal will enhance and improve the character of our historic district and neighborhood. Our feeling is that it will not. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I could say that I do think that parking is going to be a major issue. And I think it's unrealistic that people are going to park a block away to walk to this venue. They're going to park as close as they can, which will probably be on East Main. We've already had that problem to a certain degree with people going to downtown venues. Often, I'll say college kids or whatever, they'll park up to our house, walk down so they can drink or whatever, and then they will walk back to their car. So they're not observed leaving the downtown area. That's our feeling.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else that wants to make a statement?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're actually having some technical difficulties, but I am here with Mr. and Mrs. Tabor. They live at the property located at 613 East Main Street, and we will be respectful of your time this evening because I know we're getting late into the meeting, but they just wanted to state their objection on the record. Mr. Tabor's family has actually owned the property.
I wonder if we could have this person identify herself, and is she a lawyer or is she sworn in? I just want to be sure I know what we got here.
I apologize. My name is Lindsay Porter and I'm a lawyer.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. So as I was saying, Mr. Tabor's family has actually owned the property located at 613 East Main Street since 1957, but the property was built in 1922. This is the property that is directly abut to the 902 Elm Street property. As we're all aware, this is a very quiet, quaint, peaceful neighborhood in Bowling Green. It's the historic district. People generally know their neighbors and they feel very safe. One of our issues to this change is that if we start to allow businesses to pop up in the neighborhood, it's going to dramatically change the nature and character of the historic neighborhood as a whole. Moreover, it's going to have a lasting impact on the entire area on a long-term basis. When does this become a slippery slope? At the end of the day, this zoning change is inconsistent with the nature of the neighborhood, and it's not in compliance with the future land use, which is to keep this neighborhood residential. We think that the most important issue is parking. It's going to pose a serious burden on the residents who live in the surrounding area. As you know, access to this particular property is curtailed because it sort of sits on a berm. There is no on-site parking, and while we acknowledge that on-site parking is not required, it's not realistic to expect people frequenting a bed and breakfast or a bridal shower or luncheon or tea party to park a block away. They're going to find parking on the street. And along with that, it's not fair to expect residents who depend on street parking to have to park a block away because this property is taking up so much street parking. Another issue is the people who do have driveways in this area, oftentimes their driveway and ingress and egress is blocked by cars parked on the street. And so essentially, we're going to add to existing issues with parking. And to close, this just creates an intrusion on a very unique historic area of Bowling Green that needs to be safeguarded by this commission. The residents in the area wish to maintain and preserve the character of the most pristine residential district in the history of Bowling Green. And so if the commission finds tonight that this change does not change the nature and character of the neighborhood and chooses to approve the zone change application, then we're asking you to consider at what point does it change? Because we will likely all be in the same position asking these same questions again. And at this juncture, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tabor. Do you have anything to add? We'll need to swear him in.
Hello, this is Jonathan Tabor, resident of 613 East Main Avenue. I do swear to tell the whole truth.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, as a resident at 613 being directly next door to the 902 Elm Street house in question, my wife and I do not have guaranteed parking. So our only sole parking is in front of our house. So they, as our neighbors next door in the 912 Elm Street parking said, they don't have guaranteed parking as well. That alleyway is not parking. Neither nor my wife or myself have ever parked in that alleyway. There's been numerous times the current owners have blocked that alleyway where our garbage has not been picked up. We have not been able to access our backyard. If there's any kind of services ever needed to be rendered, we have no access to that rear area. As speaking on parking, our other neighbors have spoke. There have been numerous apartments, rental property that have been used by college students, young adults, those who throw house parties, as they spoke. Their guests that will park in our house, in front of our house, up our street, around our area. They may not stay the night, but they will drink, into the morning hours. Then the next morning there will be parking opened up. And there's been numerous times my wife and I have had to park blocks away from where we live. So that has been a inconvenience. Even though we do know this is street parking, it is becoming an issue in the past. Now, this being a venue, my wife and I just recently got married, so we understand that there's no such thing as having a venue that people are going to park far away. People are going to want to park as close as possible. Also, like as our other neighbors in 912 spoke, that currently there's no ADA access point. So if you have a guest or resident of that house and they decide to park there, they're going to have to park closer to accommodate their disabilities, which we're understanding. But as residents and taxpayers of that area, we lose our street parking. And as well as this housing been in my family since the 1950s, this now poses an issue to the historical value of the house. If we now make that a commercial building, what makes it no different than anyone else in the Elm or East Main or potentially Park Street area to start zoning their houses commercial that become future apartments, future businesses, anything that can just kind of opens up a snowball effect for as you grant one, it leads to the other following. I'm going to turn it back over to our attorney.
We have nothing further. We appreciate you allowing us to voice our opposition to this matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have anyone else with any additional information? We've already discussed the historic district issues and the parking. So we already have that on record. If anyone has anything else, we'll be happy to hear that. Anything else?
Hey, Kevin.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. I mean, one of the things I hear is the fear of at night and things going late. Would Dr. Johnson consider moving the times of operation?
We'll have to ask Dr. Johnson that question. Let me just say this, because you have hit on the point. I mean, I just feel like I need to clarify. This is not a college party venue, folks. So, we're just not gonna have that kind of stuff going on here. And the hours of operation sort of address all that. We've limited it to 10. We felt like that was a reasonable early cutoff. But I can ask, if you give me a second, I'll ask, Commissioner. Can we do that?
Thank you, sir, please.
May I make add one more piece of information related to the parking people have been mentioning? And that is that the parking on Elm Street is.
Dr. Meyer.
I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Meyer,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Brooks has left the meeting to confer with his client about a question that he's been asked. And
Yes.
so I think we probably ought to suspend anything further being
Absolutely.
said.
Mr. Moore, I believe Mr. Brooks is still on the call.
I'm back, and the hours of operation, which are limited to 10 p.m., we'll just limit them to 9 p.m.
All right.
I'd like to ask at any one time, how many visitors or occupants would there be in this bed and breakfast?
Well, when it is used as a bed and breakfast, so there'll be very few people there. When it's used as a private residence, as it will be a lot, there'll be one person there. And then when it is used for these sort of like bridal luncheons and that sort of thing, I don't know. We wanted to find out, and we're unable to do so, sort of what the fire department limit would be, but we suspect that would be a lot higher than the practical limit we would use. We really do think it'll be a modest place.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions for the applicant?
Kevin, this is Rick Starks.
Yes, Rick.
I noticed also one of the potential uses was short-term rental. Is the applicant also considering something similar to Airbnb in addition to bed and breakfast and the other things that's being considered?
I think that is a term of art from the zoning ordinance. In fact, I would even ask Ms. Ramsey to help me with that, but I think that would be an allowable use.
Okay. I just noticed it said potential short-term rental.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess maybe it's Ben or Rachel may want to chime in more of this. I guess technically, since this is in the city limits and the city of Bowling Green, at least as far as I am aware, has not officially adopted the most recent zoning ordinance changes that we went through about a year ago, there is currently not an official short-term rental category in the city. It's anticipated that there will be, just like there is in the rest of Warren County. But in that event, a short-term rental would be a permitted use in the general business zone.
So
Right now, it's just called a bed and breakfast, and that's just the category it would fall under, but that was permitted anyway, regardless.
Thank you.
May I ask a couple more questions, please?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Mr. Brooks, does the applicant, if she's planning on having like receptions and or bridesmaid luncheons and that type thing, is she doing the catering, or does she anticipate catering coming in, flowers coming in, and that type of situation where people are going to have to use that drive to drop things off and everything?
I do not think Dr. Johnson plans on being the cook. And I guess like most any place, yeah, one can carry in food and so forth.
Okay.
Since you asked the question and phrased it in terms of blocking the drive, maybe I'll just go ahead and address that just a little bit now rather than wait till closing, because Mr. Schutte referred to that as a street, and then we heard it was a public way. It's an alley. We all know what alleys are in downtown urban Bowling Green. We acknowledge that we can't use it for parking. We do not want to use it for parking. It would interfere with our use of the property if it became used as parking. And we'll be happy to cooperate with the neighbors in enforcing that in any way they see fit. We'll be happy for signage to go up there if they want, but the notion we're going to turn that into a parking lot is just incorrect.
Well, I going off that, I guess my follow-up question would be is if it's operating as a bed and breakfast or a luncheon place that's going to be catering, and say there's no on-street parking on Elm or Main Street, where's the drop-off is going to have to be in that alleyway, and it's going to require that area to be blocked for some period of time while it's unloaded.
Well, again, we're not unloading things for a party of 600. It's a very small place.
Sure.
And it is unfair. It's inaccurate to say that the only way to access that property is from that alley. There are two streets. And admittedly, a floral delivery truck would have to park on one of those two streets. That's the way it is.
Okay, my other question for the applicant, is there any way to buffer? I guess there's really no area that would be left to do any kind of buffering from your neighbors. Is that correct? There's really nowhere to put any landscaping or nowhere to put a fence or.
We do not believe that there is. If it were there a place, we would be delighted to put it. We've had some fair amount of discussion with staff about kind of how this would work. And if we could have figured a way, we would have put a DPC in there promising to do it.
Kevin, may I ask one question, please?
Yeah.
I think Brian Shirley may be on the call somewhere. I think, had you mentioned to me previously that Brian indicated there were some opportunities for landscaping along what would be the rear property line?
Yes. There's an area, a little bit of an open area adjacent to we saw it on some of the pictures that we just showed behind the house. A lot of the house goes very, very close to the back property line and always has, but on the side towards the alley, there is an open area. And I will let Brian Shirley address this, but we believe actually that we could do some screening there with very narrow, very tall planting, and we are delighted to do that.
I'm sorry. I will just note that that is on the Tabor's property, and they are opposed to having anything abutting or encroaching upon their property line.
Well, ma'am, we're not going to put it on their property. We're going to plant it on our property.
Will it grow on the property? Will it grow? Can you keep it from growing over? That's what I
Right. The overgrown.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me ask Brian, since it's a good question, Ms. Hurt, let's let Brian Shirley address how that, from a landscape architect's viewpoint, how we might address that.
Madam Chair, I need to be sworn
Yes,
in.
go ahead. Your name and address, please, sir.
Brian Shirley, 1136 South Park Drive.
And you swear to tell the truth.
I do swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
There are a variety of plant material that are very narrow when they grow. You have to plant them close together, and their spread won't be any more than a foot or two, but it creates a green wall that would be a buffer between this proposed application and the house to the rear. And there's some.
So what about to the side?
To the side.
Well, Ms. Clark, I think to the side, you're right next to a public right-of-way, as everyone has been anxious to emphasize. So I don't think we can do that. Again, I would invite staff to chime in if they think there's a way to do it.
And currently there's pavers that go right up to the edge of the pavement of the alley.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark, we did discuss this, I guess, in our preliminary meetings before the application was filed, and that was why the variance that is requested along the side property line is 0, or to go to a 0 buffer, because it's not possible to install any landscaping in that area.
Okay. Well, I just knew that neighbor has a big concern, so I'm just trying to help get that concern answered.
I appreciate you. I'm sorry.
Do we have all the questions answered now from the commissioners? Yes, do you have additional information for us, ma'am?
I just want to say I appreciate you asking, and the reason there's no buffer possible is because, again, a big house on a very small lot, relatively speaking, and because all that area has been turned into pavers, so that they can legally drive off and have one personal spot. The only other thing I would say about Elm Street and parking is that, and sort of access and deliveries, that there is, on the 902 side of Elm Street, there is no parking allowed. So this is a street that allows parking on only one side. So that just does make it more difficult. And I have to say one other thing, and that's that, you know, I heard by word of mouth that there may be a planning and zoning commission member who's in negotiations to rent the use of their parking lot. And so whoever that is, or anyone else who has other sort of like personal or family ties that should recuse themselves from this project decision-making, I would encourage them to do so.
I'm going to imagine that's Dean Warren, who's not here tonight.
I have no idea who it would be.
Well, I mean, I think that's,
I
I think that parking lot connects Dean's building. So I would imagine that's Dean, but he's not here this evening.
Thank you.
Chair Runner, I think we did have one other person that was trying to say something earlier. Mr. Morris, Tom Morris, do you still have something you would like to say?
I would just, yes, thank you.
Let me get you sworn in, sir. If you'd state your name and address.
Tom Morris, 1321 Elizabeth Street, Bowling Green.
And you swear to tell the truth, sir.
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
The original, the Ms. Johnson, I think, said that developer was talking about putting student housing in there, and this is already zoned RM4, I believe. So would they not be able to put student housing in without a zoning change?
That's correct.
Okay, so I think when we're making a decision, we need to weigh what other uses this property might have against what Ms. Johnson is proposing. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, sir.
So Mr. Morris, are you saying you are for this motion? For this change?
I'm not sure I have a position on it, but I would, you know, that occurred to me that this could be made a multifamily, which would seem, it seems to me would be much less desirable in what the applicant wants to do.
Thank you.
Do we have everyone that wanted to speak? We have everyone and all the information covered.
I did want to reemphasize one thing, is that if, I'm just looking down the road, that if the property is rezoned to general business, I'm just concerned as to what it could potentially be, which could be much worse than what the proposal is. Unless there were some major restrictions to be put on that.
Mr. Stevens, there are in fact development plan conditions under number 1, the uses of the property shall be limited to single-family residence, short-term rental, bed and breakfast, small meeting space for activities such as afternoon tea room, cooking, entertainment sessions, bridal showers, and luncheon space.
Right. So
Let me finish, sir.
okay.
Any effort to use the property for things other than in that list would require another public hearing and an amendment to those development plan conditions.
Okay. So the next owner that it would go through the same process. They couldn't turn it into something else.
The restrictions run with the land and are binding upon future owners.
So they would have to come, if another buyer came and he wanted to do something different than outlined, he would have to come back to planning and zoning and ask for a different use than what's been listed.
They would have to ask to at least amend the development plan conditions, yes. And it would be a public hearing before this body.
Well, their foot's already in the door.
Everyone that has wanted to speak, we have everyone on record.
One more question. One question. Since that perspective is being asked. If it or when it turns into, when it goes into other people's hands with that with the zoning, I'm assuming that the complete waivers of the sort of the sort of variance and the complete waivers of the general business requirements for incompatible land use next to a single family residence. I imagine that all the waivers and variances that have been asked for this project also go on in perpetuity, regardless of whether additional use applications are made, correct?
That is correct, Ms. Meyer. This would all run with the land.
We have all the questions answered and all the comments. Closing arguments, the opposition.
Hey, Kevin.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. I mean, you obviously have a bunch of neighbors who either y'all have had discussions with or maybe not had discussions with. Does it make any sense to table this motion or this application and maybe to have another meeting with the neighbors to see if everybody can get a little more comfortable?
So I am willing to consider that, but I have to, I appreciate the offer. I have to say that, Mr. Volkert, this isn't one of those situations where we can create a bunch more development plan conditions to compromise on. We compromised on the only one that we've been asked about tonight. If there were that kind of thing, I would say yes. But
my thing, I don't know about a compromise. One of the opening statements, I think either yourself or Dr. Johnson made, was that you have had conversations with neighbors and you have neighbors that are for it.
Yes.
And either they're not here tonight or what, but I'm not saying anyway, I know what direction this will go when it goes to motion. I'm just saying, does it make any sense to step back and maybe have one more conversation with all your neighbors to see if some people can get more comfortable?
Well, let me respond, and then maybe I need to chat with my client real quick.
Right.
Just one of those Zoom things.
I understand.
Not right here beside me. I feel like my inclination is that I just don't know what more information we could provide to people. I would tell you that there have been all these questions about the historic district and you note that no one associated with the Historic Preservation Board or with that district are here in opposition, I think that should be pretty instructive about how they view this. And it seems like that all of the facts are there. In my experience, I don't often have a large group of people come to support my applications. So the fact that they're not here, I don't think we should take as an indication that there are people in that area that don't support this. And the people that we have heard from tonight, I mean, I don't want to be difficult in the way I say this, but it doesn't sound like we can change their minds.
Understand. Understand.
So, but give me 20 seconds.
Rachel, let me ask you one question. I know I always ask this wrong, but with this from going from RM4 to the new designation, is this considered a downgrade or down zoning?
I think that is a little subjective as far as, I guess, because the general business zone still would allow the multifamily component, just generally speaking. Now, the development plan conditions that are proposed would not allow that. So in that sense, it would remove that as an allowed use, but then it would still be up to the planning commission to determine if those proposed uses would be less intense or a down zoning per se compared with what is currently permitted in RM4.
Okay, I agree.
So, Mr. Volkert, I don't know, we may be waiting on me. I think we're prepared to go ahead tonight.
Okay, great. Great.
Okay, now we'll have closing arguments. That's
Can I ask one more question?
yes, sir.
Well, this would be for the commissioners. In your opinion, do you think that this would enhance and improve the historic nature of our neighborhood? That I think is one of the big questions.
I don't think we'll give an opinion on that.
Mr. Stevens, this ain't it more. You're permitted to cross-examine anybody who's testified here today, but the commissioners have not testified.
Right. Well, I wasn't really wanting them to respond verbally, but when I read the information, I think it was page 5. You know, that's one of the things that they need to consider is does the proposal enhance and improve whatever? So they don't have to answer. I just want it in their mind when they take a vote, if they think that indeed that will improve things.
We'll go ahead with closing arguments, please.
Okay.
Would we like to begin with opposition?
Yes, please.
I'll go ahead and I'll start it off. I don't know if anybody else from opposition will have a closing, but I mean, I think we've all heard a lot of the issues that have been raised by the neighbors. And I think it's pretty consistent objections throughout. It's not like it's one-off issues for an individual homeowner that's directly next to it. They're rather consistent from the entire neighborhood, saying, look, these are the issues that we're concerned about. And with all respect to Mr. Brooks, there haven't been clear answers on the questions we've been concerned with. It's, well, we're in talks with getting a parking lot. We don't believe anybody's going to park on the alleyway. But once this zone change is granted, those questions don't have to be answered, and they won't be until they're actually in play. The other concern is Commissioner discussed the idea of going back and talking about this with the neighbors. And I'm not sure on the full entire neighborhood, and I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I know WIDA and the Myers did not get notice of this until there was a sign put in the 902 residents' front yard saying there's multiple requests in relation to this. And if Mr. Brooks had an idea or the applicant thought there would be objections, you'd think that they would reach out to the concerned citizens and the people actually infected by this zone change and try and have a meaningful conversation before it gets to this meeting where they have now a bunch of objectors on their hand. That's all I want to say, and I think that's my closing. And if WIDA wants to say anything else, I'll let her go now.
Oh, well, are you not representing her?
I am, but if
That's, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's fine as well, then. I understand. Thank you all for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And
Ms. Porter, I believe you would be next, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I will be brief. On behalf of the Tabors, we just echo everything that the previous speaker just said before. And we'll also note that the Tabors received notice of this proposed change on February 17th. So not much time between now and then in order to gather neighbor input and also address those very serious concerns. So again, I won't take up any more of your time, and we appreciate you hearing our opposition.
thank you, ma'am. And now we are to Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Brooks, I believe you got muted somehow.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We've heard a couple of little objections there at the end about notice. I know you folks are used to dealing with that. I'm confident that the staff gave all the legal notice that was necessary, and it seems as though Ms. Meyer had plenty of time to prepare a very lengthy presentation, so I think notice was adequate. I don't want to, let me just say this. A lot of the objections we've heard, I think, misunderstand the zoning ordinance and what we're doing here and so forth. It is illegal to park in that alley now, and it will be illegal to park in that alley afterwards. And we're delighted to cooperate with the neighbors to be sure that the alley is not blocked. A lot of the other things that we've heard just use the term business and general business. And what one really has to do is look at the development plan condition in which Mr. Moore read a few minutes ago and talk about what exactly is allowed and what exactly is not allowed. This is a very narrowly tailored application. This is a very unique location, which we really want to protect the historical integrity of it. And the arguments that, again, we've heard many times, the foot in the door, the toe in the water, the slippery slope arguments, I think just are an insult to the Planning Commission itself, because what will keep someone from doing something else up the street or down the road? You guys will keep them from doing that by enforcing the zoning ordinance. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you all have any comments that you'd like to make or any discussion before I call for a motion? This application is like the previous one. We'll have 3 different motions. The first for the Flume amendment. Before I call for that, is there anything that you all would like to discuss? No comments, no discussion, then I will ask for that motion, please, concerning the Flume. Yeah, I'm sorry, did someone?
Yes, I still have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the Flume, is there any way for them to do the bed and breakfast under the Flume that it is now? For it to be the moderate density residential, it has to be moved to mixed use in order to do the general business. Is that correct?
Commissioner Clark, you could apply for a conditional use permit in the current zone for a bed and breakfast.
That's
But
what I was
but it-
wondering why we didn't do that.
Well, because the other uses that are proposed in the development plan condition, with the tea and some of the receptions and those types of things would not be allowed with a conditional use permit. So this was the only application or combination of applications that could fulfill the hopes of the applicant in using the property for all of the proposed things that are contained within the development plan conditions.
Okay. Because I have a concern about the flume changes, but okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll call for a motion, please, for the flume amendment request.
I make a motion to deny the proposed future land use map amendment docket number 2021-09 flume. Based on the testimony and documents presented in this public hearing, the proposed flume amendment has not met the directive to amend the flume as outlined in LU 1.1.4 of the comprehensive plan. Further, I request that this motion include the summary of evidence and testimony presented by the witnesses at this public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, and we'll need a second.
Second.
Thank you, sir.
So Ms. Runner, before you start, ask for a roll call. Let me remind the commissioners that this is a motion to deny. So a yes vote will be in favor of denial. Yes equals denial. A no vote will be in favor of the flume amendment. So yes will deny, no will approve.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Unseld.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Vitale,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Volkert,
Staying.
Commissioner Balance,
No.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Runner.
No.
Motion passed 6-1 or 6-2 with one abstain.
So the motion failed.
Motion passed.
I mean, you know, the motion passed, the flume amendment request failed. We don't need Mr. Moore. Where are you? I need you, sir.
I'm right here.
Thank you.
The flume amendment has been denied. And so it's my opinion that tonight's proceeding has come to an end because the applicant cannot ask for a zone change without being consistent with flume. And now she's not, nor can she obtain the variance without the zone change.
I just wanted to make sure that the denying was the only action we needed on that. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you all. That the motion
Thank you.
was denied. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Before we begin our last request of the night.
Time out.
How about a 5-minute break, okay?
No.
Thank you all. We'll do 5 minutes. I think we have everybody present. Do you want to quickly? Yeah, check. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have everybody present now. We'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting after our break. Our last item on tonight.
Yeah, they're gonna break the bug, even worse, ninja something. His idea was.
Go ahead. Our last item on tonight's agenda is docket number 2020. Docket number 2020-11 Sam Potter Jr. and Jeffrey and Betsy Harned have filed an application to rezone tracts of land containing approximately 13.5 acres located at 603 and 611 Highland Way and 2310 Nashville Road from RS1A, which is single-family residential, to RM3 Townhouse multifamily residential and general business, both with a general development plan. And we will hear our staff report from Ms. Hurd.
Thank you, Chair Runner. And thank you for everyone's patience this evening. I know it's been a long evening, but we've got one more to go. Just to start out, we did have a pre-application conference. Actually, we've met 3 times. We had a meeting in 2018, 2019, and most recently this year regarding the properties that you just mentioned. Those are outlined in yellow on the aerial view here. And the request before you this evening is a proposal to change the current zoning of the properties from RS1A to 2 different zoning classifications. The first, general business, and the second, RM3, which is our townhouse and multifamily zone. The current use of the properties we have shown as single family residential. And the future land use map, if we jump to it, you'll see that there are 3 different designations within the proposed development. Those include mixed use residential, low density residential, and moderate density residential. The proposed GB zone, or general business zone, is listed as a potentially compatible zoning designation in the mixed use residential future land use category. And because the area proposed to be rezoned to RM3 is less than 10 acres, and at least 50% of that area proposed to be rezoned to RM3 is designated as moderate density residential on the future land use map. No future land use map amendment was required for the portion of the future land use map that's designated as low density residential. The proposed RM3 zone is also listed as a potentially compatible zone in the moderate density residential future land use category. So I'm going to jump on to page 2 of your staff report, and I'm going to read through those future land use category descriptions. The first we have listed on page 2 is the mixed use residential category. This area applies to mixed use areas where, taken as a whole, the primary land use is residential in a variety of housing types and densities, balanced by complementary retail, office, institutional, and civic uses. The distribution of land among these various activities shall be implemented through specific zoning, with standards addressing the form and character of development to ensure compatibility. This designation applies to the historic core of downtown Bowling Green, or urbanized areas being redeveloped with the primary use as residential, where complementary commercial and services are provided in a contiguous area. Here, development standards should be tailored to emphasize an urban character and a mix and intensity of development appropriate to this unique center of activity. When proposed as part of a mixed-use development, commercial uses should comprise only 25% of such development. Standalone commercial development should not exceed 10% of any contiguous area designated as mixed-use residential. No commercial footprint should exceed 10,000 square feet. Compatibility should be assessed by applying the policies in LU 1.1.3 in conjunction with a general development plan. The low density future land use category comprises areas designated for single family detached development and attached single family development, including twin homes where each unit is platted on its own individual lot with gross densities ranging from 0 to 4.5 dwelling units per acre. Higher densities may also be possible with conservation style developments as permitted by the zoning ordinance. And then last of the future land use categories that we're looking at with this application is the moderate density residential future land use category. And this future land use designation encourages areas developed for higher density, single-family detached and attached development, as well as semi-detached multifamily development, including duplexes, townhouses, apartment buildings, condominiums, and mobile home parks. Densities in this land use should range between 3.5 and 13 dwelling units per acre. Moving on to our site characteristics review, I'm going to come back to this map in just a second, but I'm going to jump to the, whoops, I went a little bit too far. Sorry about that. So I'm just going to reference the rezoning exhibit before I move on to the preliminary development plan. But as I mentioned, there are two zones that are requested this evening. The first is the general business zone. And if you see this dividing line here that's running through the central portion of the proposed development, that's the dividing line between the two proposed zones. So the frontage along Nashville Road, the front, what I'll say half, is proposed to be rezoned to general business, with the remainder, or the rear portion here, to be rezoned to RM3. So jumping on to the preliminary development plan, or the site plan here, under our layout, lot sizes, and setbacks, in the site characteristics review section, this is the proposed layout. Setbacks and lot size and lot width would adhere to the requirements for the proposed zones as required by the zoning ordinance, in addition to some additional no build zones that are outlined in the development plan conditions, and I'll get to those in just a second. Under transportation infrastructure, you'll see that this proposed development has frontage on Nashville Road, which is a state maintained urban minor arterial with 100 feet of right of way and pavement width that varies. So if you're looking at the screen here, that'd be the road here to the left. The properties also have frontage on Highland Way. That'd be the road. Can you all see my cursor, by the way?
Not really, Rachel.
No.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Jessica, help me out here. Isn't there like a hand tool somewhere?
There's
Or-
right there. You
Oh,
go.
yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Let me try and click on that.
Is there any way to zoom in and on it a little bit?
Yes. Maybe. There it goes.
We'll have to click back on the hand.
Yeah. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's better. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So Highland Way is this. Can everybody see the hand now?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So Nashville Road is running here, and then Highland Way would be at the top portion here. And Highland Way is a city-maintained urban local roadway with 60 feet of right-of-way and 20 feet of pavement width. The applicants have also depicted an area reserved for future right-of-way to allow for the future realignment of Highland Road and Emmett Avenue. And so that's this proposed area here. This is Emmett Avenue here, and then Highland Way, and they've accounted for this area for future right-of-way. Moving down to the natural features in the site characteristics review section, staff has noted that there are several mature trees located on the properties, and that there are also a few sinkholes located on the properties. Under cultural and historic features, the existing homes located at 603 Highland Way and 2310 Nashville Road were built in 1966. The existing home at 611 Highland Way was built in 1947. However, none of the properties are locally designated historic properties, nor are they listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Jumping to page 3, I'll outline a few items here under the site design and compatibility review. I will jump back to the density map here and zoom in here. Okay. So under surrounding density, we'll reference this map for this section. Densities in the existing subdivision Subdivisions located on this map range from 0.78 dwelling units per acre to 19.29 dwelling units per acre. The proposed development plan conditions for this application limit the density to a maximum of 13 dwelling units per acre. Now I'll jump back to the land use map here. Jessica, I know I'm gonna mess this up. Isn't one of these buttons, doesn't it just go to the page, like zoom to the full page?
It's the one with the little magnifying glass that says zoom to page level.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we'll jump back to the land use map here. So under surrounding land uses, we have noted that the surrounding area is comprised of a mix of single-family residential, multifamily residential, commercial, public, and public institutional uses. There are a couple of agricultural uses in the vicinity, along with a few vacant tracts. WKU's South Campus is located nearby. And given the proximity of residential uses, staff suggested that the applicants address hours of operation for the general business portion of the development. The applicants have not provided any information regarding operating hours for the proposed commercial development. Under surrounding architectural features, the staff report notes that the surrounding area is comprised of 1- and 2-story residential structures and 1-story commercial structures. The applicants are proposing to limit the structures in the RM3 portion of the development to a maximum height of 2 stories. Staff suggested that this same height restriction be imposed for the general business portion of the development. However, the applicants are proposing a maximum building height of 3 stories in the general business portion of the development. It is also unknown at this time if the proposed multifamily portion of the development will be under a singular ownership or if there will be an option for multiple lots to be purchased by multiple owners. Staff suggested that the applicants address building uniformity, for example, color scheme and building plans for the proposed multifamily portion of the development. There is nothing in the proposed application that addresses this suggestion. Under building materials review, the existing residence on the property at 603 Highland Way is comprised of brick and stone. The existing residence at 611 Highland Way is constructed of vinyl with a stone foundation, and the existing residence on the property at 2310 Nashville Road is constructed of brick. Other structures in the vicinity are a mixture of brick, stone, wood, vinyl, metal, stucco, and cement board siding. Moving down to the landscaping and screening section, and I'm going to jump back to the proposed site plan here as we move through the rest of the staff report. And I'll zoom in again because I think everybody said they could see better the last time when I did that. Okay. So under landscaping and screening, the staff has noted that landscaping and screening will adhere to the zoning ordinance requirements for vehicle use areas and incompatible land use buffers. In addition, the applicants have also committed to an additional 20-foot no development zone and 10-foot tree protection zone in the development plan conditions for both portions of the proposed development along the perimeter property lines adjacent to residential uses and the Potter Children's Home property. So if we're looking at the site plan, the residential uses, let me grab the hand tool again, would be these uses along what I'm going to call the right or east property line. And then the Potter Children's Home property would be that property running along the southern property line. Under pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities, there is a bike lane running northbound on Nashville Road beginning at Highland Way. A greenway also terminates just south of development at the intersection of Nashville Road and Story Avenue. So that would be to the south here if we're looking at the site plan. The applicants have also committed to providing sidewalks on both sides of the proposed entrance road, which would be this road here, and have also agreed to reserve an area, which I just referenced in, they've also agreed to reserve an area that's referenced in the open space section just above what I'm reading through now for a future connection to existing and future greenways, which would be this, let's see. Yeah. Along the southern property line here would be where that space would be reserved for a future greenway connection. This is one of the areas identified through our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, or what we call BPAC, and our Greenways Master Plan. And Ben, I'm drawing a blank, or Monica, what's the most recent bike ped plan? What's the name of that? I'm drawing a blank. It
was basically a mobility and access and mobility plan for multimodal uses.
Yes. So this was one of the areas where we identified a greater need for some bicycle and pedestrian amenities and connections. So I did a poor job of explaining that. My apologies. We're going to move on to page 4. And we're going to look at the traffic impact study requirements that are listed in section 314 of the zoning ordinance. And the applicants did provide a traffic impact study in order to address the requirements for our traffic impact study section that's listed in the zoning ordinance. And so the traffic impact study was completed in February of this year, and it was completed by Michael Baker International. And within that traffic impact study, there were specific conclusions and recommendations that were listed within that study. The results of the traffic study indicate that the proposed development will have minimal impact to traffic operations along Nashville Road at the 2 intersections that were studied. The intersection capacity analysis results conclude that the Emmett Avenue intersection will continue to perform well with the added traffic. The Highland Way intersection is performing at a level of service D and will improve with the development by 2035. However, without the development, the intersection may experience a decline in capacity to a level of service E by the year 2035. The widening of Nashville Road will improve the level of services with the new development to a level of service B. In addition, the proposed access location meets local and state and federal standards and policies for sight distance. The access location provides the distance for both left and right turning vehicles leaving the site. Additionally, during the field observations, it was noted that many drivers use Nashville Road briefly to get from Emmett Avenue to and from Highland Way. The proposed realignment of the roadway will make this operation safer for drivers by eliminating the left turns and converting those movements to through movements at the intersection with Emmett Avenue. This will be particularly beneficial to the safety of drivers after Nashville Road is widened. We have included, I guess what I'll call a new section in the staff report that we don't normally see. We have included some additional transportation considerations. And the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet has also requested that intermediate modifications be installed on Nashville Road to accommodate a southbound left turn lane into the entrance road until the highway widening is completed in fiscal year 2025. The applicants did agree to this requirement in development plan condition 2 for the general business portion of the development. So I'm going to move on to the proposed development plan conditions. And so we have 2 proposed zones. We have general business and RM3. So there are 2 sets of development plan conditions. And this first set of conditions that I'm going to read through is in reference to the general business portion of the development. So that would be this front portion that I'm kind of outlining on the screen. So number 1, the property may be developed with a maximum of 13 residential dwelling units per acre for residential use and a maximum of 52,000 square feet of commercial and/or office use. 2, the primary vehicular access to the property from Nashville Road will be a 3-lane road connecting at the intersection of Nashville Road and Emmett Avenue, the entrance road. The property will be developed with a reservation of an area for acquisition of right-of-way by the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet along Nashville Road as depicted on the rezoning concept. The property will also be developed with a reservation of an area for acquisition of right-of-way by the Kentucky Transportation and/or the City of Bowling Green to construct a connection from the entrance road to Highland Way the Highland extension so that the entrance road together with the Highland extension may eventually provide a direct connection from Highland Way to Nashville Road. Should the improved entrance road to the property require modifications to the existing traffic signal at Nashville Road and Emmett Avenue, such as signal heads or loops for the approach road, such modifications shall be accomplished by the owners during development and in coordination with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. The entrance road shall extend approximately 300 feet from the right-of-way of Nashville Road and shall be a 3-lane roadway that meets the City of Bowling Green subdivision standards with curb and gutter and with sidewalks on both sides of the roadway. Access to the entrance road shall be according to the City of Bowling Green access management standards. Until the widening of Nashville Road is completed by the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, the property shall be developed with intermediate modifications to Nashville Road between Emmett Avenue and Highland Way to accommodate a southbound left turn lane into the entrance road. These intermediate improvements shall be made in coordination with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. The property may also be served by an access point to Nashville Road south of the primary access point, which will allow only right-in and right-out access. No left turn sign shall be installed at the exit of such secondary entrance. Access to Highland Way from the property near the intersection with Nashville Road will be developed in compliance with existing City of Bowling Green access management standards and in conjunction with the final Kentucky Transportation Cabinet plans for Nashville Road. 3. If sinkholes are detected on the property during development or prior to development, the repair, protection, or use of such sinkhole in connection with stormwater drainage will be approved by the City of Bowling Green Public Works Department. 4. Existing trees located within 10 feet of the perimeter property lines of the property adjacent to residential uses and the Potter Children's Home property having a caliper width measured 6 inches from the ground of at least 10 inches shall be preserved. As an additional buffer, no development shall occur within 20 feet of the perimeter property lines of the property adjacent to residential uses and the Potter Children's Home property. 5, all utility service lines shall be located underground. 6, the maximum height of structures on the property shall not exceed 3 stories. 7, the following uses shall be prohibited: pawn shop, tattoo parlor, bingo parlor, adult entertainment and or retail sales or display of pornographic or adult books as defined in the zoning ordinance, gambling facility, excluding any business which may sell lottery tickets in connection with its business, used vehicle sales, vehicle repair, and commercial parking. 8, signage for each lot shall be limited to wall signage and monument style signage not exceeding 15 feet in height. No LED signage shall be allowed. 9, building materials for commercial and office uses shall be limited to steel, glass, brick, stone, cementitious siding, or similar cement-based materials or architectural metal panels. No standing seam metal siding shall be allowed. Building materials for facades of any residential building shall be limited to brick, stone, cementitious siding, or similar cement-based materials. For all buildings, whether commercial, office, or residential, split face block and plain face block shall be prohibited, and vinyl shall be limited to soffits and trim. 10, buildings adjacent to Nashville Road shall be oriented to face Nashville Road. 11, the property will be developed with reservation of an area within the 20-foot no development zone, but outside of the 10-foot tree protection zone along the southern property line adjacent to the Potter Children's Home to provide for connection to existing and future greenway systems. So those are the proposed conditions, again, for the general business portion of the development. So next, I'm going to read through the proposed development plan conditions for the RM3 portion of the development, which would be this rear area here. 1, the property may be developed with a maximum of 13 residential dwelling units per acre. 2, the property will be served with a street providing vehicular access to an entrance road, which will connect to Nashville Road, the entrance road. Until the widening of Nashville Road is completed by the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, the property will be developed with intermediate modifications to Nashville Road between Emmett Avenue and Highland Way. And I read these same conditions in the previous set, so I'm not going to read through the rest of this item. But they are the same as what was proposed for the general business section. Number 3, same condition regarding sinkholes. Number 4, same condition regarding tree preservation. 5, same requirements for utility placement. 6, the maximum height of structures shall not exceed 2 stories. 7, building materials for facades of residential buildings shall be limited to brick, stone, cementitious siding, or similar cement-based materials. Split face block and plain face block shall be prohibited. Vinyl shall be limited to soffits and trim. 8, residential structures located within 100 feet of a public street or area reserved for future right-of-way as depicted on the preliminary development plan shall have a front facade oriented to face such street or future right-of-way. That is, unless there is another structure located between it and the public street or future right-of-way. 9 references the 20-foot no development zone and provisions for connection to existing and future greenway systems, similar to what was provided for the general business conditions. The Planning Commission should determine if this proposed development plan meets the review criteria for site design and compatibility. Moving on to page 7 of the report, we have our Focus 2030 category review. The staff evaluated 25 items, and we found 12 of those items to be in compliance. One of those items is listed as out of compliance, and there are 12 items that the Planning Commission should evaluate for compliance. So I'm not going to go through the items that the staff found to be in compliance. I'm going to touch on the items that were either out of compliance or that the Planning Commission should evaluate for compliance. And the first of those is LU 1.1.3. The Planning Commission should determine if the proposal is compatible with the surrounding area. Next, LU2 and LU 2.1. The Planning Commission should determine if the proposal is a high-quality development that will protect the character of the area. Jumping down to LU 2.5, the Planning Commission should determine if the proposal will protect nearby established neighborhoods and if it therefore complies with LU 2.5. Next, LU 2.5.2 and HN 1.2. The Planning Commission should determine if the proposed infill development is compatible with the surrounding area. Next, LU 253. The Planning Commission should determine if the proposal is an opportunity for revitalization and redevelopment. Jumping to page 8. The proposal does not comply with NCR 253. The applicants are proposing to demolish the existing historic homes located on the properties. Staff suggested that prior to demolition that any salvageable materials be donated to the Habitat for Humanity Restore or similar nonprofit organization. The applicants did not address this suggestion as a part of their application. Next, HN1 and HN 1.3. The Planning Commission should determine if the proposal is a compatible infill development that will maintain or improve existing character and pattern of development within the area and if it will strengthen nearby neighborhoods. Next, HN 2.1 and HN 4. The Planning Commission should determine if the location of the planned development is suitable for the proposed housing type and if the proposed residences are believed to enhance the array of housing options available in the area. And last, the Planning Commission should determine compliance with ED1 and if the general business portion of the development will help to attract new businesses to the community and if it will help to diversify the local economy. Going to wrap up with our staff review summary and points to consider on page 1. Again, the applicants are proposing to develop the properties with a mix of multifamily residential and commercial uses. The proposal complies with the majority of the criteria assessed in the review process. And then last on page 1, under the points to consider, first, the proposed application complies with the moderate density residential and mixed-use residential future land use categories and is exempt from flume compliance for the portion of the development designated as low-density residential due to the exception outlined in LU 1.1.4. Second, the proposed development complies with the majority of the site characteristics review criteria and a majority of the review criteria for site design, with exceptions noted regarding hours of operation and building height for the general business portion of the development and building uniformity for the RM3 portion of the development. And the Planning Commission, last, should determine if the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding area. And I will note that on your suggested motion page, under the compliance summary section, the items in compliance column, the reference to LU 2.1.3 was omitted by mistake. That is a typo. And so I just wanted to note that for the record, that LU 2.1.3 should be listed as an item in compliance on that page of the report. But I believe that is all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hurd. Commissioners, do you have any questions for her?
Rachel, could you address a couple of things for me?
I'll try as best as I can.
Okay. In the general business, I'm trying to, in my mind, figure out a 3-story type situation. Only thing I can think of is a hotel. Can you picture what other 3-story general business there could be other than hotels?
You might find an office that might be 3 stories. You could have a mixed use building with office or commercial uses on the first floor with a balance of residential uses on the second or third floors. So there are
I like that.
a few different options that you might find.
Okay. And the other question is, there's not any single family residential in this whole development. Is that correct? Everything is multifamily and general business. Is that correct?
Correct. The proposed zones are general business and multifamily, and the proposed uses shown on the preliminary development plan are multifamily structures and commercial structures.
Okay. And is there a provision for like a convenience store or gas station? I didn't see any prohibits of gas pumps or anything like that. So one of these general business things could be a convenience store, crossroads, that type of situation.
Under the current proposal and the restrictions that the applicants have proposed in the development plan conditions, you're correct that under the current proposal, a convenience store or gas station would be allowed in general business with up to 4 pumps that could service no more than 8 vehicles at a time.
And could one of these be a liquor store? I saw no prohibiting of a liquor store. Could there be a liquor store stuck in here too?
Yes.
Yes.
That would be classified as a retail use and permitted under general business.
Okay. And is there a use for a possible restaurant? I didn't see any.
Yes.
Correct. There are no restrictions on restaurants. That would be a permitted use under the current proposal.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to ask so many questions, but I just wasn't sure and it really wasn't addressed. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Rachel, let me ask you something on the RM3 section. If I'm looking at the screen that's up right now, the 2 buildings in the middle look to be attached and look to be more than an 8-plex.
I did ask about that, and the applicants have indicated that those would be 1-story, as shown on this footprint. That you're right. At a glance, you would think that they may be 2 stories, but they've indicated to me that they would be 1-story, 8-unit structures.
Okay. And so do we have a total number? I know it's 13 per acre, but do we have a total number of units that they're requesting on the RM3?
No, the only thing they've included is that maximum density. They did not include a maximum number of units.
Okay.
Rachel, if I might ask, we're looking at 4 commercial buildings and then the apartment complexes. Is that correct?
Correct. And this, I guess, so this is a preliminary development plan. So it could be that in the future, if there's 2 commercial buildings shown, I guess near the intersection of Highland Way and Nashville Road, but it's not to say that plan may change in the future, and that might just be 1 building, or so there's not anything in the development plan that limits the number of buildings But these are just general footprints that are shown for reference on this preliminary development plan.
Thank you, Rachel.
Debbie, you could have one building of 52,000 feet.
Okay, okay, I see.
Oh, Commissioner Volkert, I will say the proposed general business zone.
Oh, wait, no, it's got yeah.
Yeah, the
Never mind.
maximum building
Yeah.
footprint in general business, meaning each
Yes,
individual
ma'am, you're
building
right.
could not be more than 10,000 square feet.
10,000.
Yeah, so the condition that's referenced in the development plan conditions with the 52,000 would be total square footage of all commercial buildings within the
So
development.
you could end up having five 10,000 foot buildings.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
And then parking would be determined on when they do the detailed development plan type situation. This is just a preliminary, so we don't worry about parking or anything at this point, correct?
Right. So parking, if this project were to move forward in the future, any future use would either be reviewed through the site development plan application process or the building permit process, or both. And in that time, we would look at the proposed use of each individual site and determine the parking standard and make sure that that parking standard is met.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And Commissioner Volkert, I did want to mention one thing. You asked that question about the number of units based on the overall lot size or area of RM3 that's proposed, the 5.91 acres in the
5.9.
RM3.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would be, if we do the 13, that would be up to 76 units in that RM3 section.
All right, and let me ask about one other thing. I asked about the two buildings, but if you go up towards Highland Way, what are those units right there?
I think, and the applicants may want to speak more to this, I think those are, I don't know that they're necessarily townhomes, but I think it's intended that they would have more of an appearance of a townhome. Not that they would be platted on their own individual lot, but the appearance and looking at this footprint looks to be more of a townhome style of building, but that may be a better question for them to answer.
But if I count up my 8 plexes, the 76 units, I mean, there's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out if you can only have 76 units, how can you have all those buildings in those townhomes?
I understand your question, and I guess I'd asked about this before
Okay, yeah, we'll ask.
And so I mean, this is just a concept at this point, and so some of these footprints may only be 1 story.
Sure.
And so that may be better addressed by them.
So how many acres do I have up in general? So the difference would be how many, let's see, it was 13 and a half. So you got about 6, 8 and a half or 7 and a half up front.
Yes. And I think one thing worth noting in this particular preliminary development plan, you can see the zoning line is this red line here. Now, the general business zone does allow multifamily uses utilizing the RM3 development standards. So if this were to move forward, let's say, even though it wouldn't necessarily follow the zoning line, the acreage in the general business portion would then be factored into that maximum density. So it could be to where, if there were an acre of general business that was encompassed with the RM3 section, then we would calculate the maximum density based on the development area for any multifamily use.
And is it fair to say at some point, if they came back and they had general business up front and said, you know what, we're just going to build units, 13 units to an acre, that would be allowed?
Under the current proposal, yes.
Okay.
So they would not necessarily have to put general business in along Nashville Road. They could put residential.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
The general business zone allows both the commercial and multifamily component.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Rachel, under traffic impact study,
Uh-huh.
under conclusions and recommendations, it indicates, it concluded that the Emmett Avenue intersection will continue to perform well with added traffic. Was there anything in that study that indicated how many additional vehicles are anticipated as a result of this study?
There would be a reference to that. I may let the applicant's engineer, I don't know if their traffic engineer is on the call with them this evening, but they may want to speak more in a greater amount of detail on the results of that study.
Okay, I know it indicates that it could handle the traffic, but I'm just curious as to whether they could share with us approximately how many vehicles they anticipate as a result of the development, additional vehicles.
Yeah, I think we may want to add that to our list of things for them to respond to here in just a bit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So currently, if this proposal went through, there would only be one access to Highland Way, like up toward the front of the development. And then the one at the back is reserved for future use.
The bigger access here is actually reserved for future right-of-way, to where the Highland Way, instead of going straight, could basically curve and realign and spit out at the intersection here across from Emmett Avenue.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So can you point out the access, entrance and exits here with your little hand there?
Yes, so there, in addition to this area for future right-of-way or future roadway, there's an access shown on the preliminary development plan here on the top or north property line here at Highland Way. And then there's another access on Nashville Road shown here. And if you remember, when I read through the development plan conditions, this access point here would be restricted to right in, right out only movements.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wow.
Any other questions for Ms. Hurt before we hear from the applicant? No other questions, and we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant, please.
Thank you, Chair Runner. This is Tad Pardue. I am here representing the applicants. Judge Sam Potter is the gentleman here seated next to me. Also with us here in the room is Jeff Harned. He and his wife are also applicants. They own a fairly small portion of the property that is the subject of this application. I think what I do have some questions of Ms. Hurt, but I think what I'd like to do first is address some of the questions that were just raised by a few of the commissioners. They were really good questions, and I think I can dispense with some of those issues if I could go ahead and respond to those. Ms. Clark, or Commissioner Clark, you had asked a question of Ms. Hurt about building height on the proposed general business portion.
Yes.
The area that fronts Nashville Road. We are, I've discussed that with my clients. We are prepared to tonight to, on the record, revise that development plan condition. I believe that's number 6, development plan condition number 6 in the general business portion, to such that the maximum height of any building on the general business portion would be 2 stories and not 3.
Oh,
So
thank you.
We are, yeah, we're prepared to do that, and we'll make that that change to our. I know that was not only a question that you raised, Commissioner Clark, but I understand that is a concern of some of the folks that are opposed to this. So as a matter of addressing both of those concerns, we're prepared to do that and move forward as if that were a condition. Commissioner Clark, you also raised a question about use in the form of a liquor store. We're also prepared to add that to the list, a packaged liquor store to the list of prohibited uses among the various others within our development plan conditions on the general business portion. So I hope that addresses what level of concern that may have given you as well.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Volkert asked a couple questions about maximum number of units, and I believe Ms. Hurt answered those. But I did want to clarify it, but just based on the maximum density that's proposed for the RM3 portion, which is 5.91 acres approximately, we know the most units that would be permitted would be 76. That was correct.
Okay.
And to your question about the configuration of those buildings, so those buildings that you specifically asked about sort of on the north portion, and again, this is a concept and it's subject to change, but those are envisioned as, you know, single owned sort of townhome type structures. But I'll say this, and I know you were kind of probably trying to do the math in your head to count up how many units we've got there. We know where our limits are based on the density. And again, I'll emphasize, and I'll probably say it multiple times, this is a concept. So as if this were to move forward and be approved, obviously, you know, it would be developed in a manner that is consistent with and within the density that we're bound to.
So Tad, let me ask you one other question real quick.
Yes,
then.
sir.
On the front on general business, is it y'all's intention right now to do some type of residential on the general business?
I guess the best way I can answer that is probably not. But and I'll say while there have been some very preliminary discussions, those discussions haven't advanced to a point where I can really give you a definitive answer on that. But other than to say at this time, it is envisioned that there will probably not be any residential on the general business portion.
Okay.
But I can't commit to that 100%.
I understand. I understand. I understand.
That.
Yeah, I understand you can't commit that, but that does raise a little concern with me that all of a sudden, and if it's these applicants sell the land, whoever they might sell to, all of a sudden you can have 176 or so units on the whole piece of property.
And again, excellent point. And I'll say that it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for me to discuss that with my clients. And if it necessitated an additional condition on the general business portion that might limit or restrict, you know, a certain degree of residential, we would consider that.
Okay. All right.
We can talk about that and address
that. Sure.
At some point
as we
later.
go on. Okay.
Yeah. We're sensitive to that, and I understand where you're coming from there. And then Commissioner Starks, you raised a question about, I guess, what would be projected in terms of additional vehicles using Emmett or turning on to Emmett as a result of the development. And we have here on the call our traffic engineer, Karen Mohammadi up in Louisville, and I'm going to call her to give just a little bit of testimony in a little bit, and I'll cover that ground with her when she testifies, if that's okay.
Thanks, Tim.
So with those issues kind of being addressed, let me again say this. I know it's been a long evening, and I appreciate on behalf of Judge Potter and Mr. and Mrs. Harnett, we appreciate your attention. And I'm going to try my best to move through this as expeditiously as possible. I know there are folks who want to speak about this besides me. So bear with me. I do need to get a few things in the record and cover some ground. So I'm going to try to do that as quickly as I can.
Excuse me, Do we need to go ahead and put those amendments down that you already agreed to? Pam, you need to write those down.
Mary, I have made notes as we've gone along, and I hope I'll be able, when we get to the end, to go back and clean them all up at one time. But thanks for reminding me, and please hold me to it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if now was the time or if you wanted to wait till the end.
Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Moore, I have a note here as well, so I won't forget.
Mr. Pardue, is now time to ask you a question, or you want to do your presentation and then us ask you questions?
Obviously want to honor, however, that you as commissioners would like the proceedings to move. But I guess I would just say this: for all I know, your question might get answered in the course of my presentation. So
that's exactly right. Thank you.
Yes, if that's okay with you, let me kind of run through that, and then if your question hasn't been answered, I'll be glad to take it up then.
Perfect.
Mr. Pardue, just as a reminder, you got 15 minutes.
Okay. Chair Runner, I have a few questions of Ms. Hurt at this time, if I could.
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Hurt, I want to clarify this and make sure that there isn't any question about it in the record. It's just sort of a preliminary matter. But it is the position of the Planning Commission staff that there is no amendment of the flume necessary based on what is being proposed in this application, correct?
That is correct. Given the development area of 5.91 acres for the RM3 portion of the development, while a portion of that is designated as low density residential, it would be exempt from flume compliance under LU 1.1.4 as outlined in the comprehensive plan. Because the proposed development area of RM3, when we look at the future land use map, the majority of the future land use designation is moderate density residential, not low density residential. So we defer to the most prevalent future land use category to determine compliance, and as noted as being exempt in LU 1.1.4.
And with respect to this, the property proposed to be zone RM3, we're talking about 5.91 acres basically. And would you, I don't know if you've done the math, but would you agree with me that about 80% of that acreage is in the moderate density residential flume category?
I would say roughly, and I could probably have a more definitive answer for you for that in just a minute, if you give me a second to do some estimating.
Okay.
I'm coming up with roughly 78%.
So 78% of what is what comprises the property proposed to be zoned RM3 is moderate density residential, in which RM3 is a potentially compatible zone.
Yes, sir.
And then the 7.58 acres, I think, that's left over that comprises the property proposed to be zoned general business, I think is 100% within the mixed use residential flume category. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
So a few questions about just kind of focusing in on this issue of compatibility, and specifically as to that general business area, the frontage along Nashville Road. And if we could get Jessica to pull up the existing land use map.
I think I should be able to get to that for you here. There we go.
So there we have the existing land use. Would you agree, Ms. Hurt, that there are in fact a multitude of different uses and zones within, say, 500 to 1,000 feet of the applicant's property?
Yes.
Various zones and uses in close proximity that would include general business, commercial uses?
Yes, if we jump back to the zoning map here, there are general business zone properties and highway business zone properties across the street on the opposite side of Nashville Road.
Those are immediately adjacent to the applicant's property, separated only by Nashville Road.
Correct.
One of those, I think, is a fuel station and convenience store. That's, I think, at the intersection of Emmett and Nashville Road. Is that right?
Yes, that seems to be what I remember as well. Yes.
And that fuel station and convenience store is actually zoned highway business, I think.
Correct.
Is that right? And that fuel station convenience store would actually be a part of the same proposed new intersection where the applicant's proposed development would be. Is that right?
Yes, it's located at the intersection there at Emmett Avenue.
And then next to the fuel station, there's, I think, a commercial nursery and greenhouse that's zoned highway business.
Yes.
I think across the street from the applicant's property is also a used car dealership. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then I think another gas station, the old Swifty gas station. I'm not sure it's still in business, but it's right across the street as well, isn't it?
Yes, I believe it is a vacant property, but it's the former side of a fuel station.
And then there is, I believe, also a restaurant that is immediately across the street from the applicant's property as well. It was a Japanese restaurant the last time I checked.
Yes, and I believe the last time I drove by, it was under renovation. So I'm not sure if the future use is going to be a restaurant or not, but it was formerly a restaurant.
So I guess point being, all of those different uses, all of those different commercial type uses, business type uses, highway business zones, general business zones, all lie directly across the street from the applicant's property and kind of run along Nashville Road like the applicant's proposed general business property. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at least in terms of what the Judge Potter is proposing here along Nashville Road, that would be at least consistent with what is on the other side of the road. Is that right?
I would agree with the zoning, yes.
And as it pertains to the 7.5, roughly 7.5 acres that fronts Nashville Road that's proposed to be zoned general business, if this application is approved, am I correct that it would be surrounded on 3 of 4 sides by zoning categories other than single family residential?
Correct.
You would have highway business and general business on one side.
Yes.
RM4 on another, that would be to the south.
Yes, sir.
And then RM3 to the east.
Correct.
So at least as it's proposed, would you agree that the proposed development sort of acts, the RM3 portion sort of acts as a transition or almost a buffer between the general business on Nashville Road and then the single family residential that goes back along Highland Way?
Yes, it would provide a transition between commercial uses and the single-family uses.
And then moving on to the portion of the property proposed to be zoned RM3, looking at the map, the use map, the density map, you would agree that while there is a number of single family uses in the area, there is also multifamily properties and uses in close proximity to the applicant's property.
Correct. The closest multifamily use would be on Emmett Avenue, the red shaded property here.
Across the street behind the gas station.
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the, I think we had the density map earlier. What is the density of that property?
I believe it's 19.29 dwelling units per acre.
Which would be a little over 6 units per acre less than what the applicants are proposing.
Correct.
It's 82 units, Emmett Place.
And a couple of other questions, Ms. Hurd, on buffering. Am I correct that the zoning ordinance requires a minimum of 10 feet in terms of a landscape buffer between incompatible land uses?
That's correct.
And as far as like the types of landscaping, like the trees and the placement and distance, et cetera, all that stuff's kind of laid out in the zoning ordinance, isn't it?
It is. There's a specific number of trees required per linear feet. There's also options to install fencing or shrubs. So there are multiple options that you can pick from, but ultimately if property is developed, you would have to meet one or a combination of those options.
And actually, as part of that process, before the developer can even get a building permit, he has to submit a landscape plan that addresses all those matters, correct?
Correct.
And in this situation, the applicants have actually agreed to twice or double the distance of buffer than what is required in the zoning ordinance.
Correct. Along the residential properties and on the east and southern property line, there's a 20-foot buffer proposed.
And we have gotten a copy of a position statement that has been submitted for some folks that are in opposition to this application, suggesting or proposing they want an 8-foot brick wall, an earthen berm, 25-foot buffer in some places and 45-foot buffer in others. Are you familiar with that position statement containing those demands?
I did read that information in the position statement, yes.
So I'm curious, in this situation with the applicant, we're dealing with buffering between the RS1A, which is the single family residential, and a proposed RM3. Are you familiar with the buffering requirements and conditions that apply between the RS1A properties on Highland and the RM4, that is the Potter Children's Home property to the south?
Just to confirm, let me jump to the zoning map. Are you asking about this boundary line here?
Yes, ma'am. The buffering between what is actually RM4 and the single family residential along Highland.
Yes, it is my understanding that there are existing binding elements that are tied to the RM4 property that's occupied by the Potter Children's Home. So the binding elements would be for the RM4 zoned area shown on this screen. And there are buffering requirements that incorporate a mixture of fencing and buffering, and to my knowledge have not been fulfilled since the development plan or binding elements for that particular property were adopted. That was recently brought to my attention. We are not always aware of things like this until it's brought to the attention of staff, but it is my understanding that the buffering requirements have not been fulfilled for that particular development.
And an RM4 is a more intensive use than an RM3, is that right?
Generally speaking, yes, it is a more intense multifamily zoning classification.
Yeah, could be, I guess, is the right question. And it's my understanding that the buffering condition on the RM4 property to the south between it and the single family residential properties along Highland is a 12-foot buffer and a 10-foot chain link fence. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
There isn't anything in there that speaks to earthen berms or stone walls or anything like that, is there?
I'm scrolling through those now, and there is not a berm requirement or a stone wall. There's a 12-foot vegetative buffer strip with a chain link fence with interlocking hemlock trees. And then there's other provisions for bonding and replacement of those trees. But you're correct that I do not read any sort of requirement for berms or walls.
And the buffer that is being proposed as a condition by my clients between the proposed RM3 and single family residential would be 20 feet, which would be 8 feet more than the buffer that's required for between the RM4 and the single family residential to the south.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for answering those questions, Ms. Hurt. That's all I have for you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I believe Joe Plunk from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet is on the call, and I have just a couple questions for him at this time.
Yes, sir. You go ahead and state his name and address, and I'll swear him in.
Is he there? Joe, are you there out there in cyberspace? Mr. Plunk?
I'm here. Sorry, I was muted.
If you'd state your name and address, please, sir.
Joe Plunk, 733 Whitewood Court, Bowling Green. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Plunk, quickly, what is your occupation and your employer?
I'm the Chief District Engineer for the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet.
And Mr. Plunk,
in District 3, which is in Bowling Green.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plunk, in that position with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, are you familiar with the planned improvement project that concerns Nashville Road along that stretch between Campbell Lane and the roundabout?
Yes, sir. That project is being developed in our office.
Can you, or are you able to briefly, as best you can, kind of provide the commissioners with a summary of that project? And what I mean by that is maybe just a general description of what improvements will be made along that stretch of Nashville Road and kind of what your understanding is of the timeline for that.
Yes, sir. I always like to make sure everyone on this call understands that my role is not to take any sides in the rezoning. I made myself available to answer these type of questions about the highway project that was initiated by our office and was well underway even before this zoning request. The proposed project was added in the highway plan a couple of budget cycles ago, and it will widen Nashville Road to 5 lanes. Just like you see south of Campbell Lane, it will carry all that 5-lane widening all the way up to the roundabout. So that will include the area along the frontage of this property.
And Mr. Plunk, are you able to speak at all to generally what you understand the timeline or time frame for that improvement project to be?
The budget is proposed by the governor, passed by the legislature, and enacted ultimately when the governor signs that, and that happens every 2 years. So we're currently working under the 2020 highway plan. So it's a 2-year budget cycle. And At this point, we are soon to begin the right-of-way acquisition process. So from Potter's Children's Home all the way up to the roundabout, we'll begin appraising and working with property owners, acquiring property in this calendar year, 21. We'll have utilities to relocate. That is scheduled for fiscal year 23, and the construction is scheduled for fiscal year 25.
And Mr. Plunk, as part of that project that you just described, has the state also agreed to undertake construction of what would be a segment connecting existing Highland Way to the entrance road that would be constructed were this proposed development approved? And it's the portion that you can see that's shaded in a light gray area on the concept plan on the screen.
Yes, there have been a lot of conversations in the community, even before this rezoning request, about realigning Highland Way opposite Emmett Avenue so that Highland would have access to the signal. So yes, that project has been absorbed into the Nashville Road widening as well.
So, okay, so the state's committed to that and it's been budgeted at this point.
Yes.
And once that portion is complete, then I guess the realigned Highland Way as it is configured would then remain a city street. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Plunk. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
And Chair Runner, I have a few questions for our traffic engineer, Karen Mohammadi, if she's on the call.
Yes. If you'd state your name and address, please.
Karen Mohammadi, 9000 Nottingham Parkway.
And you swear to tell the truth before this commission?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Mohammadi, if you could tell us your profession and where you're employed currently.
I'm a traffic engineer with Michael Baker International in Louisville, Kentucky.
So I think you were retained in this case to conduct and prepare a traffic impact study and report for this proposed rezoning. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as I understand your report, your charge was to look at or analyze the impact of the development that is proposed on the surrounding roads and intersections.
That's correct.
And in particular, I guess we're talking about what, Nashville Road, and then those intersections of Nashville Road and Emmett, and then Nashville Road and Highland Way. Is that right?
That's correct.
Were you able to hear the testimony that was just given by Mr. Plunk on behalf of the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet?
Yes, I was.
Regarding the improvement project to Nashville Road?
Yes.
As part of your analyzing potential traffic impact here, did you consider and offer opinions of that impact both with and without the future improvements and widening of Nashville Road?
I did. I considered the 2025 without and the 2035 with the widening of Nashville Road.
So just kind of to start out with your work or involvement in this project, it's my understanding one of the first things you do is you go out there and have traffic counts conducted. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We actually did traffic counts 3 different times. First time we did the counts, Western was not in session. So we returned after Western was in session for a couple of weeks. We were there on January 23rd and counted both intersections at the same time. We initially started our analysis with the January traffic volumes, but then we went back out in September to verify that the volumes had not increased. So we went there both pre-COVID or pre-pandemic as well as during the pandemic. And what we found is that the traffic volumes in January were significantly higher than those that were conducted on September 29th. So we used the January volumes for our traffic analysis.
Okay, and when you say January, you're referring to January of 2020, is that last year, is that
Yes.
correct?
March 23rd, 2020.
So, and at that time, the university was in session, and that was before everything happened with the pandemic, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And those are the counts that, because they were the highest, I guess, that you're saying those were the counts that you were used as part of your analysis?
Correct. I was directed to use worst case analysis, and that's what the January 23rd, 2020 counts gave me.
And then kind of looking at your report a little further, it looks like what you then did is take those existing counts and then kind of project out vehicle use based on the nature of the development. And then on top of that, just a general growth factor that would exist even without the development.
Correct. For the traffic projections, we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation application. That's the standard for all traffic engineers. And we enter the square footage of retail space, the number of dwelling units, and it gives us the number of entering and exiting trips that should be used for the traffic impact study. This case, we use the retail space because it would give us more trips than using business as a land use. Question earlier was on those trips, and what we found is the development would generate 115 entering trips in the AM and 82 exiting trips. In the PM, there would be 157 entering trips and 162 exiting trips. One thing that we did not do, ITE does allow you to use something called passerby trips, so you can reduce your volumes on the main line. We did not use that, so we did not assume any of the vehicles on the main line would be turning into the facilities or out. So we again used a worst case scenario, the highest volumes on Nashville Road as well.
So, and you just maybe have answered my next question, and that is, it looks like for purposes of projecting traffic generated by the development, you assumed 52,000 square feet being used in the general business portion, and you assumed that that would be comprised entirely of a retail use. Is that correct?
Correct. So any of that space that might be used for office space instead would actually produce better traffic results than what's in the report.
So is it fair to say that your report, your projections would be more or less the maximum traffic generating circumstance that would be brought on as a result of this development?
Yes, sir.
And in actuality, if it's developed in such a way that there is office professional or some other type of use other than retail, we would actually be looking at a situation with less of an impact than what you projected in your report.
That's correct. We would expect fewer trips than what we projected.
When
Tam,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I tried to jump in while you were looking at your notes. You know, this case is not the run-of-the-mill hearing. In the run-of-the-mill hearing, you would have been allowed 15 minutes for your presentation, and I know that you're not going to be able to do that, but be aware that
Mr. Moore, if I may interrupt for a second, I've got that he's got about 3 minutes and 41 seconds left on his time, and that does not include the cross-examination or questions to staff or planning commission questions.
Famous last words, but I may be able to finish within 3 minutes and 41 seconds.
Well, and I don't mean to don't mean to cut your case short because you've got a lot, I know you've got a lot to present, but be also cognizant that we've got a lot of other people who want to speak too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Moore, I understand completely, and I'm going to try my best to wrap up. I will say that this is my last witness. That
I know you will, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. That's okay. So, Ms. Mahanady, earlier on in the hearing, one of the commissioners, Mr. Starks, asked a question about, I guess, number of vehicles projected to be entering into the development as a result of what is proposed. You just rattled off some figures. Was that intended to address the question that Commissioner Starks asked earlier?
Yes, it was.
And with respect to that number of vehicles that you've projected, and again, we're projecting the maximum traffic generating scenario, you're not giving the opinion that all of those vehicles that turn in from Nashville Road onto the entrance road intend to drive down Highland Way all the way to the other side, are you?
No, we would expect actually, worst case scenario, assuming that most of those are actually coming from Nashville Road and using the Emmett intersection, so that it produces the worst level of service that we would anticipate. But we assume that 5 to 10% would actually be coming from Highland. The rest of the traffic would be coming from Nashville Road or from Emmett.
And the majority of those vehicles coming from Nashville Road are turning in to access the development. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. There's been evidence about the realignment, the proposed realignment of Highland Way. That would then create a continuous route on Highland that would form a new intersection there with Emmett Avenue where there would be a stoplight controlling it. Is that right?
Yes. That's what we
As opposed to a situation that exists now where Highland Way exits onto Nashville Road and you have folks turning left and right with no traffic signal.
Correct. That we assume that with the new realignment that Highland would be right in, right out only, and we could eliminate those left turns and create a safer environment for those people who want to go straight onto Emmett, who now have to turn left and then turn right onto Emmett, which would be particularly worse in future years when they have to cross 3 or 4 lanes of traffic in order to go to Emmett. Our studies have shown that that can reduce crashes by realigning the intersections as one intersection. It should reduce the crashes by about 25%.
So what's existing at the intersection of Highland Way and Nashville Road, once the realignment is completed, would then be envisioned as a right in, right out only.
Yes, sir.
And then you may have just spoken to this, I'm not sure, but I want to give you the opportunity to more fully address it. And that is, can you speak to your findings and conclusions made as it would relate to safety implications of the proposed realignment of Highland Way to create this new intersection as opposed to the way it exists now?
Well, right now we have offset T intersections, which do require a person to make a left turn and then a right. By aligning those 2 intersections into one intersection at Emmett and removing those left turns from Highland, that should substantially improve safety and reduce the number of crashes in that area. The studies showing from the Crash Clearinghouse show that it's about a 25% reduction in crashes when you realign an intersection like that in an urban area.
Chair Runner, the time has expired, so it'll be up to you whether you want to give any more or not.
that actually was my last question. I met the goal of finishing. So Chair Runner, I don't have any other questions of Ms. Mohammadi, and I have no further witnesses to call at this time.
Excuse me, my name is Frank Steinbach. I don't know if I can be heard or not. I represent some of the residents who are objecting. May I ask some questions of this witness?
We will allow the commissioners to ask questions first, and after the commissioners ask their questions, I will allow the opposition to ask questions, and then after that, open it up to the audience for questions concerning the testimony that was given. So if you allow the commissioners to answer questions, sir, then we will call on you.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant concerning their testimony?
Tad, I don't know if now is the appropriate time, but I'm going back to probably one of my concerns with this is the general business designation and what could be done either now or in the future. You know, I guess I would ask you guys, would y'all be willing to limit it to 6 residential dwellings on the general business? You know, with a number like that, you can do condos or townhomes or something like that, but it'd be tough to do more apartments.
Understood. So the question is a condition on the general business portion that would limit it to a total of 6 residential dwelling units
per acre.
Per acre. Okay.
Per acre.
If you give me just one moment, let me
have a
brief discussion about that with my clients.
What was the question?
Commissioner Volker?
Yes.
I've discussed this with Judge Potter and Mr. Harned, and we're in agreement to making that change.
Great.
To our, or adding that as a condition, I guess. Or I actually would be revising the
number 1.
Correct.
Yeah.
From 13 to 6.
Great.
That's binding element number 1 will go from 13 to 6. Is that correct?
Under the general business, yes.
Under general business, yes, sir. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners, for the applicant?
Yes, I have a one.
Yes, ma'am.
When we were going over all the different businesses up and down Nashville Road, there were a lot of highway business compared to general business. Why was general business selected here instead of highway business? And which one is more, has more rules to it? Highway business or general business?
So I'll try to speak on this, and it's obviously something that the staff can clean me up on. They know more about this than me, but I would say a highway business is a more intensive use. A question was asked, an example was given earlier about a fuel station or a gas station.
Yes.
Under a highway business zone, you're permitted to have a greater number of gas pumps servicing more vehicles. And there are just a broader array of uses allowed under a highway business zone than there is a general business zone, which is why my clients felt general business was more appropriate here.
And Tad, is it fair to say that the general business was used just because it gives you the ability to do some more residential units if you want?
It does.
Yeah.
But I think technically we could probably do residential and highway business as well. I'm not sure. So,
I may clarify that.
am I wrong?
Standalone residential uses are not permitted in highway business. They are allowed on second stories or higher. And then I guess the other thing worth mentioning is that highway business is not identified as a potentially compatible zone in the mixed use residential future land use category.
And I'll just add, I just don't think it's in that the types of uses that are permitted in highway business are even something of interest to the applicants, and they never even considered that as a possibility, even though it probably would have required a FLUM amendment. That's not the type of development that's envisioned here, knowing where it is.
Any other questions, commissioners? Nothing else? Okay, we'll go ahead and allow Mr. Steinbach, the attorney for the opposition, if you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
questions. Yes, sir. If you have questions.
I have questions for the engineer, not for the applicant.
Yes, is she still available on the phone?
I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am, and thank you for being with us late in the evening. My name is Frank Steinbach. I represent certain residents of the area who object to the proposed rezoning matters. I have a few questions for you, but not many, just to make sure I understand what your testimony was. First of all, beginning at the north end of the project at the intersection of Highland Way and Nashville Road, I believe that as part of the changes in the way traffic is handled in that area, that there will be the imposition of a right turn only out of Highland Way and a right turn out of Highland Way, or no left turn out of Highland Way south on Nashville Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one thing, and assuming that traffic modification is followed by those operating vehicles, that means that some risks associated with Nashville Road in that area will be eliminated because of the elimination of the present right to turn left from Highway or from Highland Way onto Nashville Road. Is that correct?
Removing the left turn from Highland Way onto Nashville Road would reduce the risk in that area, yes.
Okay. And then Ma'am, with respect to the vehicular traffic generated by the project itself, am I correct that during the 2 hours each day, or the couple of hours each day, that that traffic is at its height in the morning and in the evening, that the project itself is anticipated to generate 516 trips per hour? Am I right about that?
No,
Isn't that the math?
no, the trips were, according again to the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual and application. In the morning, it would generate 115 entering trips and 82 exiting trips.
Yep.
And evening, it would generate 157 entering trips and 162 exiting trips, some of which may be cars that are already on Nashville Road.
Well, doesn't that total 516?
Well, I did not do the math. Yes, that may be correct.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, well, that's what I was trying to ask.
I'm sorry.
Next, am I correct that properties that are occupied by professional offices, generally speaking, will generate less traffic than shopping centers located in that same area?
Correct. That's why we use the retail as part of the traffic impact study, so we could determine what would be the worst case, the worst levels of service that this development could produce.
But to the extent you have a project located on the frontage property that is office as opposed to shopping centers, the creation of less vehicular trips reduces theoretically the occurrence of accidents, correct? Because you have less traffic.
Well, crash analysis does consider volumes, but it also considers the types of conflicts that are present. So reducing conflicts, like taking out a left turn and an uncontrolled intersection like at Highland, would reduce crashes considerably, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 30%. And depending on how the intersection with Emmett is timed, it should work safely. So these volumes aren't really, we're talking about a couple of cars per cycle. So it doesn't have a huge impact on the operations of the intersection.
And one of the things that has been done in the past few moments is that the developer has committed to a maximum of 6 residential units in the what I call the frontage property. Am I correct that in general residential units generate less traffic than either shopping centers or office, professional office situations?
That's correct.
Okay, and by what percentage?
I don't know that number right offhand.
Now, do you know whether or not in connection with the project involving the extension of Emmett Drive to Highland Way, whether or not there will be any sort of signage placed at the intersection of what will be New Highland Road and Old Highland Road? Yield signs, stop signs, anything like that?
Yes, sir. That would need some sort of stop sign, some sort of control there.
Okay. Now, ma'am, did you also participate in the initial study that was submitted to the Planning Commission by the applicant that was finished actually in 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you help write that?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you a question about that, if I might.
Okay.
I have to find it though first. Here it is. Under study area and project description, this project, this 13.5 acres. Oh, and let me back up for just a moment, if I might. These numbers that you've given for traffic generation by the project include the residences that, the multi-townhome residences that are envisioned to be built on the 13.5 acres, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the initial report that was written under study area and project description, did you write that part of the report?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to read from that if I might. This project proposes to develop the property with 90 multifamily dwelling units and 29,700 square feet of office space. Did I read that correctly, ma'am?
I don't have that in front of me, so I cannot say.
If I represent to you that I have read it directly from page 2 of the report under study area and project description, do you have any reason to disagree with the accuracy of this statement that I have made that was contained in that particular study?
Well, I do know that the number of dwelling units and the amount of office and retail space has changed from that original study to the current study.
Well, that really wasn't my question. I think my question was whether or not I had articulated or read correctly what was in the first study about that subject. That is 90 multifamily dwelling units and 29,700 square feet of office space.
That sounds about right, but I really cannot recall. It's been
Okay, all right. Now, did you undertake to study in any way increased traffic on Highland resulting from the project, the 13.5 acres, other than the 5 to 10% increase in traffic that you mentioned earlier in your testimony, which was an assumption? I'm sorry?
No, sir, I did not do that. I was looking strictly at the intersections that were involved at Emmett and Highland and what the added capacity would do to those intersections as well as Nashville Road. I think it would be very hard to discount the widening of Nashville Road and its impact on Highland to say what that impact would be.
But in connection with your work, you made no independent investigation of the potential effect on Highland Way of the project itself or the increase in traffic, which may be generated by reason of the extension.
No, but I did note the low volumes on Highland Way, which I can pull those numbers up. So Highland in 2018 had a little over 2,000 vehicles a day. So 10% of these trips would add, I think by your calculations, about 60, 65 trips a day to Highland.
And are you aware at this time, ma'am, of the number of accidents that occur along Highland Way on an annual basis?
No, sir, the traffic impact study did not include any sort of crash analysis on Highland Way.
I thank you very much for answering my questions and for being patient with me. I have nothing further at this time.
Do we have anyone else in the audience that has a question for the applicant? And please note that this is a time for questions about their testimony. This, you'll be given a chance later for the opposition's case to make a statement. So please, if you do have a specific question, if you would get your name, state your name and address, and I'll swear you in and you can ask your question.
Excuse me.
Anyone who is not,
Excuse me, please.
go ahead, sir.
Frank Steinbach. I noticed that, for instance, I see hands up from Anna Sue Heller and someone else named Heller. Would you please tell us who you represent?
Yes, hold on.
Frank?
Yes, I'm looking. Hold on. I represent Herbert Simmons and Diane Simmons. I represent Janet Yeager, Sherry Bryant, Craig Heller, Anna Sue Heller, David Cole, Vicky Cole, Robin Lloyd, Tom Lloyd, Paul Sadler, Joe Sadler, Derry Pinarola, Joy Pinarola, and David Shadowan, I'm sorry.
So what, can we assume that you will do all of the questioning for your clients? Well, let me put that another way, Frank. What you either need to ask the questions, and if they're going to ask questions, you don't need to be asking the questions. So my point is, if you're going to cross-examine the witness, then I think that should stand for the cross-examination on behalf of your clients.
Well, I would agree with that. I would also say that in response to that, that I would think that those who are not my clients who may wish to ask questions should be able to do so.
I agree with you, but it's your clients I'm dealing with now. So excuse me for interrupting. So your clients won't now have an opportunity to cross-examine this witness.
Under your ruling, that's correct. Yes.
Well, no, not my ruling. I'm just, that's what you told me.
And that's what, and I stand by that. As for my clients,
very good.
Not as for others.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, we can proceed now.
Yes, anyone who is not represented, yes, by Mr. Steinbach.
Yes.
If you would give me your name and address, please.
Nick Heller, 612 Highland Way.
Was that the hell?
No, I'm not represented by Steinbach.
Okay, I knew there was a Heller name, that's all, I was just checking. Yes. You swear to tell the truth before this commission?
I do.
Thank you, and go ahead and ask your question, please.
Is this the same person that did the traffic study for the Emmett apartments that went in?
No, I was not involved with that.
Okay. So just to completely clarify, there was not a traffic study done on Highland Way or a crash study done on Highland Way for this?
So typically, there aren't crash studies done for a traffic impact study unless the Planning Commission specifically requires it. So if it were in a high crash area or an area where there's very poor visibility, then that might be something that's done. So we looked at basically
Okay, because Highland is notoriously used as a cut through, and it will continue to be used as a cut through even once this road goes through. And so I was just making sure that a traffic study on Highland is going to be very important since you're trying to put all these apartments in RM3 section of this. Okay, I guess. No one cares. Got it.
I think was there a question there?
Yeah, is there going to be a traffic study done on Highland? Because they're trying to put RM3, which is going to increase the car load, because Highland is a cut through. It is going to continue to be a cut through. It has always been a cut through from going from Nashville Road to Small House Road and to Weston and to all those areas across there. So if there's no traffic study being done on Highland Way, it's really important that there is one done, especially if you're throwing up all these apartments. And now we're learning that they might throw up apartments on the general business side as well, if this goes through.
Rachel, I guess my question is, was that required to have it done on Highland Way?
So the requirement, I just pulled this up in the staff report, for the traffic impact study. It says that any development requiring the submission of a traffic impact study as triggered by the thresholds identified by either the Bowling Green Public Works Department or Kentucky Transportation Cabinet shall analyze the effect of the proposed project on the surrounding roadways and intersections. Such effect shall be measured against the existing level of service standard and circulation pattern for the roadways affected by the proposed development's impact. But there's not a requirement that the study include crash information.
But so what you just read proves that there needs to be a traffic study on Highland because it's going to affect that roadway if this is approved.
I think what that said was, so did either one of those departments request or require a study done, Rachel?
I think, and Ben may be able to chime in here too. I know that Mr. Plunk is still on the line. They may have different requirements for each agency as far as what has to be included with a traffic impact study, and I cannot speak to what those are specifically.
Okay.
But I believe there's a specific distance from the development.
Well, let's just ask Mr. Plunk.
Okay, I'm here.
Are you still online, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Or yes, ma'am, I'm here.
So, Mr. Plunk, I think what we're trying to figure out right now was, did you guys waive a traffic study on Highland Way?
I'm probably going to need help from Rachel on that. I don't remember if we required a traffic impact study, because the thought process was Highland was going to be tied to a signal anyway. And the transportation cabinet was already widening Nashville Road to 2 lanes in each direction with turning lanes. So I'm not sure that we did.
So
usually that comes from our permits office.
Because I think the question or concern is, should there be a traffic study on Highland Way for the amount of traffic that could be generated from the apartments going to a Weston Ave or a Small House?
Yes, okay. Oh, Highland Way is a city street, so I don't have any jurisdiction on that. So
okay.
I will remind everyone that Highland Way has about 2,000 cars a day on it. So for a 2-lane roadway, 2,000 cars, that's enough capacity for 2,000 cars.
That's simply not accurate, but this is a cut-through road. Anyone that lives in Bowling Green knows it's a cut-through road. So that's my concern here. There's just no traffic study being done on Highland, and it even with the Nashville Road and this new connectivity, all that, it's still going to be a cut-through.
Excuse me, sir. This is the time to ask questions. We have a specific question. You'll be allowed to make a statement later.
Okay, thank you.
To keep this in order. So please, if you have a specific question, we certainly want to hear that.
Okay, my question was, why is the traffic study not done in Highland? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else that would like to ask a question of the applicant? who's not represented. If you'd state your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Will Heller. I live at 1016 Highland Way. I swear to tell the truth, the
Thank
whole
you,
truth.
sir. Thank you. And ask your question, please.
I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Plunk or Mrs. Rachel. I was wondering how much of the Nashville Road corridor expansion, let's say from the property in question here down towards the roundabout, is being rezoned as part of the widening of Nashville Road. From my understanding, for my research, I couldn't find any other single family residents trying to be rezoned into general business, but I don't have all the assets. So I was just wondering if there was any known properties also trying to rezone into business.
There have not been any applications for rezoning submitted in the area that you've just described.
So this is the only one.
Correct.
Okay, then I have a follow-up section question for the traffic study. And Karen, I'm not going to dwell on it too long, but I did hear the words worst case scenario thrown out a couple of times.
Yes.
During that traffic study, and I know it's been changed at this meeting, it was a potentially 176 dwelling units in this area. Now that they've changed it to 6 on the front half for general business, I think it makes it to 121 dwelling units, which is above the 90 that you mentioned. In your professional opinion, as you're much more of an expert on this, since you did it with retail and office space and 90 units, would wiping away the retail and moving it to 121 units for this area really increase or negatively impact? Or do you think that you captured a true worst case scenario, even though the units weren't as dense as they could be?
Definitely the retail produces the worst case scenario. For example, for all of this, the retail has 110 trips in the morning, and the housing has 5. So,
okay, yeah, so you probably did capture the worst case scenario. I have a second question to that because I'm not really sure if this has an answer, but I think it's important to note. Someone mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if it was Plunk or you a couple minutes ago, that we need to be able to determine the threshold for the traffic. And I guess when a development is in such a preliminary concept phase, such as this one, how do you determine that threshold when so much could change?
we do that by estimating what is the heaviest use that could be developed on this property. And if that heaviest use was built, what that would do to traffic, what would the level of service be compared to what it is today, and what kind of modifications might be needed in order to make it work better. In this case, it's evaluating the 2 intersections and how it benefits the area to have the realignment and the right in and right out only at Highland.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Darren, is it safe to say we've not reduced the amount of commercial space for the general business, so those numbers that you've given are still accurate?
We have not reduced the number of spaces.
I mean, they still can have a maximum of 52,000 square feet of commercial. Rachel, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so none of that has changed any of the data.
Right. No, any changes that some of that space was office space or it was multifamily, that would just reduce our overall traffic numbers and improve the level of service. So.
All right, thank you. So make sure I was clear.
Do we have anyone else that would like to ask a question to the applicant? I'm not seeing. Do we have someone else? I'm not seeing anyone else. Do we have someone? Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If you would state your name and address, please.
Certainly. My name is Eileen Starr. I affirm that what I'm going to say is true and that I live at 134 Calvin Court here in Bowling Green. My question for the applicant is, who are your target audiences for the apartments? Are these upscale apartments? Are they apartments for college students? Are they, who do you want to rent to?
I'm not,
I don't think from a planning and zoning standpoint, I don't think that is a situation that we get into to talk about that.
thank you for answering that for me, Commissioner Volker. That was.
Yeah, the things that we don't do is that we don't talk about what values might happen to housing or other property around property.
Thank you.
I'd like to say something to that. I am curious about who their projected is. Are they looking for students? Because we've got a lot of people that live on Highland and Small House. And I think they want to know if it's going to be geared towards student or is it going to be more upscale for semi-professional people? I think that is a good question if they have a target unit.
That's not a question we can address in this. We cannot talk about targeted sectors of people that live in certain places. I mean, we're here to look at, does it fit everything else we've looked at, not who's going to live there.
The use of the land.
That's right.
The use. Do we have anyone else that would like to ask a question? Well, yes, sir. I was just trying, I wasn't ignoring you. I was just wanting to make sure everyone else had a chance to ask the first question before we got back to you.
Okay.
I don't see anyone else, so go ahead, sir.
This question is for Mr. Pardue. I see on the pre-application conference information that was submitted, that was updated or re-signed by you on January 21st of this year. And that document still states that you all are looking for what is listed as a strip center, but I think that could be generally described as a strip mall and also a gas station. And so if on January 21st of this year, you didn't feel the need to remove those things, kind of saying that you're still looking for those, why is the concept plan exhibit B from November still showing the 4 large standing business complexes? Why didn't you show strip malls and fuel stations if that was on your document from January of this year?
I think I may be a better resource to answer that question, possibly, and Mr. Pardue can certainly jump in here. But the pre-application meeting notes are something that the staff generates after our initial meeting with an applicant. It's really just the notes are just general and what ideas may have been presented during that pre-application meeting. It's not the intention of those pre-application meeting notes that is definitively what the ultimate application will include. It's just kind of a way to jot down our thoughts or initial comments or ideas after we've initially met with the applicant regarding any proposed project. So it could be that during the first meeting, some of those things that you just mentioned were thrown out as ideas, but now here we are ultimately before the Planning Commission, and the application that's presented before you may not necessarily reflect those specific uses that were initially discussed. Again, these pre-application meeting notes are they're just raw ideas that we're jotting down as we're all meeting together, and it may or may not reflect what's ultimately submitted for review.
That answers that question perfectly. from the documents presented, I'm just calling it the 40-page document that was presented that we could download before this meeting. How, I guess, because there's been some inconsistencies pointed out, how are we to determine, and likewise, how are you all able to determine what they're proposing to build in this location if there's not been any direct determinations already made if this is what they're going for? Are we still too early in the process to determine what's going to be built there, I guess?
So I guess it's not uncommon, if we're looking at the screen right now, the preliminary development plan that we have pulled up, it is just depicting in a generalized fashion the potential uses and or footprint or parking areas that may occur on the property. Ultimately, what the Planning Commission is considering is the application, the information in the staff report, and then based on the proposed development plan conditions, which if approved, those are binding to the property and any future owner. So those are the, I guess, set in stone items that if this were to be approved, those development plan conditions, they will not be deviated from. They will be enforced by staff in review of any future permit or proposed use. And ultimately, the site plan for each potential property, when submitted for review through a site development plan application or a building permit, would, I think, again, I've touched on this earlier, maybe, would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis per property, per proposed use, for compliance with parking requirements and landscaping requirements, and for compliance with any development plan condition that may be applicable to that particular portion of the development.
Okay, that helps that. And then one last just follow-up question, and I don't know if this is for you or someone else. I'm new here, but I think I understand a little bit better part of that process. I just took some notes when you all were asking questions with Mr. Pardue at the beginning, and there was, there was a question about, are you going to do residential on the, or any residential buildings on the general business? And there was an answer of probably not. And when we dive into such a gray area, and then we look at a concept plan that we know is not set in stone, how does the CCPC go ahead and determine that a plan of this nature meets several of the actionable criteria? On page 9 of that document, you have the suggested motions, and there's a bunch of items that are deemed already in compliance. But when you dig in, there's a lot of gray area there because there's not a lot of meat to this presentation of what is actually going to be done there. So what is the threshold for determining whether something is in compliance if it's not really detailed in the report you're given?
I guess when the staff finalizes the report, we try our best to try and identify items that we believe to be in compliance or not in compliance. You'll see that there are several items with an asterisk, meaning that staff was not able to determine if those items were complied with or not. In addition to that, there are, I don't know how many commissioners we have on the call tonight. I didn't take a head count, but I know that each one of the commissioners may have a different perspective about one of the items. As far as they may think it's in compliance, while another commissioner may think that it's not. So everyone may have a difference of opinion or a different perspective on each of these comprehensive plan items. But ultimately, the commissioners are going to have to weigh in on that individually, and that should reflect their vote later this evening.
I have another question. Yes, sir.
You're muted, sir.
You're muted, and if you'd restate your name for us, please.
My name's Nick Heller.
Thank you.
And I just want some clarification on the general business side. So where the connectivity is going, the new thing off Emmett Way, Nashville Road, and then connect to Highland, in that general business section that's right on Highland Way, they could possibly put a gas station in there on Highland Way.
Under the current proposed development plan and development plan conditions, that would be a permitted use, yes.
Okay, so it's possible to have a gas station right next to all of these single-family dwellings, like across the street? Okay, thank you.
Do we have anyone else that has a question for the applicant? Commissioners, do y'all have
Well,
any?
okay, so Tad, let me ask you a question, and maybe we could clarify and get some comfortability there.
Yes, sir.
Would y'all agree that any type of business that it would face Nashville Road?
Commissioner Volkert, I believe we've already included that within our.
I think you did too, but I'm trying to go back through my notes.
Number 10.
I mean, so if that's the case, then
it is,
that
sure.
could not be the case on Highland Way.
I think Jessica just said that was binding element 10 under general business.
Commissioner Volker, I think the question was just whether or not the lot that's shown on this preliminary development plan that runs adjacent to Highland Way, if there could be a fuel station located on this particular lot.
Oh, okay.
Across from the residential properties on Highland.
Okay.
I think that was the question.
I thought he meant facing it.
And he may want to clarify his question because I don't want to misspeak on his behalf, but that's the way I understood the question.
Okay. I'd like to clarify. So the gas station could be pointed the face towards Nashville Road, and then it still could be on Highland, basically.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't, the gas station near all these single family dwellings would be kind of out of place. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else with a question? Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioners, do y'all have any questions for the applicant before we have the opposition present their case? No other questions? Then Mr. Semvac?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah,
Thank you very
yes,
much.
sir. Yes, sir. We'll allow you to give your presentation now, please, sir.
And may it please the commission, and most importantly, may it please my clients. As I've said earlier, my name is Frank Steinbach. I'm an attorney from Owensboro, Kentucky. I previously have submitted a position statement on behalf of my clients, which has been distributed to all the members of the commission and to the commission staff. In that position statement, I've set out in detail the positions of my clients with respect to the applications to amend the zoning ordinance that's now pending. I appreciate the courtesy in being allowed to file that statement, and I ask that that position statement be incorporated into the record of this hearing as if set out in full. I've listened to the questions that have been asked tonight, and I will say that from my perspective, what I want to do in my presentation is to speak about generalities rather than in specifics, and to answer any questions you all may have with respect to the proposals that we have made. In particular, what I want to talk with you about is compatibility. In my view, planning is about determining the compatibility or lack of compatibility among various land uses and devising steps to mitigate that incompatibility by way of land use. Zoning is about implementing the plan and about mitigating incompatibility by screening and buffering in order to provide privacy and protection between competing zones. And Jessica, if you could put up page 8 of the slides that I sent to you earlier, I would appreciate it very much.
There it is, sir.
Thank you. Now, what we have on page 8 is a copy of the portion of the flume that's applicable to this particular proceeding. The flume demonstrates that those who prepared the current comprehensive plan and the current flume back in 2011 took two specific steps to protect Hillview Addition and, in addition, Highland Way from commercial development. First, the planners designated the Potter frontage to a depth of 400 feet and no further from Nashville Road, not as commercial as they could have done, but as mixed-use residential. Second, they designated the property south of the lots fronting on Highland Way as moderate density residential. And if I might add at this time in my presentation, the property that Mr. Pardue pointed out on the west side of Nashville Road looks almost precisely the same today. Maybe the name of a restaurant has changed, but it looks almost precisely the same today in terms of zoning as it did in 2011 when the new comprehensive plan and the new flume were approved by Bowling Green and Warren County and the other smaller communities located in Warren County. What that means is, from my perspective, that the planning unit was aware of the development on the west side of Nashville Road at that time, and nonetheless took that into account in developing or preparing for the development of the east side of Nashville Road. And so we have on the east side in Hillview Addition alone, 160 some acres of single family residential property. We have the two lots that the applicants seek to rezone on Highland Way, designated as low density residential. All of those things were planned for in 2011 with knowledge of what was going on the west side of Nashville Road, meaning those two areas were considered to be different based upon what the planners knew at that time, and that information has not changed. Now, you might wonder why, commissioners, we have objected to the designation of the frontage area as general business, GB. The reason we have done that relates to traffic. Tonight, the developer has committed to no more than 6 units per acre in the general business or the proposed general business section. The reason I asked the engineer about the relationship in terms of generation of traffic between office professional and general business was to get from her the testimony that office professional generates less traffic than does a highway strip center. Likewise, residential generates less traffic than a highway strip center. One thing we want to accomplish, it seems to me, in this zoning proceeding is to reduce, to the extent we can, the amount of traffic that will be on Highland Way on a going forward basis once this extension is finalized. Why is that? That's because Highland Way is, regardless of the number of vehicles per day, 2,000, Highland Way is a street that generates a lot of wrecks. Further, when the Emmett Drive extension goes through, in my mind, there is no doubt that traffic will increase because people will learn that you don't have to turn left and then right to get on Highland Way anymore. You can just go right through straight to Highland Way, thereby making the trip easier and thereby increasing traffic in a highly residential area. So our proposal is to do what Potter said he wanted to do back in 2020. And back then he said or represented that he wanted to build office professional in this area that's designated mixed-use residential on the flume. And what I say to that is, that's the zone that that should be selected if a proposal is approved. Now, I'd like to talk now about lots 9 and 10 of Hillview Addition. I've heard Rachel's testimony about the availability of the exception. I want to talk for just a moment about what happens if there is no exception. Lots 9 and 10 are part of the proposed RM3 zone. These two lots front 200 feet on Highland Way and extend south about 300 feet. These lots contain 1.33 acres and they are more than 400 feet from Nashville Road. My clients oppose rezoning this property to RM3 because that zoning is not compatible with an underlying best use of low density residential. The exception does not apply in my view because the project here contains 13.5 acres, not 5.1 acres. In addition to that, there have been no changes which have occurred that have substantially altered the basic character of the area. Further, if it is in fact correct, or if the Planning Commission enforces the notion in the exception that if the exception applies, then the property in the situation of lots 9 and 10 shall be rezoned in accordance with the predominant zone in the area, that being R3. To my way of thinking, that removes the opportunity for notice and opportunity to be heard, and in particular changes the comprehensive plan from a guiding document to one that mandates results, and I don't think that's the purpose of the comprehensive plan. Finally, I would say with respect to that notion that there has been no basic alteration in the character of the area which the applicant seeks to rezone with respect to lots 9 and 10. Jessica, could I see page 10 of my slides, please?
Yes, sir.
Page 10 of the slides that I have asked Jessica to handle help me handle tonight consist of page 3 of the notes, some of the notes taken by the staff in connection with this particular application. And in this set of notes, and in particular the blue print, which was the second meeting that occurred in December of 2019, the staff addresses this notion of flume amendments. And the notes provide in part flume amendment for low density to moderate density. They also provide in part flume amendment required for A to B in mixed use residential and RM3 in low density. Thus, the staff or somebody on the staff concluded at that time that an amendment to the flume was required as a condition to an RM3 zone. Again, the net result is that the proposal to rezone lots 9 and 10 from RS1A to RM3 should be denied. I'd like to turn now to a discussion of the requirements for buffering and screening, which can be used in addition to land use in order to mitigate incompatibility. As we've learned from what the commission, not the commission did, but from what the planners did back in 2011, there are particular types of land uses that will reduce incompatibility. And so we have mixed use residential areas, and we have moderate density residential areas, and other types of areas that will reduce the tension that exists between certain types of land uses. In addition, incompatibility can be reduced by screening and buffers. The Potter-Harned Group recognizes this in its proposal for a 20-foot no-build zone coupled with a 10-foot area in which trees 10 inches in diameter and 6 inches above the ground will be left in place. Now, my clients believe that the proposals by the Potter-Harned Group are insufficient, especially with respect to screening, since there are very few trees in the area proposed to be protected that would be left if you went out there and you cut all the trees 10 inches in diameter and less at 6 inches off the ground. So the proposal has no practical effects on providing additional screening because of the lack of trees that would be there if you cut the 10-inch trees. Further, we believe that the proposal made by the Potter-Harned Group fails to accomplish two things that I believe are paramount with respect to buffers, and those are privacy and protection. Jessica, if I could see page 6 of the screens of the slides. Now, page 6 is, and Jessica, if you could enhance that or make it a little larger, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Steinbach, you have about a minute and a half left.
I did not realize that. At any rate, the most affected lots here are the Bryant lot, which is next to the lots 9 and 10, the Heller lot, which is next to that, to the Bryant lot, and finally the Lloyd lot. We have set out our suggestions with respect to buffers in detail in our position statement, and we will stand by those buffering requirements and ask that the commission review those in connection with our objection. Basically, we request 25-foot boundaries on the 25-foot no buffer zones on the west boundaries of the Lloyd property, and we request a 45-foot no build zone on the southern boundary of the Heller and Bryant properties. We also request the construction of walls of brick or stone on the Potter-Harned property. And we request that on the southern boundary, all vegetation be left in place, while on the west boundaries of the Bryant and Lloyd properties, we request that there be 2 rows of cedars of Lebanon trees planted. We think those impositions or those requirements will best protect the privacy and unwarranted intrusions onto their property by any type of development, regardless of apartment or otherwise, that might come about as a result of the passing of the request for this ordinance. And finally, I would say that we have requested impositions in the development conditions which protect all of the lots from drainage associated with this project. And that's primarily because the Bryant lots and the Lloyd lots in particular are lower than the project. Construction is highly likely to increase drainage onto those areas. We also request that the green space shown north and west of the extension of Highland Drive remain as shown on the concept plan that has been presented. And I will close my remarks at this time. I apologize for going over. Again, I had timed this and didn't recognize that I had done that. Apologize for the imposition, Commissioner. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any questions for opposition? Do we have anyone else in the audience that would like to make a statement in opposition that's not represented by Mr. Steinbeck? 3 that we have. Yeah, yes, ma'am. I see you raising your hand, Ms. Starr.
Ms. Starr, you're muted.
Thank you. We've already sworn.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, go ahead and make your statement. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. I would like to address, and actually these are questions as well as suggestions. When you look at the statistics from a housing report commissioned by the city of Bowling Green called the Bowen Report, it was published in 2019. It was stated that while Bowling Green offers only 1,400 affordable, which is government subsidized housing, what's really needed is affordable projects, that there are 900 households on a wait list for housing. And these, of course, are for people who need affordable housing. They need vouchers, they need subsidized rent. If you look at various analyses of the housing problems in Bowling Green, it tends to be on the low end. This dovetails into my question about who they were attempting to attract there. I realize you all don't deal with that, but if you're dealing with the square footage of a property from 1,400 to 1,800 or something like that, that does deal with some of those issues. I'd also like to bring your attention to the Unitarian Universalist Church just down the hill from that. That's where that lovely pond is right now. And so that there are problems with drainage in the area. And I believe that that's been addressed in other times, in another statement as well. We've talked about traffic on Nashville Road and at a great deal. So I won't go there, but I will say that if you go on to this Judge Potter's property, it is absolutely gorgeous with those mature trees, open area, a sense that you don't get in any place else in Bowling Green. So to think that this area will be turned into perhaps student housing, perhaps more commercial areas, I understand he's a private property owner. On the other hand, perhaps the city could consider using the property in a way that would benefit many people. And that's what I have to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, this is Frank Steinbeck. I hate to interrupt, but
Yes, sir.
I understood that, well, I understood my clients could not ask questions. When I prepared for this, I understood that one or more of my clients would be able to speak in an individual capacity, addressing subjects I did not address in 3-minute presentations. And I would ask that they be permitted to do that in the interest of fairness. I understand that we've spent a lot of time on this. I also understand that the applicant asked many questions of several witnesses and took probably well more than 15 minutes. And whether he did or he didn't, I would request that those of my clients who wish to speak for 3 minutes or less be permitted to do so.
I believe that was discussed with the staff when you were in the office. So is the case.
Diane Simmons is the first on the list.
Okay, Miss Diane Simmons then is the first on the list.
I'm here.
If you'd state your name and address for us, please.
Diane Simmons. I live at 704 Highland Way, and I will tell the truth.
Thank you, ma'am. You can go ahead and make your statement.
Jessica, are you gonna let me share my screen, or are you gonna do it?
Mr. Peterson has that control. I think he was gonna try it out. I'm not sure if he's available to do that right now.
Well, you can run it. You got it, right?
I have it up right now, man. So when you're ready to go to the next screen.
Okay. Well, I put together 10 slides because I think you need to see what the Highland Way is. In 1978, we built our house on a lot previously owned by a woman. Is everybody muted? This woman had lost her fiance in World War II. She'd never married and never had built her dream home. Over the years, the area has changed. We've talked about that tonight. Traffic increased. There's a South Campus. But I would say that the people that have lived on Highland Way between Smallhouse Road and Nashville Road have improved the neighborhood with substantial renovations, new construction, and landscaping. And I'd like you to consider what we call the Highland Way, not the street, Highland Way. Next slide, please. That is not the next slide.
This is number 3. Did you want number 2?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. There you are, ma'am. That's
There
number
are the 4 homes on the north side of Highland facing the proposed development. Their current view, 3 family homes, single family homes, an orchard and woods. Now number 3, please. Here's what the apartments could look like from Highland. Admittedly, I photoshopped it, but that's the truth, I think. Number 4. And here are the homes along the disputed development, south and west borders. Number 5. The Craig and Anna Sue Heller Pool sits along the property line for the proposed development. Right now, they see woods and sky. Here's what they might see. Number 6. We like green spaces and landscapes. We garden. We feed birds. We have swimming pools. We manage our trees. Number 7. You know, some have said long ago, I want to live on Highland someday. And guess what? Now they do. Number 8. I was able to collect information about all but 4 homes between Nashville Road and Sycamore. The chart shows how much care is given to home management and neighborhood vision. Number 9, I'm going to let it speak for itself. And number 10. You know, we're not a financial or engineering abstraction here on Highland Way. We are your neighbors. We've respected our community and you. And the development plan is written, may be legal, but it is not compatible with the Highland Way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It's Vicky.
The next one's
Yeah. Vicky Cole.
Am I on?
Yes, ma'am. If you'd state your name and address, and we'll swear you in, and then you can give your statement.
I'm Vicky Cole, and I live at 1012 Highland Way, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, ma'am.
My topic concerns the saturation of businesses in the immediate area of Highland Way and the adjacent neighborhoods. Each of you should have access to a list of businesses located in this limited area in your packet, the commissioners. Right, there you are. These are all within actually under 2 minutes to 10 minutes from my front door. I personally did a head count of all the businesses on Nashville Road from the Lutheran Church School down to Graves Gilbert Clinic, and then on the crossroad of Campbell Lane from Western's Research and Development Complex to Goodwill Industries, and found a total of 108 businesses just in that described area. The list reflects there are sufficient strip mall businesses in this area to meet the needs of Highland Way and the adjacent neighborhood. I'm not going to list them all because you can see them there, but there's everything from donut, cupcake shops, a motel, chain drugstores, car wash, multiple drive-through, eat-in restaurants, excuse me, WKU South Campus and Nicely Center, farmers market, gas stations, and multiple nail salons. So how does the proposed development of Potter property help attract new businesses? It doesn't. My three major concerns for the request to add more businesses and multi-resident housing on the Potter property are as follows. First one is traffic, which I think we have discussed extensively, except I have two comments to make. And one is, it is a cut-through road. And once the Highland extension comes through, it will be a cut-through road from Russellville Road, utilizing Emmett to dump off onto Highland and then continue on over to Campbell Lane. So that definitely increases the traffic. The only protection we have at the moment is that we do not have a stoplight at Nashville Road and Highland Way. Also, in this plan would have no limitation on the number of cars if a strip mall effect is used and the hours of operation. So my thoughts of professional businesses and single family dwellings would eliminate a great deal of traffic. Excuse me. Number two, incompatible structures with the strip mall effect, or the proposed structures would not be compatible to neighborhood structures and would decrease the property value of Highland and adjacent neighborhood. Professional businesses and single family dwellings in the Potter property would be more consistent with a traditional neighborhood. Final third, the transient population. And I know this isn't necessarily what we're here to discuss, but it has to enter in. The proposed structures would produce a transient population as compared to professional businesses and single family homes would. Highland and adjacent neighborhood is not a transient neighborhood. There are retirees, families, and families with small children. It's a very kindred neighborhood. There are even children and a grandchild 2 houses down that has recently refurbished his grandmother's home, and they have moved in there. So it's a vibrant neighborhood, which is seeing regrowth because we have the Highlands going in right down the street also. So in closing, to lose a neighborhood that is both socially and economically thriving, but more importantly, is united behind the belief that our homes and property matter, would be a loss to Bowling Green. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Heller?
Yes, this is me.
Yep.
And I understand that there's 36 slides and I get 3 minutes, so I'm going to try real hard to run through everything really fast.
Well, you've been sworn in, so say you've been sworn in, so that takes care. No. I say that'll knock a little off.
Yeah, so I looked at this at a little bit different. I'm not necessarily always trying to stop everything, but I wanted to look at it from the perspectives of the residents of Highland Way, from the residents of the community of Bowling Green, and also from Mr. Potter and the Harnet's perspective. I think that there is money to be made and development to be made, but also a way to protect the values and the traditions as set forth in the comprehensive 2030 master plan of the city. So that's what this presentation does. Next slide, please. Or hopes to do. So I might be wrong on this, but it seems that the frontage property of Mr. Potter's property falls into what is mixed use residential. If I have my math wrong, or if I get this wrong, I'm sure that Rachel can correct me. But from what I read, commercial uses inside of mixed use residential should comprise only 25% of such a development. And to me, general business being 7.5 acres is over by almost double the 25% acreage that's allowed for mixed use residential to be used for commercial. Now, maybe I'm mistaken on that math, but if it's a mixed use residential area and only 25% of it can be commercial acreage, I'm not sure how we can use all of that commercial acreage, use it all as commercial acreage. It doesn't seem to fit with land use 1.11 because it would require a flume amendment to be able to use that much acreage in that front general business area, because it actually sits on what's considered mixed use residential. And people can comment on this later, but I got to run through it. I was also a little confused on if the standalone buildings couldn't exceed 10,000, but I think someone solved that. So for me, when I looked at the staff report, I just went to page 9. I went to items in compliance and items not in compliance, and I built this entire presentation looking at each and every one of those. So even though on the compliance summary, it says land use 1.1.1, it is in compliance. I don't see how, if we're using that full acreage at 7.58 acres for commercial, when in mixed use residential, we're only allowed 25% to be used for commercial purposes. And maybe I'm not doing the square footage of the buildings right, but it just states acreage. Next slide, please. So when you look at it, is it consistent with the flume? No, it's not consistent. See the previous slide. It's got too much commercial acreage to sit on mixed use residential. So when you say, okay, is it consistent with the development review provisions, the map and the general policy? No, the proposed use is not in alignment with the flume or the mixed use residential. So it can't meet 1.1.3. No. It also doesn't meet 1.1.3 because if it does need a flume amendment to get that general business part to be more commercial, to have that much commercial acreage, then they would have needed to amend the flume and have 1.1.4, which they did not go after. Next slide, please.
That's 3 minutes. You probably need to go ahead and wrap up.
Well, I guess, will this presentation be brought in and presented as evidence for the commissioners to review?
I have already emailed it to all the planning commissioners prior to the meeting, and it is part of the record.
All right. I'll then hurry up. I see that I'm not being afforded the extra time that others were. That's fine. If you could turn to slide 9, please. This shows only a fraction of the auto accidents that we've had. The city denied us access for a stop sign even after people were totaling their cars and being burned alive in our front yards. We finally fought tooth and nail by showing an overlay of how many kids live on this street. Next slide, please. This shows just some of the houses. I didn't canvass the whole neighborhood. They've mentioned it's a cut-through street. We regularly see people speeding at 55, 60 miles an hour. I'm proposing that we put 2 stop signs, one at the new connection that aligns Emmett to Highland, one at Sycamore, which will slow people down. The dots represent people that have grandkids over at least twice a week. The pink dots represent families who are raising kids, or the magenta ones, under 18 years of old on Highland Way. Now, I have trees that are about 10 feet from the corner of my house. People have lost control of the road and hit those trees. My house is not near the road. That tells you how fast people are going and how bad it is. And yes, we've had wrecks and totals and people dying in our front yards. So you can go through the whole presentation if you want. A lot of what the staff report says is in compliance. I present evidence of why it's not in compliance. Slide 11, please, shows you what and why an earthen berm is necessary. On the proposed property, there are 2 large sinkholes. The third sinkhole is in the Bryant property. And if they want to build, they will fill in these 2 sinkholes on the development property, which will then route a lot of the water table into the Bryant's yard. This is not good for a number of reasons. Bowling Green doesn't have the best track record for building things on top of large sinkholes. And when I say large, they are big, at least 30 feet deep. So if we fill those in, where does that water go? That's why the Sherry asked for, I believe, on the Bryant property, asked for an earthen berm to make sure all the runoff wouldn't go in and damage their house.
So we do have, this is Velma Reiner speaking. We do have copies of all this, and it has been introduced into the record. All of those who are not, the 3 minutes is the time limit. You may be referring to the attorneys when they spoke for the applicant and for the opposition. The question and answer period is not part of that time. When they give the actual presentation, that's where the counting started. So when questions were asked, the same as your questioning, when you asked questions, there was no timetable on that. It's just when the statements are made, we try to keep it fair among everyone. So you have gone over your 3 minutes, and we do have the copy, and it is in the record.
Okay, slide 34 shows what I'm providing, and it would help the applicants, Mr. Pardue and Sam Potter, meet a lot of the not in compliance criteria. I'd be willing to discuss it with them, but what I show here is business in the front and a park in the back connected to, intelligently connected to the greenways. There's a slide that shows their proposal is not intelligent for connection to the greenways as it is now. They leave out sidewalks in the most dangerous area for pedestrians. I'm proposing that there's a way forward for the city to get what it wants, for the community to get what it wants, and for Mr. Potter to get what he wants. I would be more than willing to talk to anyone about this design. Obviously, it'll take longer than 3 minutes. Also, my proposal means that they would be in compliance with NCR 2.5.3, which is a sticking point because they are not in compliance with that at all, and I have a way forward to where they could be. Thanks for the time. Apparently, I should have hired an attorney and spent a lot of money so I could talk longer. The system is not set up for the residents. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else that would like to make a statement?
Yes. Okay. I'm very disappointed.
You have an echo on.
I'm very disappointed in this board. I recorded all of these meetings from 2010 to 2018, thousands of these meetings. All you have to do is simply look at the map of what they're proposing. You're trying to put RN3 directly next to single family dwellings. It's very easy to see this is not compatible. It's very easy. Also, time during this was not, I've been running a stopwatch this entire time and it has not been equal. So the traffic, it's a cut through. This road's a cut through. There's not a profit traffic study. There's not need to be any studying on this because all you do is look at the map and you're seeing a bunch of RM3 apartments right next to a single family area. It just is not compatible at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone?
You have to go.
I would like to speak.
Your name and your address. Anna Sue?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you. I'm Anna Sue Heller.
I couldn't read a last name. I apologize. I couldn't see. It just said Anna Sue.
I'm Anna Sue Heller. I live at 703 Highland Way.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I promised to tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, green space is good. It's good for us all. It enhances and beautifies our city. It relieves stress. It promotes outdoor activity and good health. One of the most important aspects of our city planning is health for its residents. I read a recent article by Amru Bratanar, who's a professor of medicine at the University of Louisville. Our air is full of particulate matter and ozone, which is a toxic gas. Residents living with adequate green space have less stiffness in their arteries and less heart deterioration. We've asked for a significant amount of green space. Some may say it's unreasonable. However, many studies have connected green space with good health. The proposal by the Potter Group does not address health issues or pleasant outdoor surroundings. Their proposal of leaving only trees that measure 10 inches in diameter can be interpreted as they're going to cut down a great many trees. The green space offered of 10 feet and a building no closer than 20 feet will put the apartments towering over my neighbors and my backyard, as Ms. Simmons showed you. There will be no privacy for us or the apartment residents. More green space is needed for health and privacy. We had hoped the Potter Group would consider building more of a neighborhood. With the substantial people and cars involved, with 2-story, 13 apartment buildings, we hope they will put substantial thought into the health of the population. More people demands more green space. Our neighborhood deserves it, and so do the new apartment population. Thank you.
You have an extreme echo, ma'am. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was on one.
Who's that? Andrea Clan?
Yes, my name is Andrea Clan. I live at 612 Highland Way, and I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would just like to briefly say that I'm opposed to the applicant's proposal, and for all the reasons that have been stated tonight. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And yeah, all I see is Rivendell, Kentucky, with a hand.
Yes.
Yeah, if you'd state your name and address, please.
My name is Sherry Smith Bryant. I live at 615 Highland Way. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I've lived in Bowling Green for nearly 50 years, the past 30 of which have been in the same house on Highland Way, which is lot number 11. My property is the one that borders 2 sides of the proposed development. There's several neighbors who've also lived in their same homes on Highland Way for 25 plus years. We are a community of Highland Way neighbors within the community of Bowling Green and Warren County. My goal in speaking to you is to give you my perspective on the proposed zoning changes and development. I understand that this development is viewed as progress for the Bowling Green Warren County community. This development is located within our Highland Way community as well, with 3 of us having property lines touching the development property. Inasmuch as none of us desire to stop progress, I do wish that you would take into serious consideration the consequences to us and work with us to minimize the negative impact and consequences to us, to our property, our families, and our Highland Way community. This would not include multifamily housing. I've been a tenant of an apartment complex in the past and can tell you that my focus and perspective during that time on the care, maintenance, and activity was very different than what my perspective is as a property owner. This is not to speak negatively about anyone who rents apartments, but is to point out the differences in activity with multifamily housing. There's more turnover of clientele, which will create more noise, more foot traffic, more vehicle traffic, more activity, less green space. As a homeowner, I would never have chosen to live in front of, next door to, or across the street from multifamily apartment complexes. These changes are concerning to me. I'm asking for your consideration so that together we can shape how that progress occurs with respect to our boundaries. I believe what such consideration to the properties directly touching the development would be to establish a border around these properties. Boundaries and borders exist to protect and promote privacy for the integrity of the existing neighborhood, especially when there's a change proposed to the original nature of the neighborhood. Many planned developments seek to incorporate borders such as no-build zones, solid walls, and planting natural tree-line barriers to assist in reducing the effects of the new construction and changing in activity. The created barriers will promote privacy and protection by creating a physical and visual barrier, buffering noise, incorporate vegetation to offset green space loss from the construction of asphalt. The fact that the development has undergone multiple redesigns, which are likely to continue to undergo adjustments, underscores the importance of developing a border along the property lines, a substantial border. The border should include the no-build zone extending from the property lines, solid wall fence again, evergreen visual barriers, as well as an earthen berm to further protect the properties from flooding. The benefit from the barriers will be valuable to our property and should be included in the development plan. Please be respectful of those of us that have made Highland Way community our home for today and for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have, I just see is it correct? The last name is Heller?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Last
ma'am.
name is Heller. Again,
He has
Yes,
not been sworn in. So name and address, please.
I can't see it.
Mr. Heller, name and
oh,
address.
okay. I
Yes.
saw someone else's picture.
Yeah.
All right. My name is Craig Heller. I live at 703 Highland Way, Bowling Green, Kentucky. And I swear to tell the truth.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. I want to say that, yes, the staff commission did a fine job in reading what was written in the minimum requirements for incompatible properties and screens. However, when you take minimum requirements and write language that will provide in the situation that is surrounding this project on the 3 properties that border it, it will reduce all of the natural growth that's already there. So the buffer, which is natural now, provides cover for and a screen for up to 25, 30, 35 feet. If they move in and remove all that because they're going to not cut anything larger than 10 inches, 6 inches off the ground, they're going to remove 95% of the natural vegetation that is already providing a screen and privacy. So good job in reading the detail in the law, but there is some reason that reality exists, and it does not exist in a file drawer or in a file on a computer. It exists out here where we live and breathe as human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Could I speak, please?
Yes.
This is Robin Lloyd. I live at 707 Highland Way.
Yes.
And I swear to speak the truth.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you guys are amazing, let me say. Whew, I haven't been up this late in a long time. As we all know, Highland Way is a well-established neighborhood that has been a part of Bowling Green's beauty for many years. Tommy and I moved in here in 1989, and we've raised all 3 of our children here, and now we have 5 of our grandchildren that enjoy our home as well. And we find it disheartening that we're having to defend ourselves with fellow neighbors and fellow community members. You know, we live here because we all love the large lots, the natural greenery that provides privacy and security. We're in our front yard with a great neighborhood, our backyard in the country. But now the possibility of facing apartment buildings on Highland Way and in our backyards, which greatly hinders the integrity of our neighborhood. Our taxable value is $375,000, which we highly disagree because we have a very well lived in home, but it's lot and location, and that may never be affected, but the sales value will be greatly impacted. I cannot imagine any buyer wanting this huge lot with apartment buildings right in their back door. Now, Tommy and I are very small real estate investors, but we're very much aware of the adverse effect on our property. And we hope that you guys will look at this in a sense of 20 years down the road, when all of us are still living on Highland Way, we've got young families, but these buildings will most likely be sold one by one, multiple times, out-of-state investors that have zero interest in our neighborhood and our city for that matter. Now, Tommy and I have apartments and we have townhomes that started in well-developed areas, but over the years, each building sold multiple times, multiple buyers, out-of-state investors, and the maintenance and lack thereof with different owners is really saddening. And in all honesty, Tommy and I have the best tenants we could ever imagine in those areas, and they take care of the property, but they don't have the pride that we do because we have our money invested. So even if high-end apartments are placed back here in this development, if there's no skin in the game per se, the pride and care simply does not exist. And we all know that due to the location, it could very well be Western students. We are 110% supportive of Western, but we raised 3 college kids. If we don't want any more in our backyard, we know what college kids do. Now, all of us take great pride in our community. So I'm asking you to help us to continue the pride of Highland Way and protect our neighborhood, the privacy and the security that many of us have experienced over the years, and let it continue to be an asset to Bowling Green and not just another apartment area. Thank you all so much for your time, and whatever you get paid is not enough. You guys are wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd, just a little clarification. When you said these buildings to be sold off one by one, that won't be possible if it's all on one piece of land. So you won't have a bunch of individual investors buying a building here and a building there.
Okay. All right. Well, okay.
Commissioner Volker.
Yeah.
Right now, the current development plan as proposed would not prevent that. They can break
it up.
Yeah, that was one of our considerations that we had listed in the staff report, that there was the proposed development plan, although is shown as one development, there's no requirement in the conditions that would mandate that.
So they can individually plot this.
Correct.
Excuse me there.
It's okay. Thank you.
And we have some, the last name is on there, it just says Heller. It's a young woman. Yes.
That's me, Elizabeth Heller.
Yes.
Elizabeth Heller, 1016 Highland Way.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and make your statement.
Yes, I would just like to ask, my husband is the one that did the longer presentation. I just wanted to point out one thing on slide 29. If you wouldn't mind to pull that up.
Tag team this for us, huh? Okay.
In the proposal, one of the things mentioned is it fits in because of the density, but I would just like to point out this particular visual because what's highlighted in green here are the low density, well-established neighborhoods that we have. The area in red is the proposed area. And what they're pointing at is this area in pink, saying because this is here, this is the norm. So I just kind of wanted to give that visual that that's not the norm.
Okay, okay. And I would like to clarify something too, and I made a comment about the attorneys getting 15 minutes. Sometimes the person can be a neighborhood representative that, you know, that has pulled in other people to work with and to give a presentation. So it's not only attorneys that would get that opposition time, that would get the 15 minutes. So I wanted to clarify that. It was just the case that tonight, the opposition was represented by an attorney. So, yes.
I'm also in opposition and I was not represented by an attorney, so I only got 3 minutes.
Yes, that's what, that, you were in with the individual neighborhood comments. If you had represented a group of neighbors, you could have done that and put that presentation together and spoke for the neighbors, and you would have been afforded the same amount of time that we do in presenting the applicant and the opposition cases.
I just thought it was more important for you all to hear from more neighbors as opposed to less.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yes, yes, thank you all. Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Unmute me. Can you hear me?
Yes, your name and address.
My name is David Shadowin. I live at 608 Highland Way, which is right across the street from this proposed development.
And you swear to tell the truth?
I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you, sir.
The things I would like them to consider is there's an access area granted from the commercial development directly onto Highland, which I think is a very bad idea in terms of Highland traffic. So I don't think there should be a direct connection from a commercial property onto Highland Way, which is not a commercial road, it's a residential road. The second thing would be nice would be if everything from the west side of Sherry Bryant's property going toward Nashville Road was just one story. Because in terms of visual effects, there would be a lot less to look up at all the time. And the third thing is having a visual barrier between the properties that touch this development. I think a very important thing to have, because you know, I would not want to live next door to property and have to look at 3 stories up from me when I used to just look across at trees. Anyway, and the other consideration would be, instead of having apartments back there in that area for R3, is to leave it R1. They're doing a big development down the street from us that's R1. I'm sure they'll make a lot of money off of it. I think instead of having apartments back there, they could have small houses or big houses and still make money on the deal, instead of having apartments back there, which would be more consistent with the Highland area from Nashville Road to Weston is mostly single dwelling houses. So instead of having apartments back in that one area, single dwelling homes might be a better choice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does that take care of everyone? We've got everyone now? We're seeing if we've got anybody else that needed to make a comment. I think we've gotten everyone now.
Herb Simmons wants to speak.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Well, you've already heard from my wife. My name's Herb Simmons. I live at 704 Highland Way. I've been here for 30 years.
I promise to tell
Can
the
you
truth.
swear to tell the truth?
And I promise to tell the truth.
Thank you, sir.
Well, no, I've already lied to you because I haven't lived here for 30 years yet, but in August I will have. I have a concern about the drainage problem. If I could have that projected slide back up here.
What is it? Whose is it?
Yeah, that's the one. That piece of property is pretty high in this area. It drains south That's the bottom of that map, onto the Potter Children's Home and on down to Kroger. On the south, it drains, or on, I'm sorry, on the east, it drains down into the area around the junior high school and private properties down in there.
Lloyd's.
On the east, it doesn't, it drains, but it goes right into a karst area. I don't see anything in this plan about how they're going to control water, surface water. The other, what was it, a week ago, we had 4.5 inches of rain in 24 hours. If you look at this map, just eyeballing it, it looks like half of it is turned into parking lots and rooftops, which do not absorb water. Where is that water going to go?
Well, I think we can get someone from staff to explain the draining issues for you, that when that is.
Well, I know about the karst situation. But so many places here in town, we have, what do they call them, drainage areas or drainage ponds or something of the sort. And it seems like something like that should happen here. So no matter what, it's not going to affect our property, but I am concerned about the neighborhood. One good thing that all this has brought about is the fact that our neighborhood has pulled together on this, and we know each other much better than we ever have before. I'm still concerned about the drainage, though.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you much.
Chair Runner, I may be able to answer some of the drainage questions, and if I can't answer them all, I know that the applicant's engineer is also on the call. But at the zone change level, I guess the information that the Planning Commission is considering is the proposed zone, proposed uses, and all of the comprehensive plan items that we've been discussing this evening. Ultimately, if this project were to move forward, there would be specific requirements as far as the plan review, as far as the drainage would go. So we have our local subdivision regulations and local ordinances that have specific requirements to help and address those drainage issues, to where any proposed development is not going to negatively impact the surrounding properties. So at this point in time, there wouldn't have been any formal drainage plans prepared, because this is still kind of in the conceptual process as to what may or may not even be permitted on the property. And I'll let maybe the applicant chime in more later if they have more to add, or if anybody else on our staff would like to provide any additional information regarding that, that'd be great too.
This is Tad Pardue speaking on behalf of the applicant. We do have our engineer present on the call this evening, Brian Shirley with Arnold Consulting Engineering. To the extent there are any further questions about what will be required of the applicant and the developer in terms of drainage when the project moves forward, if it is permitted to move forward.
Thank you, sir. I think Rachel did a good job answering that for me. Thank you, ma'am. I think we've gotten everybody that wanted to speak. We're getting ready to get into the closing arguments.
Excuse me.
Oh, do we have one more?
Yes, I would like to say something if I could, please.
Yes, sir.
My name is Sam Burns. I live over at 533 Belmont, which is a neighborhood adjoining this neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
But through my observations, it appears it appears as though that Bowling Green is more oriented to getting the street developed for their usage than it is towards the neighborhood itself. Now, I don't know the full scope of what their intent is, but it appears as though the neighborhood is not given quite the chance to really back their position. Now, I know that through the litigation that we go through here is set up through the courts, and that's the way it's going to be. But it seems like there's a lot of concern through the neighbors, through all the neighbors that live along Highland. There's quite a few neighbors here that are really concerned about all that they have to lose, as well as that for future families. Now, I understand that Sam Potter is the owner, along with another one, who wants to rezone this, and I have no objection to that. But it seems like we need more clarification upon what actually is going to be done. We need to make sure that what is done is in the best interest of the neighborhood. Now, if you could actually try to clarify that for the neighbors, that would be great. It would help settle a few minds and also cool down a few tempers about it. If you could reach out to us in some way or manner, that would be great. And, you know, it's just a matter of responsibility on both the city and the neighborhood itself. And it's not that we want to say anyone's right or wrong. We want to make sure that what is done properly. If you could, just reach out to us. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. And that was a good closing right there, wasn't it? Thank you, sir.
Hey, Velma, I've got a couple things for Tad that I'd like to ask before he probably gives his closing.
Yes, sir.
So Tad, and it's my fault for not necessarily catching on. So it is the intent is for these units to be individually owned?
No, sir. It is intended and likely that the multifamily will be developed under single ownership.
Okay, because by the way Rachel tells me it right now, we've not addressed the uniformity of the units. So if we pass it just the way it sits today, Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong, they could sell off 13 buildings, and as long as they kept in the binding elements of what the material were supposed to be, they could look like 13 different buildings.
That's correct.
Okay, that to me is something that's got to be addressed before this would go to vote.
Yes, I see I understand the question and the concern. I think realistically, trying to sell off single lots would involve streets, setbacks, parking. I think the end result would be a drastic reduction in the number of buildings or structures, such that you're looking at something much less than what's on the concept plan. That's a discussion I'm willing to have with my clients, but I'll say that it is intended and likely that it's to be developed under single ownership. But if the commission is proposing a condition one way or the other, I'll be happy to have that discussion right now.
Well, just from our, what we've tried to do in the last few years, anything that would come like this is we want it to look like, if it's not going to be a complex, we want it to look like a complex. mean, the last thing you want is a purple building, a brown
Absolutely.
building. I mean,
Absolutely. And Commissioner Volkert, I'm getting nods of the head from both of my clients in agreement with you. So, you know, to the extent we need to amend our development plan conditions again, or at least on the RM3 portion to account for that, then we're prepared to do that. Is that correct?
Rachel, what would you suggest there?
In recent applications where there may be multiple owners involved, I think some of the conditions with those particular applications set a limit on the number of building plans, set a number on the number of colors that could be used as far as paint colors or types of brick, that there would only be one style of brick, or to where essentially if there were 10 buildings and 10 owners, there's, like you said, Commissioner Volkert, they would still have some sort of cohesiveness or uniform appearance. And I
kind of like what was done at Audi.
Yeah. And we're absolutely willing to do that.
And then the other question I would have is, if that was the route you went, is there going to be an HOA? Will the HOA will it be responsible for any of the common grounds?
Will the developer agree to single ownership for the residential portion of the development?
That's the easiest thing.
Yeah, but if it's okay with you all, can I have just a moment to talk that
Sure.
over?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm back. I guess to Mr. Moore's question, Mr. Moore, I think right before we broke, had asked if the applicants were willing to agree to single ownership of the entire multifamily portion. And I don't think that that's an option, only because then that eliminates the possibility of the patio home, zero lot line, condominium concepts. But what we are absolutely willing to agree to is a development plan condition, providing for, continuity or consistency of design and scheme and color and those things. And along those lines, perhaps consistency in 2-story structures and then consistency in 1-story structures. However, we need to craft that condition. We're certainly open to and agreeable to. So if it's a certain type of brick or stone, or the same type of brick or stone, limited to perhaps 2 colors, color schemes. Those are the types of things that the applicants are willing to agree to.
Same thing with the color of the roof.
Yes.
What about the question about the HOA? Who's gonna be?
We would prefer that it be accomplished by way of a development plan condition as opposed to creation of a homeowner association.
City buyback for City Park, the R3 area. Is that?
You thinking?
Mr. Pardue, can I ask you a question while they're working on that wording?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can't get the picture out of my mind of the people in their swimming pool with the 2-story apartment building behind them. Would the applicant consider along where these people live that it just be a 1-story, or to put up a fence of some type in order for the privacy to be there? There's 3 homeowners that are going to be affected. And if these 2-story buildings, the people on the 2nd floor are just going to be able to look out their window and see in their backyard. There's not going to be any kids playing in the backyard, anybody in that pool, or, there's one big field back here that you could play touch football in because there's not going to be any privacy. Would they consider, if the building is facing or, overlooks one of those single family residences, that they would consider, an 8-foot fence, or consider doing 1-story?
Well, it's 2 stories, 8-foot fence.
Right.
I do agree with Sandy on the fence.
Okay. Let me ask my clients about that as well. Shouldn't take too long.
Okay.
Camp, it looks like you may be in deep thought. And I thought it may be worth mentioning if we're talking about this uniformity issue. I did pull a set of development plan conditions from a previous multifamily development. If anyone needs suggestions on potential wording, I would be happy to share that.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing that. And what I was in deep thought about was thinking about the fact that I don't need to be drafting the developers' DPCs. TAD needs to propose it, and then the planning commission can approve it or not. But if you have some language that's been previously used, do you have any way of getting that to TAD for him to look at?
I can email it to him if he has access to his email right now.
I think he's in his office, so I'm sure he does.
Okay.
May I say something at this point?
Let me just interject here for a second. I think we probably need to wait. Well, they're back now, so never mind.
Yeah, so Rachel,
yes,
when you email that, can you email it to me and to Mr. Brooks, Kevin Brooks?
Yes.
So that we can try to do double time on that. I know it's getting late. Back to Ms. Clark's suggestion and also Commissioner Volkert's suggestion. What I have an agreement from my clients to do is agree to construct an 8-foot wooden fence along those properties where the RM3 borders single-family residential. And then any building in the RM3 portion, any that has any portion of which within 40 feet of a property line with a single-family residential zone shall be 1 story.
I think that's fair.
May I say something at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm fairly new at this, and I have a lot of faith and confidence in Mr. Moore and the staff at Planning and Zoning. And as I sit through these meetings so many times, I try to put myself in the position of not only a board member, but those that are in opposition. Sitting here tonight, we've heard a very unspecific proposal. And that may be the way it is, and I haven't learned that yet. But I have to say that I'm not sure what they're asking at this point because we've had so many changes. Therefore, I think the neighbors sit there going, we don't know what we're going to get here. And so I just think it's just been very unspecific as to what these neighbors can talk about as to what they're going to be faced with. And that's all I have to say.
Is there any way that we could possibly table this to come back with everything that they're proposing with all the changes and everything? With this late hour, everybody's made so many changes and so many suggestions. And I know people are just not sure what's going to happen. And I just think if we could come back with all the new stuff that's being agreed to, it would make everybody's life easier to live with and not have, issues with it.
What a townhome concept.
I have in front of me, I've kept meticulous notes of the revisions that are being, have been agreed to on the development plan conditions, and at any point would be glad to kind of run through those and put those on the record.
One, two, three.
Hamp, what does it look like if we do table this tonight?
Well, you have that option under your rules. If you, for any reason, believe.
I mean, I think my question is, at the next meeting, we would not be hear any more new testimony, correct?
Well, it depends on where you stop. You know, if you get all that testimony in, then you can come back and do whatever's left to be done. But I'd really ask you not to do that, because
Okay.
invariably.
Okay.
Pam, can we let Tad go through all the changes and just see where we are at that point before we decide whether we're gonna, I mean, we've gotten this far. I mean, if he's taken copious notes, as I'm sure he has, let him run through all the changes and see if everyone is comfortable with that.
Yeah, that's not my call. That's Ms. Runner's call, but I defer to her.
I agree, and also we have Jessica's. She is taking notes too, and I've jotted down what I can. I think we can get a clear record on what's been changed so far and what we're working with. And I agree too that we've made it this far. We should just go on and get through it. These changes will get down. We're ready to go into the closing arguments from each side. And when they do that, we'll ask the commissioners if there's anything they want to add or change or say before I call for a motion. So I think we're that close that we can.
Well, I'd like to see the new concept plan shown with all these changes on there, because we have made a lot of changes.
We haven't agreed to anything.
Wait, sir, please, this is the commissioners talking. We've already had time for the public input and the public comments. So we are trying to discuss here. We have lots of applications that when they fit into that box, that criteria of what can and can't be allowed, we don't always know what's in everything. I think getting the residential down is going to help, but
You're right, Velma.
I don't think we're any different than we've been with other applications.
You're right.
Do you agree? I mean, I don't want to feel like I'm just throwing that out there.
No, I think you're 100% right, Velma.
We have so many times that somebody doesn't tell you this is going to be the A and B grocery or the so-and-so's ping pong factory. You work with what is there. So I feel like we've gone far enough to finish this out. If I'm overruled here, outvoted.
I think you're right, Chair Runner. I think both sides have tried to present this as a amenable project for the as well as far as the applicant. So let's hear Ted's presentation and then go from there.
Thank you, sir. We'll see how the vote falls when we get to the end.
I think the first thing you probably need to do is let Mr. Pardue get the amendments down.
Thank you.
And everybody check their notes carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Chair Runner, are you okay if I proceed there?
Yes, sir, please do.
Okay, so the development plan conditions for the general business portion. DPC 1 shall be amended from a maximum of 13 residential dwelling units per acre to 6.
6
DP
dwelling units per acre, correct?
That's correct.
Not just 6 total, but 6
Yes,
per.
thank you, Ms. Hurd. 6 dwelling units per acre. That's DPC 1 in the general business. DPC 6 in general business shall say maximum height of structures on the property shall not exceed 2 stories instead of 3. And then again, in general business, DPC number 7, the packaged liquor store needs to be added to the list of prohibited uses in DPC 7 under general business. On the development plan conditions for the proposed RM3 portion, DPC 4, which addresses landscape buffers, we need to add a sentence at the end of that condition that says the developer shall construct an 8-foot tall wooden fence along all shared boundary lines with single-family uses.
Ted, just so I'm clear about that, this is Frank Steinbeck. That's the west boundary of the Bryant property, the south boundary of the Bryant property, the south boundary of the Heller property, and what would be the west boundary of the Lloyd property.
You're correct, Mr. Steinbeck. And then, again, sticking with the RM3 conditions, number 6, it states currently the maximum height of structures on the property shall not exceed 2 stories. We need to add an additional sentence there that says buildings, any portion of which is situated within 40 feet of a boundary line with a single family use shall be 1 story in height. And then last, we should add a development plan condition number 10 for the RM3 portion that says the developer will specify a uniform color scheme for all buildings to be uniform in appearance, no more than 1 brick color, 1 vinyl color, 1 roof color, and uniform window and trim color. There will be a maximum of 3 building plans for buildings with 8 units and 1 building plan for buildings with 4 units. To be approved by the developer. And I believe that's all.
I think that's correct.
Sounds good.
May I ask one question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it safe to assume then that the buildings will only have either 4 units or 8 units?
Yeah, that's a great point, Rachel. So why don't we say 1 building plan for all buildings with 4 or fewer units?
Oh, and you mean in case you do a duplex?
Correct.
Okay.
And my other question is that there are other materials listed in development plan condition 7 that are proposed for the multifamily structures. And based on what you just read, some of those proposed materials aren't necessarily addressed in the new condition 10.
So,
Tad, is there a way to clean it up? I think the purpose is you can do fourplexes, eightplexes, duplexes, whatever it might be, but they just look uniform. Just because you have one color, one can't be a all stone building and one be an all hardy building.
and you're right. That's the intent.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, you know, I think I'm okay with it as I recited it, except to include, you know, when we speak to one brick color, one vinyl color, one roof color, but also address those other building materials. We can say one color of brick, stone, cementitious siding, or other cement-based material, as well as one roof color. That way we stay consistent with the building materials that were proposed in the original set. But our new development plan condition still requires that regardless of what those materials are, they all be uniform in color. Okay, so if you'd like me to try to read.
Does that still allow you that somebody could do an all brick and somebody could do an all hardy?
Correct. They just have to be the same color.
Okay.
Ted, this is Frank Steinbach again. While we're still talking about these matters and recognizing that I have people that I represent, I would like to ask if there could be a better description of the kind and type of 8-foot fence, that wood fence that you were talking about. I mean, I don't know exactly how to say it, but it would be something like of good and workmanlike quality materials or something like that, that gives some assurance to my clients that the fence will be a good and sturdy fence.
I mean, you could probably go something like a stained and treated wood fence. I mean,
8-foot treated wooden fence.
Yeah.
I think what Mr. Steinbach's looking for is something aesthetically pleasing.
Yes.
And I appreciate that point. I guess that's somewhat subjective. You know, I think
I think a wooden fence. I mean, a wooden fence I would think would be an acceptable.
I agree.
I mean, usually we don't get into specifying the exact thing that the fence has got to look like. I mean, we pick the material.
Can you say the fence blocks the view of the adjoining property, so it's side by side?
Yes.
It'd be a continuous fence, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no cracks that allow a view through, basically.
Maybe that's what you put, Tad, a solid fence.
That
So
obscures
it's
the
not
view.
it's not a shadow box. It's just a solid wooden fence all the way around 8 foot tall.
Thank you.
You just hit it. Yeah. So we add that sentence to the end of DPC 4. Developer shall construct an 8-foot solid wooden fence along all shared boundary lines with single family use properties.
Are we also addressing the landscape borders and the earthen berms?
I used to say I have to take this back to my client.
No,
We don't know who's talking, but we have the attorneys trying to get the wording right on these, and I would really ask for you all to please to keep the comments down, because we could sit here all night throwing in extra little things that let's try to get something accomplished first before we go off on other comments when we can't tell who's saying them. Thank you all. We ended with the for the building for the 10 we added. Yeah. That's what you're working on, isn't it, Mr. Purdue?
Madam Chair, I'm going to have to ring off for a moment and talk with my client, or clients rather. And I wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, yes, sir. That will be fine. Yes.
Velma, I'm putting in for 2 days pay.
Well, when you get it, you send me some too.
I'm sending you half of it. I'm sending you half of it.
Okay.
Ben Peterson, you hear me?
He's asleep.
Well, I've been trying to call him and I can't reach him. Hello? Ms. Rudder,
Yes, sir.
I've spoken with Mr. Peterson, and he and I are both of the opinion that it probably, we need to recess this hearing. We'd like to ask the commission to recess this hearing, allow the developer to revise and present a new set of development plan conditions consistent with what's been agreed upon here, to reconvene this hearing at the next available hearing date, which is March 18 at 5 p.m. We'll at that time have the new set of development plan conditions in front of us, and we'll provide the neighborhood with an opportunity to comment on those. That's what I'm most of all concerned with, and I know Mr. Peterson is too, that as we kind of craft these new DPCs, we're leaving the neighborhood out and we're not giving them a chance to comment. And so I think, and I think Ben thinks, that we'd like to ask the commission to consider recessing until March the 18th.
So
Is it possible to get a new concept plan too, with these, showing these things that we've done?
We can have that done.
Yeah.
But when we get that, that's what we'll be voting on and discussing, will be what they present us at that meeting. We won't have extra testimony or other than comments, is that?
That's my thought, although I'd really hate to box us in because so much can happen. What'll happen is we'll have a new concept plan, and then somebody will have some questions about something that it says, and then we're into taking more testimony. So I think we just need to recess with the idea that we're going to proceed at the 18th meeting in the manner that we've discussed.
Okay. The only other thing I have as far as who will be able to vote, will that just be the commissioners here tonight?
Yes, that's correct.
That will be so.
So you only have 8 commissioners here tonight, correct?
9, I think.
There's 9 here. Okay.
I think that's right.
I will not be at the March 18th meeting. That's the chamber dinner that I have to attend.
We'll still have quorum with 7 then, so we'll still be okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. That,
Well, we'd like to have you, yeah.
I know, after hearing all this, I'd kind of like to be able to vote, but.
Right. Maybe we can pull you out of the room for a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Pardue or Mr. Steinbach, do you all have any comment about all of that?
This is Frank Steinbach. I believe that I can speak for my clients about this. They would like to see what has been done so far so that they have an opportunity to comment on how far the process has gotten us up until the end of tonight. Again, they have not agreed. This is not a thing about agreements. This is simply a thing about where the landowner is or the developer is at this time. And I think we would be well advised to take into consideration what they have agreed to do, and to see that written down, and to see a new concept plan so that can be analyzed afresh and then ready to go on the 18th of March.
Ted, you okay with all this?
Ms. Moore, yes, I am. I'll have to work through a scheduling conflict on March 18th, but I'll work on that.
Thank you. Maybe we can get Ms. Vitale to do the same.
Pam, I have a question.
Yes.
Or either to you or Ben. Where would this fall on the agenda on the 18th? Will it be somewhere close to the front?
We usually start with unfinished business first, so this should be at the top of the docket.
Okay, thank you.
At least that's the way it usually works.
Yes.
After our normal, regular business of minutes approval.
Administrative.
Right.
Right, administrative stuff.
I understand.
Yeah, it'll be first on there.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I was gonna make sure that any commissioners have any questions about what we're going to do. And if there are no questions, then I will call for a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we recess this hearing until the March 18, 2021 meeting at 5 o'clock to complete this public hearing on this particular case.
Thank you so much. I need a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritchie,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Starks,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Unseld,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Vitale,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Volkert,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Balance,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Blackburn,
Yes, ma'am.
and Chair Runner.
Yes, ma'am. The motion carried, and we will continue the meeting. If nothing else, then we're adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.